Virginia. There's the Reston species, which actually was from Reston, Virginia, where they imported monkeys in from the Philippines, and they were infected, and then they infected some individuals that were taking care of them.
But that was when it infected those individuals in Reston, my understanding is they didn't really develop symptoms, or did they?
That's correct. They did not. So there's actually a great deal of research that's going into understanding. So what's important for your listeners to understand is Ebola is one of the deadliest viruses that is currently out there that we know of. It has a lethality rate of between 60 and 90%. So you have a better chance of succumbing to the disease than surviving. That particular isolate didn't kill anybody. I believe there were 2 people that were infected, and they both didn't die, and they actually didn't get that sick either. So there's an idea that maybe that particular variant could be a very good starting point for us to develop vaccines, knowing that that actually didn't kill anybody. So there are varying levels of lethality to these different viruses. But I think what we stress in this current National Geographic series is that we're preparing, and U.S. Army and U.S. Department of Defense is preparing for known entities, known viruses that we know are out there. What you have to think about is what's going to come out of the woods next. And I think that's what this series does a great job of pointing out, is that we have to be prepared on a global level to be able to respond when those next viruses that we don't really know about yet do come out of the woods.
All right. Then, Dr. Dye, the big brains, what are they thinking is going to be that next pandemic? I mean, I know that we always talk a lot about a flu pandemic of some sort,
right.
but I mean, what are the top 2, 3 things that worry folks like you the most in terms of pandemics?
Sure. So I would, if I were doing a hit list of what I would be worried about, it would be, well, the H5N1 flu. So there's a couple different flu variants that I would worry about. That particular flu doesn't have any human-to-human transmission, so I wouldn't necessarily worry about that flu unless there was some mutations that allowed that to occur. The H7N9 flu would be something that I am concerned with. And then MERS, which is Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, is a coronavirus that has the potential because you can have human-to-human spread. And then, I mean, if you want to talk, there's also bacteria like methicillin-resistant Staph aureus, which is something I would be concerned about. And these are all things that researchers, not only in the U.S. and at my institute, but all over the world, are currently looking at and trying to develop countermeasures against. So we're trying to keep up, but those would be the ones that I would be put on a hit list, along with the filoviruses that we've talked about.
Well, let's going back to Ebola for a moment. When you know, we had the bigger outbreak of Ebola here in the last year and a half, 2 years in Africa. We had, you know, it ended up here in the United States in a couple of cases. Were you looking at that thinking, okay, this maybe is the start of the big pandemic, or did you understand and know enough about Ebola to realize, you know, this is something we can get under control?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Ebola is controllable, the Ebola that we have right now. The only way Ebola is spread in a classic sense is by blood contact, secretion contact. So if you isolate, sequester individuals who are infected and try to give them supportive care and limit that, you're really not going to have that. And if you're in a first world nation where health care is excellent, what is of concern is when these viruses actually spread to other regions of the world where the infrastructure of the healthcare is not as good. They don't necessarily, everybody's looking for Ebola now, but let's say 5 years from now, we don't really, we may, you know, we have short-term memory with a lot of these things. And what I worry about is, well, what if it spreads? Because with globalization and air traffic as it is, you can get anywhere in 8 to 10 hours these days. And you can have a situation where you could spread it to a large urban city. And in the past, these viruses have been mostly in Central Africa, which is a very rural area. Western Africa is very urban. I mean, you're talking millions of people in these cities, and that's why this virus took hold and ended up being as deadly and as contagious as it was, because you had a high, dense population of people. So those are the kind of things that I worry about. But Ebola, when you think of it from a viral standpoint, as far as its fitness and able to survive in humans, it's not that good because it actually kills the majority of the hosts that it is infecting, and that's not good from the virus sense in order for propagating itself in the future. So it's not the best virus that I would look to as being a pandemic possibility.
Dr. John Dye joining us on the Wake Up Call. As we were having this discussion, I recalled an article that I had read, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, dealing with Ebola. And these folks that we had treated that were here in the United States, they're finding that, or at least they believe that Ebola, I don't know, it still resides in their body, that it's dormant. I mean, what are the chances of that sitting there dormant and then becoming not dormant? And along with that, another report that was not related to it suggested that Ebola, and you kind of confirmed it by saying that it's spread by, fluid contact, could potentially be sexually transmitted. My question, I mean, you can see where I'm going with these two links. I mean, is it possible then to spread this, Ebola that is not currently active to somebody else, and then later it becomes active?
That's correct. So there are guidelines that the CDC have out now that in infected individuals, they recommend sustaining from any sexual activity for 6 months. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is that scientists, we have discovered that the virus can maintain, I don't know if dormancy is the right word, but I think we can work with that. It maintains a low level in particular tissues or sites within your body. And it's not everybody, not all survivors have this issue. It's a very small number of people. But what happens is the virus actually, we believe, enters your central nervous system. And I'm an immunologist, which is how study of how your body fights off bacteria and viruses. Yeah. And your central nervous system is not, it's not surveyed by your immune system that well, because you actually don't want your immune system to destroy cells in your central nervous system. So basically it can get in there and it can hide out, and then it can come out later. So, but we don't know. I think the important thing to note is that prior to this outbreak of Ebola, which we're talking about 11,000 deaths, it came around in 1976. That was when we became aware of it. There were only 3,000 cases reported before that. So we're talking a very small number of people. So we haven't had a lot of people to look at. So if there's a silver lining of this from a scientific standpoint, and the Breakthrough Series talks about this, it's that we're going to have a lot of people to look at and evaluate and try to understand these questions, because right now there's a lot of things we don't know. And I think we need to become better educated as scientists as far as how this works. So we're learning as fast as we can.
How long does it hide out in your central nervous system? I mean, does it stay there forever, or does it eventually go away, die? Once it goes
we don't. That's a great question. We don't know. We're not sure.
Well, then,
because this is the first case. So there was a doctor who was at the CDC that they actually isolated virus from his ocular cavity, from his eye, and this was 6 months after he was infected. And then there's the nurse in Scotland right now who the virus is in her central nervous system, and she's having sequela, after effects of the Ebola virus, which is not like the Ebola virus bleeding out that you read about or hear about. It's a totally different type of disease when it's in the central nervous system. But we don't know how long it could potentially hang out, or why these individuals had it hang out in them. But right now we're working to try to find things that go into the central nervous system that can clean this up and take care of it. Because right now everything that we have is mostly generated for the outside of the central nervous system, what's called your periphery. So these are things that we don't know the answers to, and we're trying to find out.
Does it not make you wonder then whether the warning of not having sexual activity for 6 months is long enough?
I think that if you looked at the warning, I believe the warning about 2 months ago was 3 months, and now I believe it's gone to 6 months. So I think as the CDC, as we are learning more information, we are increasing or decreasing the recommendations based on that. So it's best educated understanding of based on all the data that we currently have. So we're in uncharted territories with this particular virus because we've never had something this drastic for this particular virus come into play. So we're learning as we go, and I believe they're making adaptations and they're making audibles as they move forward.
Dr. John Dye is the chief of the United States, U.S. AMRID. That's the Army's Research Institute for Infectious Diseases on the wake-up call this morning. I had read about this, and one of our listeners sent an email about it, and I was going to ask you about the giant virus that was resurrected from the permafrost after 30,000 years down in, I think it was the Antarctic. Are you familiar? No, actually, it was in Siberia.
In Siberia.
Does that, I mean, I'm going to assume that there's probably more things like that are out there. Does that concern you at all that we may end up with some sort of really bad something that will occur that's been dormant? I mean, literally, not around for thousands of years?
Yeah, so I think, this is, for those who are familiar with the story, this is a concern with global warming of situations where you possibly can have, a virus like this or a bacteria that has been dormant for millennia that is going to come back and then wreak havoc. Honestly, I'm not as worried about that as what I am worried about having a new virus or a new bacteria that we previously are unaware of because it was deep in the rainforests of Africa or deep in South America, and with industrialization of these nations, we're moving into these ecosystems of animals that are harboring these viruses, and we haven't come into contact with them before. And you get these spillover events of virus or bacteria moving into humans. So I think that's a little more pressing need moving forward on the short term. But I agree with you and your educated listener about the concern of as we see climate change, you do have that possibility where something is thawed out, and we have to become aware of it. But that's what I'm paid to do. I'm paid to identify. No,
that's good though.
That's what we're paid to do. We're paid to look at these when they come out, and I'm paid to develop countermeasures against them to protect U.S. citizens and hopefully the world in the long term against this possible. Now, it's not going to be an immediate fix, so that's what you worry about. But at the same time, we do the best we can and we move forward as quickly as we can. So it's interesting. I say that for pandemics, the most important thing is biosurveillance of the areas where this can occur. So getting in those areas and looking at the animal populations and the human populations to try to detect these early. And then if you detect them early, if you have a health structure in place, you can actually respond fairly quickly and keep these more as localized fires as opposed to this raging, burning fire all over a continent or the world.
All right, final question. We've talked a lot about zoonotic diseases that get into the human population from animal populations. What is your concern of man-made or created bacteria viruses, essentially bacterial or virus warfare?
So I think there is that capability, and honestly, whether you talk about whether they are genetically engineering it for a particular purpose like that, or if they just wait around for the virus. So a virus and a bacteria are actually, they're quite elegant. Two different things, but they're quite elegant in the way they have been able to survive. And the way they're able to survive is they have genetic material just like you or me in them. And they have a higher mutation rate, so their genetic material changes more quickly than ours does. So therefore, they can outrun anything that we can do as humans or other animal species. So I think that you can either take advantage of what's already occurring in nature, or you can genetically engineer. I don't know if there are a lot of people that are genetically engineering viruses and bacteria, but I'll tell you that working for the DoD and working for the U.S. government, those are the type of people that I work against, and that's why I'm here doing this, because if you read in the newspaper, we have a vaccine, an experimental vaccine for Ebola, most likely someone who's thinking about doing this in a nefarious way is going to say, well, I'm not going to waste my time with that. So it's a deterrent as well, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely. Dr. Dye, it has been fascinating chatting with you. Again, Breakthrough is coming up. Pandemics is the episode of Breakthrough that's going to be tonight from 7 until 9:30. And you're one of the folks that's right in the middle of it. So I appreciate you joining us on the Wake Up Call, Dr. Dye.
You're welcome. They come inside the lab and take a look around, which is something that really nobody's been able to do before. So it really gives the viewer an inside look of what it's like to do this type of work. So I hope your listeners will check it out.
Absolutely fascinating. Again, you're going to see that on the National Geographic Channel, 7 o'clock tonight. The show is Breakthrough, and Dr. John Dye, one of the principals of that, joining us on the Wake Up Call. Dr. Dye, have a great rest of your day.
You as well. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Dye is the chief of the United States Army Medical Center, USAMR. That's his job, is looking at diseases and virus, bacteria, and coming up with ways to fight them.
Did you say it premieres tonight?
Yeah, that is tonight. Starts at 7 o'clock. Tonight, Thursday. I'm trying to get my calendar to work, and my computer is going gunny, unless you see something different.
I see premiering Sunday.
That's a different show. Tell you what, let's take a break.
We'll try
to get the camera. Okay. Breakthrough. Thursday, October 29th, tonight, 7 to 9:30 is what it says here. Then you have Fighting Pandemics, which is coming up Sunday.
It's 7 to 9:30 a.m. Okay, we'll take a break. We will have a clarification coming up on 1120 KPNW.
Most car commercials say, hurry, the savings end soon. But the savings at your Northwest Toyota dealer are just the beginning. Save right now with 0% financing on 13 new dependable Toyota models, like the techno-rich Corolla, adventurous RAV4, and best-selling Camry. Then save for 2 years with Toyota Care no-cost scheduled service and roadside assistance. And keep saving down the road with Toyota's leading gas mileage and legendary resale value. With 0% financing on 13 new Toyota models, where will you go?
Visit your Northwest Toyota dealer for great deals on a huge selection of Toyota models.
With 0% financing and 2 years of no-cost service, the savings don't end soon. At your Northwest Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. APR financing through Toyota Financial Services with approved credit. Must take retail delivery from dealer stock by 11/2/15. Covers normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. See Toyota dealer for details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska.
The Albany Gun and Knife Show is this weekend at the Lynn County Fairgrounds. This show has it all for the hunter, collector, and outdoorsman. Produced by Wes Nodell, it's a firearms browsing paradise. See you this Saturday and Sunday at the Lynn County Fairgrounds. Just $6 at the door.
So, what are you reading?
Well, I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Oh, like last year. Hey, what about those new 4K Ultra TVs?
Yeah, they got the highest scores of all, but the prices are too high.
Did you check online?
Yep, and their prices are just about the same.
Well, you know, there's really only one place where you can get a hot deal on one of those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. They specialize on the best models from the top brands, and they make deals.
Yeah, but there's so many different models to choose from.
True, but at Video Only, they'll show you the differences, and then you can choose.
Okay, let's take these ratings and head over to Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or dishwashers, but you will find the best deals on HD TVs, Blu-rays, cameras, camcorders, and home theater systems. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
You'll be sorry.
In Eugene, next to Costco, Video Only.
When you think fishing or firearms, think Mazama.
Local, family-owned Mazama is your fishing headquarters with brands like G. Loomis, St. Croix, Shimano, Daiwa, and a variety of locally made products tailor-made for this region. Team Mazama is eager and knowledgeable.
Plus, they offer layaway on firearms and fishing gear.
Pick up your hunting and fishing license while you're there. Conveniently located on West 11th in the same parking lot as Lowe's. Zama.
KPNW weather with Chris Nation. Brought to you by Mattress Mania, where you save like crazy.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're looking at mostly cloudy skies. We've got light showers off and on still across the valley, and we've got light fog as well. Now, temps out there in the upper 40s to low 50s. Light winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10. This afternoon, high pressure starts to approach from the southwest, so that means we'll see partly cloudy skies after lunchtime. Highs will be in the mid-60s with a high of 64 here. But we are tracking a major rain event for Friday and again on Saturday. Both days look to be major rainmakers as well as through the holiday. If you're going to be out and about on Saturday night, be cautious. The kids will be out in heavy rain. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation, the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
6:50, 10 away from 7 o'clock, 1120 KPNW. A couple of situations that already garnering quite a bit of attention from listeners dealing with such. And one of them, the first one, is Highway 99, 1 mile north of Monroe. We got a crash. The report earlier was that somebody looks like they lost their load. So that could be a ways down the road, timeline-wise, that thing gets rectified. Also, Highway 38, milepost 13 miles east of the intersection with 101. We had a westbound and an eastbound lane affected with a crash down there, kind of heading into Reedsport. All lanes affected, and got a crash involving a semi. So expect long-term delays, it says. Again, that's Highway 38, milepost 13. Two situations, not getting off to a good start.
Yeah, you hate seeing long-term delays on anything. That said, and by the way, there was a little bit of confusion this morning about the officer-involved shooting on I-5. Kubler Boulevard, just in the Salem area there, kind of on the south end, as you're getting into Salem if you're heading northbound. It is open, because some folks thought, oh, that's closed, and I go up. No, it's everything is open and running through there smoothly.
And the TV show, too, we should clarify, because we were kind of at odds with that. Breakthrough is going to be on Nat Geo on Sunday, November 1st, 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central.
I like this. Somebody, Jeff writes about the last interview. Great interview. Good questions, and his responses were spot on. That's why I listen to you guys. Once in a while, you do an outstanding piece. Once in a great while. Yeah, well, great. It's nice to know that every once in a while. The definition of
underhanded compliment.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, once in a great mood, you hit it out of the park.
Yeah, once in a while, you don't suck. Well, thanks. Appreciate that. Anyway, let's change it. Hey, we've got the 2015 Take Your Best Shot contest that's presented by Oak Grove Guns. And we've done this with Oak Grove. This, I guess, is going to be the second year. Okay, this is what you have to do. You submit your photo of your deer, your elk, etc., and you also have to submit a photo of your 2015 tag. So it's, your favorite trophy. It can be deer, elk, antelope, ram, you name it. And just go to our website, kpnw.com, and you're going to see in the left-hand corner there, you've got kind of the banner thing that's there. If you just click on it, it will take you to the Take Your Best Shot contest. It's going to be your chance to win a Remington 783 in whatever caliber you want it. And there's a number of different calibers this comes in. It's the model 783, and it's from Oak Grove. Anyway, you go there, and you're going to see the submission form on that particular page. It's really easy to upload the photographs. Very simple to do. All right. And we're going to also be doing daily prizes starting next week. So this is going to be going for a couple of weeks. Then on November 16th, we'll do the grand prize. We're going to be giving away Northwest Burger certificates. Num, 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 num. Coburg Car Wash certificates. They always do a great job out there, and our great friends of the Wake Up Call will have other prizes as well. So, again, a Remington 783 is going to be up for grabs, and it's going to be in the caliber that you want it. So go to kpnw.com. Like I said, click on that banner ad there. It'll take you to the contest. and very easy to get those photos on there. And we're going to start posting some of those on Facebook before too awful long. So get in on it. It's your chance to win from News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Most car commercials say, hurry, the savings end soon. But the savings at your Northwest Toyota dealer are just the beginning. You'll get lower payments, all the latest features, plus 2 years of Toyota Care no-cost service. Savings don't end soon at your Northwest Toyota dealer.
Visit your Northwest Toyota dealer today for great deals on a huge selection of Toyota models.
Toyota. Let's go places. Covers normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. See Toyota dealer for details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental United States and Alaska.
What does better mean to you? Better is coffee with a view. Better is a berry from the vine. Better is the journey. At Providence, we know there are many paths to better health. No matter how you define it, Providence Medicare Advantage plans can help you achieve your better. With Providence, you get a no-cost gym membership with all of our plans and access to thousands of providers in and out of Providence facilities. Talk to us about which plan is best for you. Call 1-866-948-5147. That's 1-866-948-5147. We're here from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Providence Medicare Advantage plans. Better you, better world. This information is not a complete description of benefits. Contact the plan for more information. Limitations, co-payments, and restrictions may apply. Benefits may change on January 1st of each year. The provider network may change at any time. You will receive notice when necessary.
DocsPad is the real deal. Located at the corner of 7th and 11th, DocsPad features the menu that made the original DocsPad famous. Not bar food, but authentic huge gourmet burgers, signature sandwiches and wraps, traditional local moco, great local brews and beverages, all teamed up with big screen TVs and a cast of great servers. Not only that, but they're serving food all day long, so you can enjoy their delicious breakfast and lunch options too, like their omelets, biscuits and gravy, French toast, and chicken fried steak. DocsPad, downtown Eugene's only place for karaoke on Friday nights. You know the place.
Holloway in London.
Yeah, I get a little frustrated when I'm dealing with incompetence.
And the wake-up call. News Radio 1120, KPNW.
I'm Gary Conley with today's Money Minute. Bull market correction or bear market? As I said recently, the difference matters. You want to buy a correction, but you want out of a bear market as quickly as possible. Trouble is, it's hard to tell the difference in the early stages, and sometimes a correction morphs into a full-blown bear. The last two big bear markets were the result of the bursting of the dot-com bubble and the collapse of the house of cards propping up the housing market, when even my dog Tucson could have gotten a no-down payment mortgage with few questions asked, if he was willing to lie about his income. Some recent violent corrections were spawned by Greece, the implosion of long-term capital management, the Russian default, and 9/11. Looking back, the difference is that these correction events really didn't truly threaten the world's economy. And going further back, the one-day collapse in 1987 falls into the same category. Here's the nugget. So what about now? In general, you can look at the world's three largest economies, ours, China's, and Europe taken as a whole. Without a crisis in one of the other two, a very hard landing in China or the Eurozone chaotically flying apart, we should just continue to muddle through here at home. Still, stocks are far from cheap, even after the recent sell-off. I'm Gary Conley, and that's today's Money Minute.
Every child needs a place where they can grow up healthy and learn and be safe.
And be safe. Every child needs a place to call home.
A place where they can play
and dream.
Dream.
And plan for their future.
Your support can help put a decent roof
over the heads of a family like mine.
Like mine.
Like mine.
Like mine. To learn how you can help, visit habitat.org.
Weather every 10 minutes during the wake-up call. Count on it. News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out in the next few minutes, you're looking at mostly cloudy skies. We do have some light fog out there, as well as light showers off and on across the valley. And temps right now are in the upper 40s to low 50s with light winds out of the southwest. This afternoon, high pressure starts to approach the area, and that means we'll see partly cloudy skies after lunchtime. Temps look to be in the mid-60s with a high of 64 here in town. But we're tracking now a major rain event set for Friday and again on Saturday. If you remember the 1994 Halloween storm system, this one looks to be a copy of that, and that means this weekend is shaping up to be a major rainmaker with rain totals going into the inches in most locations. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center. Hoping you have a great day.
1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
I will resign as Speaker of the House effective upon the election of my successor.
And then John Boehner will leave Congress. Moments ago, he got a standing O, tearing up, as he's known to do, addressing the House one last time. The voting for Speaker is just getting underway. Paul Ryan will then likely take over. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
The Wisconsin congressman will be tasked with uniting a deeply divided Republican Party. He appealed for cooperation after he won the backing of the GOP conference yesterday.
We are going to move forward. We are going to unify.
After the vote, the Sergeant-at-Arms announces Speaker-elect Ryan, and then House Democrat leader Nancy Pelosi will present him. Ryan will address the House and then take the oath of office. Dave.
Rachel, that's all going to take part in about the next hour or so. The economy has slowed down. There was much less growth over the summer. Fox Business Network's Nicole Petalides has the numbers and Wall Street's reaction live at the New York Stock Exchange.
Dave, that's right. We are seeing the stock market move to the downside on the heels of these latest numbers. The Dow right now down 52 points at 17,727 as the U.S. economic growth waned in the third quarter. Gross domestic product expanding only 1.5%. So that weighs on sentiment overall, big picture. We also got our U.S. jobless claims that rose by 1,000 to 260,000, but we are hovering around a 4-decade low. Stocks overall for the month of October are on track for their best performance in years.
Thank you, Nicole. The morning after the latest Republican presidential debate, CNBC is taking a lot of heat.
I'm not going to stand on that stage and be a punching bag for moderators who are looking to, get a toast made to them at their next liberal cocktail party in New York City.
I think the bigger frustration you saw is that all those candidates on the stage had prepared for a substantive debate.
Both Chris Christie and Marco Rubio have gotten positive reviews for how they handled the questions, and so did Ted Cruz. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This is an exciting announcement from Eugene Airport. Today is the day your life gets easier. Getting from point A to point B has never been more efficient. You can now fly nonstop from Eugene Airport to San Jose. That's right. There's now a new nonstop way to San Jose on Alaska Airlines. We're connecting the Silicon Valley to the Silicon Shire. Book your next flight today at alaskaair.com. Fly easy. Fly EUG.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom. I had no idea how hard it would be and what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood and ways for me to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics, but also information about the hurdles I was facing. Caregiving Resource Center at aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved one and care for yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Another prisoner has been set free from Guantanamo. Ahmed Abdel Aziz sent back to his native Mauritania after 13 years in custody at the terror prison. There are now 113 detainees left at Guantanamo, which President Obama has been wanting to close since he took office. 53 of those have been cleared for release or transfer. A manhunt continues for a fugitive wanted for shooting at law enforcement officers in Kentucky and Tennessee last weekend.
Floyd Ray Cook is still on the run, but 2 of his associates aren't. Cook's been on the run since Saturday when he shot an officer during a traffic stop in Putnam County, Tennessee, then fled to Kentucky where he was involved in another shooting with law enforcement officers. The 2 associates of Cook's, Troy Wayne and Katie McCarty, were arrested after a chaotic scene at a gas station in the town of White House, Tennessee, late Wednesday. Cook faces an attempted murder charge in connection to Saturday's shooting. He is considered armed and dangerous and has been placed on the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's most wanted list. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News Radio.
The lawyer for a retired police captain accused of shooting and killing a man during an argument at a Florida movie theater says he's going to use the state's Stand Your Ground self-defense law to have those charges dismissed. The Mets are already back in New York. They took a red-eye down to get out of Kansas City after losing again in the World Series. Fox News Radio's Jeff Manassa was there, now live in KC.
Dave, the Royals up 2-0 in the series after last night's 7-1 win over the Mets on Johnny Cueto's domination of the mound, throwing only 2 hits and 1 run for a complete game here in Kansas City, the first American League pitcher to throw all 9 in the World Series since 1991, and now it is on to New York and Citi Field
2-0. Let's go finish it.
If they have the skills and the talents, that's all that matters.
Mets have suffered a lot worse than this. We're down 0-2. Our team is excellent. We haven't pitched real well yet.
Games 3, 4, and a possible Game 5 of the World Series tomorrow, Dave.
I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
KPNW, good morning. Thursday, October 29th. 11:20 KPNW with the wake-up call all over a... kind of call it the calm before the storm.
Okay.
Occasional showers and otherwise partly sunny. 65 for the high today. 20% chance of showers tonight. 51 for the overnight. And then picks up a little rainy and breezy on Friday. Even more so, Halloween... Chris Nation calling for a complete rain out, 100% chance of rain, and he's comparing it to like storms of yesteryear during Halloween. He'll be along shortly. Situation, Highway 99, northbound lanes, southbound lanes are both affected with a crash at milepost 99, 1 mile north of Monroe. That could be... that could be messy for a while and not exactly helping things out. Also got a situation that was just called in. Highway 38, milepost 13 miles east of the intersection with 101. We got a westbound and eastbound lane affected with long delays. They're talking about that. Down in the Roseburg area, I-5, milepost 138. We got the northbound lanes affected with a disabled vehicle. We've got situations all over. You see one that we're not talking about, get it to us, and we'll pass it on. 541-45 KPNW or statewide, nationwide, 888-KPNW, 888.
So if you're one of those folks that has a business and you've been wondering, all right, now that we've legalized marijuana, does this change my company policies? Do I need to change my company policies? And what exactly does it mean for your company? And what about drug tests and all that other stuff? We're going to have Alan Thayer, business lawyer, on the wake-up call coming up just about 15, 20 minutes away from now. We're going to be talking about those issues and what you need to do and how you need to go about doing it. That'll be coming up. Also, in news, we'll look at these stories. An officer-involved shooting closes down I-5 last night. We'll have the details there. Kitty Piercy wants the governor to step in and start giving some money to deal with the homeless. We'll have that story. Also, the test scores are in for Oregon school children. And when you go out and buy that cord of wood, what should you actually expect? Those stories and more brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, coming up and more here on KPNW. Burrito Amigos and game day. You can't beat them. Having a game night in while the team is on the road? Well, invite all your amigos over and let Burrito Amigos supply the eats. Call in an order, pick it up, and it's party on. On the hot side, I suggest Fire Bites. They're deep-fried jalapeno slices, or treat your guests to cheese-filled jalapenos, pepitas. Or go deep with tacos, taquitos, and nachos. And Burrito Amigos taco salads are so big, everyone can dig in. Now, on the side, you can supply the chips, while Burrito Amigos supplies the fresh beans, rice, and salsa to dip those chips in. If you want to plan ahead, stop by the night before and get some fresh, cold tamales by the dozen and nuke them at home the day of the game. Here's your Burrito Amigos helpful hint. When you go the tamale route, take home some mole or the thick, cheesy, spicy poblano soup to use as sauce over the tamales. Better yet, use both. And, of course, all of this is great for tailgate parties. You might even go the burrito route. Burrito Amigos all over Eugene and Springfield. As Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, I can tell you there are some weekends where you may even like Burrito Amigos better than the game.
So, what do you think of our new TV?
Well, the picture's great, and I love that new thin look, but...
What?
Well, the sound isn't much.
Oh, that's a problem with all the new slim cabinet TVs.
Oh, well, what should we do?
We need to add a TV sound system, like a Bose or Sonos or Yamaha or Samsung.
Yeah, but where do we go to get a deal on those brands? Aren't they expensive and complicated?
Not at Video Only. And they've got speakers for your smartphone.
At their don't be sorry prices?
Well, exactly. So we can listen and choose what sounds best for us.
Okay, let's go to Video Only and get our gear to sound as good as it looks.
bucks. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or dishwashers, but you will find the best deals on HD TVs, Blu-rays, cameras, camcorders, and home theater systems. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Eugene, next to Costco, Video Only.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW. And we've got the local story in the morning wake-up call.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Officials say Oregon State Police were involved in a shooting on I-5 in Salem last night.
Tonight about 5:45 p.m., the Oregon State Police began a pursuit of a vehicle on southbound I-5. And I understand the pursuit started somewhere just south of Woodburn. It continued just south of Coogler Boulevard where it ended. And then at some point during that process, there was an officer-involved shooting.
Lieutenant Chris Baldridge of the Marion County Sheriff's Office says no officers were hurt in that shooting. However, the suspect, who is yet to be identified, was killed. A detour was in place for those traveling south on I-5 near Coogler Boulevard. The Marion County Sheriff's Office is now in charge of investigating. Eugene police are looking for information regarding a child sex abuse suspect. On October 19th, special agents from the Minnesota Department of Public Safety Bureau of Criminal Apprehension assisted the Eugene Police Department violent crimes detectives with the arrest of William Isaac Parker III. He's a 47-year-old from Westbrook, Minnesota, on a warrant from Eugene for child sex abuse. Now, Parker was lodged at the Lyon County Jail, and detectives from EPD responded to Minnesota to conduct interviews and gather evidence regarding that case. Prior to the arrest, if you recall, KPNW reported a couple of weeks ago that Parker made online threats and phone calls to a 16-year-old female victim, demanding that she send explicit photos of herself. Well, Parker is going to be extradited back to Lane County from Lyon County. Eugene Mayor Kitty Piercy pressed the city council to approve a resolution asking the state for help alleviating homelessness.
What we are interested in today and what we are asking for is that the state government as a whole treats this homelessness situation as a crisis, a real emergency, and agrees to work with local governments on all aspects of it.
Council members voted unanimously in favor of the mayor's request. Piercy originally wanted the council to request that Governor Brown declare an emergency. She's now seeking a resolution asking the state to convene a work group and spend more money to address the issue. Piercy changed her resolution after talking to the governor's staff, saying that the governor typically declares a state of emergency in response to a natural disaster, and the request has to come from a county, not a city.
I hope the governor, the legislature, and state agencies will quickly respond to our request.
Piercy's move comes as she's pushing a community-wide discussion about travelers who gather in groups on sidewalks and other public spaces downtown. Apparently, during the mayor's term, she had never taken a walk downtown until just recently. The city council also debated changing the city's overnight camping rules, allowing people to sleep in city-approved sites between 8 p.m. and 7 a.m., then leave those sites during the day. Piercy suggested the sites could be land or buildings. The city council will likely take up that issue in mid-November. Two men charged with second-degree disorderly conduct caused a lockdown of 4 schools in Springfield yesterday. Police received a report of a man near Gateway School in a car with a gun under his shirt. Police immediately put Gateway's High School, Springfield High, A3 School, and Two Rivers Dos Rios Elementary under lockdown. Police went to the area and arrested a pair of men who were in an altercation with each other near 7th and G. 19-year-olds Cameron Kelly and Pharaoh Dickerson were charged with second-degree disorderly conduct. Police say there was no gun, and they believe the original caller just saw a knife. Test results are back, and Oregon 4th and 8th graders are close to the national average. Brad Ford has more.
The National Assessment of Education Progress tests 4th and 8th graders on reading and math skills. Even though the national averages declined slightly, the Oregon students held steady. Deputy School Superintendent Salam Noor says with the transition to new assessment testing, these results show progress over time. He says the progress in 8th grade reading was particularly encouraging. Brad Ford, KPNW.
2 people were killed in an explosion of a World War II-era tank near Bend on Tuesday, as we reported on the Wake Up call. Well, we're finding out a little bit more about the victims and the circumstances. Deschutes County Sheriff Shane Nelson says one person had died by the time emergency crews arrived, while the second person died despite the efforts of emergency medical techs. Several agencies are now working this investigation.
The Deschutes County Sheriff's Office is leading the investigation, and we're being assisted by the Oregon State Police Arson and Explosives Section, as well as the federal agency Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
It happened on BLM land, and it was near a public shooting range. A film crew was taking video of the tank firing rounds. The video was going to be used as part of a display in a future exhibit. The victims, 51-year-old Stephen Preston and 22-year-old Austin Lee from Oregon City. Stephen Preston was a collector, and he'd already been filmed for shows on the Discovery Channel, the Smithsonian Channel, and a video game commercial. Steve Greenberg, a close friend of Preston's and a fellow tank owner, said his friend had fired rounds before and everything had worked fine. He said they were testing some armor plate when the explosion occurred. Preston, he said, was very safety conscious, which is why the accident to Greenberg was even more shocking. Oregon grocery stores are once again pursuing a ballot measure that would allow them to sell hard booze. Operating under a group called Oregonians for Competition, grocers filled paperwork for the ballot measure Wednesday. The initiative would allow liquor sales at stores that currently sell beer and wine, just not gas stations. Only the state right now can import and distribute liquor, which is sold at state-licensed stores. Advocates say the initiative would make alcohol purchases more convenient, while critics say that privatizing the liquor system would make it harder for Oregon's craft distillers to compete for shelf space. They also point out that after Washington voters privatized liquor sales in 2011, the prices skyrocketed. Well, if you heat your home with wood or oil, Brad Ford reports there are precautions you need to take before you stock up for the winter.
If you're buying firewood, make sure you're getting a solid cord. Josh Nelson with the Weights and Measures Division says some sellers bring it loose.
They're just loading a trailer with a pile of wood and dumping it off and calling it a cord.
A cord needs to be 128 cubic feet. That's 2 feet high by 8 feet wide and 8 feet deep. If you're getting a delivery of heating oil, take a look at the meter on the truck. There should be a sticker from the state
that shows that we've tested and approved it and it's a legal for trade meter and that it's accurate.
The Oregon Department of Agriculture responds to complaints about heating oil meters. Complaints about firewood deliveries should go to the Oregon Department of Justice. Brad Ford, KPNW.
Officials say a Portland man has been arrested for breaking into a neighbor's home and stealing women's underwear. Daniel Kowach told police he'd thought about breaking into a neighbor's home many times just to see if he could get away with it. He reportedly did that early Sunday. The couple living there caught him, chased him out, then called police. Police say they found the man's jacket on the roof with 2 pairs of women's underwear, maxi pads, and a Bowie knife. Kowach reportedly told police he took the items from a dryer in the home and that he, quote, has an obsession with women's underwear and it's getting worse. Apparently. A group of county commissioners representing Oregon counties that in the past deeded forest land to the state for management are meeting in Salem on Friday. Items on the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee's agenda include a forest management plan update, discussion on an upcoming Board of Forestry meeting, and an update on the Elliott State Forest process. The meeting is going to be held from 9:30 to noon at the Oregon Department of Forestry in Salem on State Street. The group is a legally mandated committee of county commissioners representing counties that deeded lands to the state. Besides Lynn and Benton counties, it includes Lincoln and also Lane. Well, it's a first-of-a-kind facility for homeless people to keep their pets, and it's opened up in Salem.
We opened our PetSmart Promise facility where families don't have to make the choice before they come into a shelter of whether or not they should give up their furry four-legged family members.
T.J. Putman is executive director of the Salem Interfaith Hospitality Network. He says the kennel at their day center in West Salem can house up to 6 dogs and 2 cats at any time. It was built in partnership with PetSmart Promise and Family Promise as part of a national program to keep children and families and pets together. It was the first one in Oregon and one of only 7 nationwide. 3 men have been charged in connection with a shooting incident at their former middle school in Bend. James Morris, Samuel Brooks, and Alexandre Brooks, all 27, face charges of criminal mischief, recklessly endangering another person, and unlawful use of a weapon in connection with the October 10th incident. The men were arrested following an investigation into shots fired at Cascade Middle School. A pair of maintenance employees had been inside the school when the shots were reported around 9 o'clock in the evening. The Deschutes County District Attorney's Office said in a news release that all 3 have been released from jail on bail. Morris will appear in court in December, and twins Samuel and Alexandre Brooks will have a court hearing in January. Don't forget, this is the weekend that you get to party an hour later in nightclubs and bars when daylight savings time kicks in at 2 a.m. Sunday morning. Clocks are going to be reset back an hour. The Oregon Liquor Control Commission says businesses that serve booze until 2 or 2:30 are going to be able to continue serving. Those include bars, restaurants, taverns, and grocery stores. And finally, as you're preparing your kids' Halloween costumes this week, Brad Ford says there's some steps you can take to keep your little ghosts and goblins safe.
Halloween's a fun night for kids, and planning ahead can make it safer. Salem Police Lieutenant Dave Okada says start with a costume.
When parents are picking out costumes, look for something bright and reflective, flame retardant, obviously.
Not just reflective, but give them something so they're seen.
Fluorescent glow sticks and necklaces and things of that nature that just make you brighter and visible in the dark.
Make sure the costume fits so it isn't a tripping hazard, and make sure they can see through the costume.
If we can get kids to wear makeup instead of full-face masks, that's always better, because masks sometimes restrict your visibility.
Okada says it's a good idea to tell your kids that if anyone ever asks them to come inside to get the candy, to leave that house. Brad Ford, KPNW.
It's 7:21. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Well, Game 2, a bit anticlimactic after the barn burner 14-inning marathon game 1 in the World Series, but a lot had to do with Kansas City Royals pitcher Johnny Cueto and his 2-hitter, allowing just 1 Mets run. Fewest hits in a World Series complete game by an American League pitcher since Boston's Jim Lomberg. He threw a 1-hitter back in '67. Royals take game 7-1. They're up 2-0 in the best of 7. Game 3 in New York tomorrow. Portland Trailblazers started their regular season in the NBA last night emphatically. C.J. McCollum maybe stepping up just a little bit to compensate for the loss of LaMarcus Aldridge. He scored a career-high 37 points on 6 3-pointers. Damian Lillard, 21 points, 11 assists. Blazers, just too much for the New Orleans Pelicans, if you can believe it. 112-94 your final. It was Portland's 15th straight home opening victory. That is a new NBA record. Kobe Bryant stepped onto the court for the Lakers, starting his 20th season with the purple and yellow. That breaks a record held previously by John Stockton for most with the same team. Kobe even scored 24 points. Didn't help. Lakers get beat by the Timberwolves 112-111. Perhaps helped out by the spirit of Flip Saunders, who'd been honored that night after his death over the weekend. Billy Donovan's NBA coaching debut is successful. The Thunder kicked in the Spurs 112-106. LaMarcus Aldridge, 11 points, 5 rebounds in his Spurs debut. And the Ducks have made it 10 straight bowl games. A lot of questions get answered tonight in Tempe with the Oregon Ducks facing Arizona State. The Sun Devils coming off their 34-18 loss to Utah. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW, brought to you by Wetlands on Garfield in Eugene, your West Side neighborhood sports headquarters and pub at 723.
The most accurate forecast now. We have weather every 10 minutes during Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're looking at mostly cloudy skies. We've got light showers off and on still across the valley, and we've got light fog as well. Now, temps out there in the upper 40s to low 50s. Light winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10. This afternoon, high pressure starts to approach from the southwest, and that means we'll see partly cloudy skies after lunchtime. Highs will be in the mid-60s with a high of 64 here. But we are tracking a major rain event for Friday and again on Saturday. Both days look to be major rainmakers as well as through the holiday. If you're going to be out and about on Saturday night, be cautious. The kids will be out in heavy rain. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
Hi, everybody. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute, brought to you by Builders Electric, providing smart electrical service since 1960. A good friend once shared her philosophy of life with me, and it was quite simple. Little molehills of success make mountains. So often we forget to look at all the small successes we've had. We forget that all those small successes added up to make a pretty big mountain, our total self. Some of them, like learning how to read and write, became habits, so we forgot to count them on the list. Learning to be positive in our thoughts began as a small success and being nice to others, thus being nice to ourselves also. So take a minute and count up some of your little molehills of success. You'll find yourself a pretty big mountain. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, have a positive day.
Today's Motivational Minute was sponsored by Builders Electric, voted the Register Guard's 2015 Reader's Choice #1 electrical contractor, providing positive service for over 55 years. That's Builders Electric, CCB 4296.
It's time to save at the fall clearance sales event going on right now at the Hertz Car Sales Superstores. The better way to buy a car.
Hey folks, Scott Hoysh here from Hertz Car Sales in Eugene. It's been such an exciting time here at Hertz Car Sales Superstore. Over the last few months, our inventory has nearly doubled. And as our customers have discovered, more inventory equals more choices and lower prices for you. And with more than 1,000 vehicles in our Superstore inventory, you're sure to find the choice and savings all in one place for all types of credit. It also means we're hosting our biggest fall clearance sales event ever at Hertz Car Sales, right here in Eugene. During the fall clearance sales event, on approved credit, you can get 1.99% financing up to 60 months and no payments for 3 months. Remember, only at Beltline and West 11th, where Hertz Car Sales Superstore will save you money.
Stop in and see our biggest selection in years on West 11th, just off the Beltline, and always online at HertzEugene.com. Hertz Car Sales of Eugene, the better way to buy a car.
Okay, here's a hint. And we like to give hints because we're hinting type of folks. So you need to head in to Sleep Train to get some great savings on a great mattress. If, for instance, you've noticed that you're waking up a lot in the middle of the night and you've been doing that for a while, or you notice you get up in the morning and you've got kind of a kink in your neck or maybe a hitch in your back, it could be that your mattress has outworn its useful life. If you got a mattress that's over about 12 to 15 years of age, it's probably actually outlived its usefulness. So consider heading into Sleep Train and finding out a way that you can get on a brand new mattress and get years of great sleep.
Right now, the Mattress Price War event is going on. Beauty Rest and Posturepedic squaring off, and you can save up to $400. Tempur-Pedic, they won't be undone. Right now, you can sleep interest-free until 2018 on any Tempur-Pedic model. Plus, that's no money down on approved credit with 36 equal monthly payments required. Go check them out today. Sleep Train, your ticket to a better night's rest.
Wayne County.
Basically, what we're doing is using our land use laws. You're running again. Pay attention to all of your voters.
And the nation. Holloway in London. The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Well, it became a discussion after medical marijuana became legal in Oregon, and that what it was employers saying, okay, so where exactly does that leave me? Because our company prohibits people using marijuana, or maybe they did drug testing, or, I mean, you can just kind of go down the list. Well, now, as of a couple of months ago, Oregon also made it legal for recreational pot. And so you have a lot of other people that own businesses and the like that are scratching their heads saying, okay, does this change things? And how? To talk about that this morning, joining us once again on the Wake Up Call from the Innovative Law Group, it is none other than Alan Thayer joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning. Alan, welcome back to the studio.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you back in, and you brought a guest this morning.
Yes, my daughter is with me today. We're on our way to high school, and you just happen to be between our house and the school, so this worked out well.
All right. So, let's just kind of start and ask the question, does this really, if I own a company and I'm gonna just throw a widget company out there. I own a widget company, and my policy has always been, we don't allow we don't allow the usage of marijuana, and occasionally maybe we'll do some random drug testing. Because of the law change, do I have to change my policies at all?
No. There are some things that you should be doing, but as I wrote in an article a few months ago, if you like your drug-free workplace policy, you can keep your drug-free workplace policy, and so far that seems to be a promise that has been kept. The ballot measure 91, which is the recreational marijuana bill, specifically provides that it does not change employment law. And there previously was an Oregon Supreme Court case for under under medical marijuana, where the court said that employers were not required to accommodate medical marijuana use. And the reason for that is that marijuana is classified as a Schedule I drug under the Federal Controlled Substances Act. So people are talking about marijuana being legalized in Oregon. That's not true. The state is authorizing recreational use, but it still is illegal, and that is why employers can keep their drug-free policies.
Okay, so I mean, really, it's just it's like the banks not wanting to and refusing to take deposits from marijuana sellers because it's against federal law and federal banking law.
Absolutely. That actually is a real problem. Fortunately, that's not a problem that employers have to deal with, but that is part of the same issue with marijuana being illegal under federal law.
All right, so is it time, if, for instance, a business has been on the fence about what, their policy is going to be regarding marijuana, I mean, are they too late to start instituting something like, let's say that, like here, we have no prohibition against marijuana use other than, I think in the employee manual it says you can't use it in the building or something.
Yeah.
I mean, other than that, there's nothing that says you can. So my question is, if, for instance, my company, Bicoastal, said, you know what, we don't want anybody using marijuana that works for us, can they go back like that and change that policy?
Absolutely they can.
Yeah.
And there are certain types of employers who most definitely should be doing that. The Drug-Free Workplace Act requires employers with federal contracts or who receive federal grants to maintain a drug-free workplace. And if you receive federal grants and you don't have that policy and don't enforce that policy, you absolutely should do so. If you're an employer where safety is an issue, particularly manufacturers, that is a very important issue. You don't want to have the risk of impaired workers operating equipment or driving forklifts or doing those sorts of things where accidents could be a problem.
Can I ask you a question about that? Alan Thayer, by the way, joining us on the Wake Up Call, attorney Alan Thayer. All right, so in a manufacturing plant, I mean, it's a safety issue. Can you have a workplace policy that says if you work in the manufacturing end of the building, you can't use marijuana, but we don't have that same policy if you work in accounting?
I think they can.
So you can have a dual policy and that's legal?
I think it is.
Okay.
I think it is. With any policy, you can have differentiations that make sense if you do so in a non-discriminatory way. And I'm not talking about discriminating against manufacturing versus accounting, but...
You couldn't say if you're Catholic, you can't smoke pot, but if you're Protestant, you can.
That probably would
does that
not
fit
work.
your...
That's a good example.
Okay, a little broad, but anyway, go ahead. You had a couple other things you were going to add to that.
Well, yeah, we're talking about manufacturing where safety is an issue. Studies show that marijuana users are 85% more likely to be injured on the job. Their marijuana users are absent from work 78% more than non-marijuana users. These are big issues for employers. Also, studies show that marijuana use affects decision making, it affects memory, it affects concentration. So we have attendance, safety, decision-making, memory, concentration. Unless you're paying people to come to work and stare at a spot on the wall, these are...
That's us. That's us.
These are important issues for employers. Yet some employers have concerns the other way, that marijuana use has become so accepted that with rigid policies, they may not get the workers that they need. And so that's a balancing act that many employers are looking at. One of the things that I suggest is if you're going to have a policy, get it in writing, and then be proactive. Notify your employees of the policy. Explain that although marijuana use may be authorized by Oregon law, it is a violation of your policies. And then, because you're fighting the culture, you need to educate and have a discussion with your employees on the effects of marijuana and why it is you adopted this policy, why you're concerned about attendance and safety and decision-making and memory and concentration on the job.
Okay. Off the email, can you ask him about testing procedures? An example would be smoking Mary the night before coming to work the next day, in which you're fine, but you still test positive. What are the testing procedures as far as the law is concerned? Ask Tom Kalla.
Well, testing for marijuana is very difficult. Alcohol runs through the system very quickly, and so you can do a blood alcohol test and know whether the person is impaired or not. Marijuana stays in the system for a much longer period of time, and you cannot tell how recent that use was. Some studies show it can be in the system for as long as 4 weeks. So you go to a party and you get drug tested 3 weeks later, you could be out of a job.
You mentioned, you went through kind of a list of things that, about marijuana and effects and, causes people to be late for work or not show up, etc. What are the latest that you have seen? How long, we know that it will last a month in your system, how long can the effects actually last? So in other words, using his example, you smoke some pot the night before, you go to work the next morning, can you still be a little bit under the influence even though it was 12, 14 hours ago that you fired up the fat boy?
Well, I don't really know the answer to that. I know what I've read, and I have read of reports that say the reason why you can be hungover after drinking alcohol is because it affects your brain, but then it leaves fairly quickly, and your brain goes, well, I want it. Whereas with marijuana, the effects continue for a longer period of time, and as you're coming down, it's a much slower period. Now, those are things I've read. I am not a doctor, and I don't pretend to know the answer. But these are issues out there that employers are grappling with, certainly.
Have you had, and by the way, Alan Thayer from the Innovative Law Group joining us on the Wake Up Call, as somebody that deals with business law and the like, have you had a lot of people calling going, Alan, what the hell do I do about this? I don't know. I've been thinking about it. What do I do? I mean, is this something that a lot of business people are wondering about, or is it just me sitting here going, I wonder how this changes the law? I think I'll call Alan and ask.
We work with a lot of businesses on their policies and procedures, and we have a process where we update employee handbooks for our clients once a year. And this has been an issue of continuing conversation and question, and we do have new people calling. Right now, a lot of people are calling not because of recreational marijuana, but because of Oregon's paid sick time law.
Okay.
And when people are working with lawyers on that, they should also address the marijuana issues.
Okay. You want to talk just a second about the sick leave law?
Happy to.
Okay. So where are we at with that? The legislature, of course, passed a couple of bills. Where do we stand here in Oregon? What do business owners need to know?
Well, we're still trying to figure that out.
All right. Thanks for coming in, Alan.
The Bureau of Labor and Industries has recently proposed administrative rules to interpret what the legislature did.
Okay, so they're making it up as they go along.
And I think tomorrow is the deadline for commenting on those rules. And I'm part of a group that has been preparing comments. And we need to see what the Bureau of Labor and Industries is going to do before we can advise employers on the policies they should adopt to effect. So for employers, not only do you need policies to comply with the state requirements, but you also need to have policies to try to limit and prevent unexpected absences. If a person gets sick, that's fine.
Yeah.
But if they smoke that fat boy that you were talking about earlier and can't get to work on time, it's really hard on a manufacturing crew or a production crew or even an accounting crew if people don't show up when they're supposed to. And I think that there are things that we'll be able to help employers do to reduce the incidence of unexpected absences.
Okay. But give us one short example, because I always say, I mean, I remember one time looking at our employee handbook, and it's like, you have to give your supervisor, I think it was at the time, and this has changed because I went, are you kidding me? 36 hours notice before you took a sick day. I'm like, that is stupid. I've had stuff come on overnight, and I don't know that I have it until I wake up in the morning and I'm throwing up. I mean, 36 hours? Give an example of how you can prevent those unexpected absences.
Well, we can't prevent, and we shouldn't be preventing, and we don't want to prevent the situation where someone wakes up sick and can't make it to work. That's not what we're trying to do. Portland has had a paid sick leave ordinance for a while, and talking to Portland employers, their number one problem is people oversleeping and saying, well, I wasn't feeling well this morning, but I'm better now. And you can't discipline them, and you have to pay them for the hour or two where they overslept. Those are the types of situations that employers could be addressing.
How do you address that? I mean, can you put a limit of how many times you can do that? You know, a couple hours late because I was not sick thing? I mean, how do you actually prevent that?
Well, the statute specifically allows employers to seek medical verification when there's been a pattern of abuse. And so part of it is in the definition of a pattern of abuse. Mm-hmm. And that's one way to do it. Until the state issues their administrative rules, I'm a little reluctant to mention a few strategies that we have in mind, because I don't want the state to turn around and prevent employers from doing those things.
Oh, you're being sneaky, Alan.
So we're a few weeks a little early on some of that, and not that employers want to be over heavy-handed, but the deck is stacked so far against employers on some of these issues that we do have to be a little cautious. For example, you know, I talked about on marijuana and how marijuana users are absent 78% more than non-marijuana users. Well, it might make sense to say, okay, don't prohibit marijuana use. Let's enforce the absentee policies. But under Oregon's paid sick time law, you can't enforce your absentee policies. You have to allow them to take time off. So we're in an environment where we have a sea of laws, and some of them contradict, and employers have to comply with all of them. And it makes it very difficult for employers, although there are things I think employers can do.
So when they finally get the rules in place and everything is set, you're cordially invited to come back and we can go over what that's going to mean for employers.
Great. Be happy to. Look forward to it.
Alan, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Alan Thayer, Innovative Law Group here in the Eugene area. What's your website? Have a website?
ThinkILG.com, as in Think Innovative Law Group. ThinkILG.com.
All right. Alan, thanks for coming in. It was a pleasure to see you again.
Thank you.
It is 742 News Radio, 1120 KPNW.
It's the latest wake-up call market news. This is the KPNW Business Wealth Report.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. The Federal Reserve is in focus today. Fed officials yesterday pivoting toward a December interest rate increase. The Fed, in its statement, dropping a reference to global risks and referred to its next meeting in December as it discussed liftoff timing. We are seeing stocks little change this morning. Meantime, economic growth cools as companies rein in their inventories. Gross domestic product grew at a 1.5% annual rate, in line with estimates. ConocoPhillips reporting its widest quarterly loss in more than 6 years. The crash in oil and natural gas prices tempering growth from Texas to Canada. Plus, Marathon Oil became the first major shale producer to cut its quarterly dividend by 76% in an effort to prop up its cash. Ford is dialing up the discounts in an extensive incentive program that will cut prices on almost all its models in a year-end push to drive up sales. The Friends and Neighbors promotion will offer as much as $2,000 on top of incentives Ford already has. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Have you ever thought how great it'd be to have a little extra push in your pedal? Eugene Electric Bicycles can make that dream a reality. There are more models than you might imagine. You can even bring in your own bike, and chances are they can convert it. Best of all, during October, all mid-drive bikes are $500 off. All mid-drive conversions, $350 off. That's substantial, and a really good reason for you to explore the reality of having that little extra push in your pedal. Eugene Electric Bicycles, downtown across from the 5th Street Market. Rediscover the joy of cycling.
Northwest Burger inside the 5th Street Market features burgers so amazing they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat, local produce combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch make for a burger experience like no other. You will get mouth-watering goodness in every single bite. Check out their new menu and photos on Facebook. Northwest Burgers, located in the 5th Street Market, Eugene.
The official burger of the Wake Up Call.
Northwest Burgers.
Need a hot tub? Go to OregonEdeals.com and save big. Need your transmission flushed? Go to OregonEdeals.com and save big. Need pizza? Go to OregonEdeals.com and save big. You hearing a theme here? Check out today's discounts at OregonEdeals.com.
People are going crazy for FanDuel's one-week fantasy football leagues. Listen up.
FanDuel, easily by far, is the best fantasy website on the planet.
With FanDuel, you have a new chance to win every week.
FanDuel's paying out $75 million a week this football season.
Plus, right now, FanDuel is giving you a bonus of up to $200 that gets earned as you play. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. Go to FanDuel.com, click the microphone, and enter the promo code 6161. That's FanDuel.com, promo code 6161.
I teach philosophy, and my philosophy on investing is simple. Get someone else to do it. That stuff is harder than explaining Nico-Machean ethics to freshmen. So I got TIAA CREF. They manage over $800 billion globally, and they've got a lot of industry accolades. Not totally sure what they all mean, but I do know it means they've got my back.
Intelligent investing for the long term. Just what you'd expect from a company that's created to serve and built to perform. Visit TIAA.org. TIAA CREF, Individual and Institutional Services, LLC. This testimonial is an active portrayal. Investing involves risk. Individual results will vary.
Your KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania, where the side effect of saving like crazy may cause excessive high-fiving and a permanent smile.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out in the next few minutes, you're looking at mostly cloudy skies. We do have some light fog out there, as well as light showers off and on across the valley. And temps right now are in the upper 40s to low 50s with light winds out of the southwest. This afternoon, high pressure starts to approach the area, and that means we'll see partly cloudy skies after lunchtime. Temps look to be in the mid-60s with a high of 64 here in town. But we're tracking now a major rain event set for Friday and again on Saturday. If you remember the 1994 Halloween storm system, this one looks to be a copy of that, and that means this weekend is shaping up to be a major rainmaker with rain totals going into the inches in most locations. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
We'll do it live.
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London.
We'll do it live.
1120 KPNW.
This is boring as burnt toast. Quiet, please.
Get ready. Get set. We're terribly happy to have all of you with us right now. The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4.
I love old radio. Old audio there.
I want our show to open like that. Something like that. With us pulling up in a car, tires screeching. You hear the doors opening and slamming and footsteps running up to the building.
One of us in an airplane.
Yeah.
Dennis Wright, it was just about to, off the air, explain how he explains and what he explains he is and what he does. You were saying.
Yeah, I've been a collector of old-time radio premiums for quite a number of years, and I've kind of been toying around with different names, but it's a traveling museum is what it really is, and what the name we came up with is the Theater of the Mind Traveling Time Machine, and that's what kind of presents itself.
Sure.
So I'll be at the reason I'm here today is I'll be at the Oregon Air and Space Museum in Eugene for the month of November, and that's
under the auspice or the title of what?
Dennis Wright's Radio Days. I guess that's the.
But is there any tie-in to the the air and space?
Yes, there's several radio shows that corresponded with air and space. I mean, if for space, you got Buck Rogers, of course,
Flash Gordon, X-1,
X-1, Dimension X, those ones, and they'll be represented there. Aviation-wise, there's about 25 between 1930s and the World War II. Those foremost, we just heard them, are Jimmy Allen. I didn't have the soundbite for that one, but Jimmy Allen was on the air. Had a listener. They were on for quite a while, quite a spell, and they have about at one time they were mailing out 600,000 newsletters to their fans, and they had Jimmy Allen air races in the Midwest. They had these balsa wood or paper airplanes, rubber band powered. They would have these races, and they were really popular back in the 30s. And it's interesting to me that these kids that grew up in that time period in the 1930s, they had the heroes of Jimmy Allen, Captain Midnight, Hop Harrigan, and those kids became the greatest generation. So what do we have? So.
He's saying
wow, that was
we
rather
didn't have the good heroes. We were missing out on a hero.
Yeah, we missed out on heroes.
Yeah, we have Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, but it's kind of it's a tragedy that that's the way our generation, not even our generation, but the ones even the kids that grew up before us or after us.
Well, we'll get back to the museum.
Rob, we had Gilligan's Island.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. We had Gilligan's Island.
We rest our case.
Yeah. I Dream a Genie.
I Dream a Genie, yes.
Petticoat Junction. So
Green Acres.
When did you and how did you where did this love come from? And when did you jump on?
Well, I've been collecting radio shows in itself for about 30-something plus years. I'm giving away my age. And been a real fan. I was in high school, I worked at a dairy farm. And I was...
I see the correlation.
Yeah. I was working at a dairy farm, night shift, and we had, milking the cows. You're by yourself with all these cows. There's nothing to do but listen to AM radio back in them days. And so instead of listening to a top 40, I was kind of playing with a dial, and I ran across a radio station out of Detroit somewhere that was playing old radio reruns. And I picked up The Shadow and Suspense, and I remember distinctly listening. I still vividly remember listening to The Hitchhiker suspense program with Orson Welles, at 2 o'clock in the morning out in the country with a bunch of cows. And
did it scare the bejesus out of you?
Yeah, and the cows too. They didn't get milk that night.
That's awesome. So, back to the museum in 2015. How did you get connected with them?
Well, I've been doing with Fred Kraft's Radio Redux. This is about my fourth and a half, maybe, doing displays now we're at the Holt for the second season. And before that, I was at the Wildest Theater, and I was just setting up small displays for the patrons of the Radio Redux. And last year, I was trying to get into the Springfield Museum. I really wanted to kind of pull that off, but it didn't seem to kind of mesh. So I got a call late summer asking if I'd be interested in doing an exhibit at the Springfield Museum. And I jumped all over it, and we did that. That was for last year. It was October, November last year, and it was really successful. They said I had over 400 visitors.
Wow.
And probably the largest private collection ever exhibited at the museum. So that was a plus. But this time around, because of the aviation stuff, I'm really into Captain Midnight and those shows. I thought, well, why not go to an air museum? because of the correlation.
Yeah.
So that's kind of been my thrust for this one.
You need to come up with some sort of radio premium for Fred Crafts. He needs to have like the Radio Redux decoder ring.
That'd be kind of cool, yes.
Or, you know, letter opener or hairpiece or something like that.
Or coffee cup with a
yeah.
call in it.
When you do one of these, these exhibits, I mean, there's going to be a large portion of people that remember that from their childhood. Do you get a core of the youthful that are coming in to kind of experience it and like, who's this? What's this all about?
Yeah, it is generational. Of course, older people really like it a lot. But the other kids, I mean, the kids of today are kind of envious. I mean, they're thinking, well, you got that on a cereal box? Or, that's kind of, these were really, I mean, the toys they had back in the days were really awesome. It's not like, so it's totally different from the stuff they get in today's.
Like Cracker Jacks.
Yeah, Cracker
all that
Jacks.
stuff
You get a little decal of the Mariners or something like that.
Yeah.
And pretty much everybody could afford a radio back then. I mean, today you got the DVD, the Blu-ray, and all the high-tech stuff that not everybody has. Back then it was so available.
Yeah, the radio is real available. I mean, that's what, to me, the radio homogenized the United States of America. Before there was, geographical differences, New York, but, a guy a farmer in Davenport, Iowa, can tune his radio and listen to the Metropolitan Opera. That's how the radio.
Well, the thing was you didn't have so many choices of media back then. You had essentially radio and newspaper and some magazines. And the radio, you had, a couple of networks, and they had their West Coast, or whatever it was, the red and the blue, or whatever they called it. And essentially, you had so few choices that you had more people listening to the same things. And so there was this, if you will, a larger community of people that were all sharing in the same sort of communal experience around that wonderfully, buzzy, humming, staticky AM radio of the day.
Yeah, so it was very entertaining. I mean, even today, a lot of these shows hold their ground. I mean, you listen to Abbott and Costello today, it's still very funny. Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis, still pretty funny stuff.
Question off the email. Terry wants to know, because he's interested in checking out in November your exhibit, where are you going to be in the museum? Because he's trying to place where he thinks you would be, and he can't come up with it.
It's in the main hangar, and that's on Boeing Drive. I'm not sure the exact address. Everybody kind of knows. I guess people live here know where the Air and Space Museum is.
Close to the Mail-In Suite International Airport, right? It's a Scott. Yeah, it's a jaunt left just beforehand.
A jaunt. I guess that'd be it. Way to describe it. I was inside the main hangar. You go through the front door. There's the gift shop there, and I'll be. It's be kind of separated. I have one group of the aviation stuff, Captain Midnight, Jimmy Allen, and those groupings will be in one area. Then all the other stuff, Lone Ranger, the Challenge of the Yukon, will be in another area of the museum. But I'll be right there. So.
Okay. Dennis, thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me. It's been
awesome. Of course, we'll be giving away tickets to the next Radio Redux production, so you can check them out there as well. Coming up on 8 o'clock, it's 11:20 KPNW, Conley coming up.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson.
And I'm Marcia Edwards of the Real Estate Today Show. We've been standing next to Mark Brockett of Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division. He is an amazing lender for residential loans.
He has an opportunity to take a look at your situation, identify, but for instance, should you refinance? It could save you a lot of money for a number of years to come. Fantastic.
That's Mark Brockett. Call him today.
You can reach Mark Brockett at 541-431-0236. That's Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division at 315 Coburg Road.
Men, if you're like me, you appreciate the feeling of a clean, smooth shave from a quality blade. The sort of shave that cuts clean without the burn. So why are you messing around with generic razors that cost $32 for an 8-pack? When you can shave with Harry's high-quality German-engineered blades for half the price. And if saving money and a clean shave isn't incentive enough, Harry's will give you their starter set, complete with a razor, 3 of their world-famous blades, and shaving cream for just $15. And shipping is always free. We'll also give you $5 off your first order. Our way of saying thank you for trying us. How are we able to save you all this money and still give you the best shave you'll ever enjoy? By owning the factory that manufactures them. That's how. So go to harrys.com right now and enter code 9955 at checkout. That's Harry's.com, code 9955.
Holloway in London and the Wake Up Call. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
When you clean out your garage or storage shed, there's a good chance you'll find some hazardous products to dispose of. Paint, pesticides, solvents, and fuels are items you may want to get rid of. They need special handling and disposal. Fortunately, Lane County residents have access to convenient and free hazardous waste disposal services. To make an appointment for disposal or to get more information, just call 682-4120. This message is sponsored by Lane County Public Works in association with Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
Do you have 30 minutes a week to make a difference in the life of a Eugene middle school student? Middle school can be challenging. Some students feel isolated. Many students come from low-income families, making it harder to fit in at school. You can make a difference. Be a part of the Eugene Middle School Lunchtime Mentor Program this school year. Visit 4j.lane.edu/volunteers for more information. Kids are waiting.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. The House has just elected its new speaker, giving Paul Ryan an ovation right after the vote just minutes ago. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
With 236 votes, Wisconsin Congressman Ryan takes the gavel, becoming the next Speaker of the House, replacing outgoing John Boehner, who said farewell from the House floor this morning.
I know he'll serve with grace and with energy, and I want to wish him and his family all the best.
Boehner reflected on his years on Capitol Hill, saying there were twists and turns and
even a few tears. Nothing wrong with that.
Ryan's family is in the speaker's box, along with the 2012 Republican presidential candidate Mitt Romney, who tapped Ryan as his running mate. Dave.
Rachel, the economy was slower over the summer. GDP growth fell to 1.5%, down from 3.9% during the second quarter. And on Wall Street, the Dow is down about 70 points. In Albuquerque, New Mexico, police officer shot during a traffic stop last week died early this morning. Daniel Webster was shot after pulling over a motorcyclist who opened fire, then fled. The accused gunman, Devon Lyman, was captured hours later hiding in a yard. The search continues for the gunman who opened fire at an Indianapolis shopping mall last night.
We have a suspect who went into the mall, approached someone he knew. They had words. Then that individual shot him.
That's Deputy Chief Brian Mahoney. That person and two bystanders who were also shot were seriously injured. We're just hearing of a small plane crash in Arkansas. Went down at a yard, killing 3 people. A military blimp is still in pieces in Pennsylvania.
It is secure, and it is mostly in trees.
The day after it came off its mooring in Maryland. Army Captain Matthew Villa says they are investigating
why it broke and why it came down over this distance.
He's also apologizing for the blimp's 3-hour runaway journey, knocking out power to thousands of people, but there was no property damage. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
When was the last time you felt free? It's time to uncover that feeling again with the compassion of a cross and shield and the power of a card that opens doors to the best hospitals and medical centers in all 50 states, giving you the freedom to love, to dream, to dance like no one is watching. Regents Blue Cross Blue Shield. Live fearless.
Ian Ralston was a combat medic who was injured in Iraq. When I met Ian, I knew we had to help him get his housing grant, an auto grant, and every benefit to live as normal a life as possible. My name is Jason Stevenson, and I work for Paralyzed Veterans of America.
PVA has helped hundreds of thousands of veterans get the care and benefits they've earned, changing lives, building futures. To learn more, visit pva.org, a public service of Paralyzed Veterans of America.
Again, our top Fox News story developing this hour. Paul Ryan has just been elected Speaker of the House, and currently Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi is addressing lawmakers. This after the vote, 236 for Paul Ryan to replace resigning Speaker John Boehner, who got teary-eyed in his final address to Congress. Ryan will take over. He had been the 2012 Republican presidential vice presidential candidate. This the day after the debate for Republicans that also featured A lot of under-fire moderators. Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern was there, now live in Boulder, Colorado.
New Jersey Governor Chris Christie among the Republican candidates complaining about a lack of substance during the 2+ hour CNBC debate.
I'm not going to sit around and let me or my colleagues be treated like that, not only in the biased way, but also with the irrelevant questions that were being asked.
Republican National Committee Chairman Reince Priebus also making a rare post-debate rebuke.
I'm very disappointed in the moderators, and I'm very disappointed with CNBC.
The next Republican debate just a week and a half away, Dave.
Jared, it's a day off for the Royals and Mets after Kansas City took a 2-0 lead in the World Series.
You know, we got to take care of business here at home, and you know, we know we're going to head into a tough environment over there in New York, so it was important for us to take these two.
Eric Hosmer drove in 2 of the Royals' runs in a 7-1 rout last night. KC pitcher Johnny Cueto threw a complete Game 2 hitter. Game 3 is tomorrow night as the World Series shifts to New York. There will be a Game 4 Saturday night, and if there's a Game 5, it will be Sunday night. 2 other baseball teams have found new managers. The AP reports Miami Marlins fired Don Mattingly, who was dumped by the Dodgers last week. And there are other reports that have the Washington Nationals picking Bud Black. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
KPNW 805. Hi. Aloha, cheers. Good morning. Beautiful morning now. That's pretty much what you should get today. 20% chance of showers still in effect with sunshine 65, 20% chance of showers and 51 coming up tonight. And then the rain, the breeze kicks in tomorrow, even more so on Halloween. Chris Nation along shortly. I'm just curious. I wonder how many jaws hit a counter or bar or something that was in close proximity when Jeb started talking. And I'm a fantasy football player. I understand it, and you know, it's a great pastime, a great diversion. To throw it into your debate when he started talking about how his team is 7-0 and who's on his team, and it's like, really? You're going to take time out? There's already criticism and there's, you know, scrutiny about talking about things that really don't matter, and you're going to take time to talk about...
He's trying to be relatable.
Fantasy football?
He's trying to be relatable. That's all that.
The operative word is trying.
Yeah.
I don't think, like I said, I think there's a lot of fantasy football players out there that, you know, are kind of concerned about this country that thought that was the poor time and place.
Well, I mean, at what point is Jeb Bush officially designated irrelevant? I mean, he's getting in that vicinity. He's almost crossed over the line. He's not quite there yet, but he's getting there.
Depends on who you talk to.
Much to the chagrin of your quote-unquote Republican establishment. I will say, CNBC, what a bunch of hacks. Well, I mean, that was the most ridiculous. I mean, it's obvious they're going for ratings, so they're doing whatever they can to be inflammatory and edgy and everything else. And what it reminded me of what it would be like if you had a 20-year-old morning team from a CHR, a top 40 station from Eastern Oregon, trying to be hip and, yeah, we're going to be, you know, we're going to put him on the spot, moderating the debate. I watched it and it was just like, what a bunch of amateurs.
I'd say you're putting down 20-year-old morning show, you know, Zoom members from Eastern Oregon. What I know it wouldn't have the money involved in it, but how can we get it back? Because I feel like it was a little bit more diplomatic with the League of Women Voters.
I don't know. I don't
handling
know.
things.
I mean, I was just like, well, okay, this is stupid. And good on Cruz for just laying the lumber to him over that. Absolutely. I mean, I think that he was, you know, people say, oh, well, he was just posing. No, you know, he had a good point. And I'm glad that he just took him down a couple of pegs. And they were just so smarmy. They were. I mean, even if you don't like any of those guys up there, which it was obvious that the three of them didn't, even if you didn't like them, you know, at least ask questions like, all right, so what are you going to do about the slow growth rate of the GDP? Where 1.5% now is considered some sort of victory, when before that was considered to be a sluggish, slow, or non-existent growth rate of the economy. This is supposed to be a business channel. That's what CNBC is supposed to be. Why not ask some actual business questions? Why not ask some questions about the economy? I mean, that would be the expectation. You're going on a business network. Ask some questions about business. Ask some questions about the economy, about employment, about GDP, about banks, about lending, about, what is it going to take to get people to go out and spend money to help grow the economy? Why not ask those questions? You're supposed to be the business experts. Act like it. Instead, like I said, they were like the inexperienced 20-year-old top 40 team from Eastern Oregon that decided, well, we're gonna be, people are gonna be talking about us tomorrow. Hey, so if you were going to be a comic book villain, which one would you be? Ridiculous. You were going to say, Gary? Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say about CNBC is that they showed their true colors. And, they're essentially entertainers. They don't know any more about business than probably the candidates. They can talk a good game because they know the jargon, but there's no substance and there's no value added there.
There you go.
Good point. Hey, situation, we've had traffic snafus, commuter problems all morning long. Let's add to the list I-5 milepost 219, 15 miles south of Albany. Can't figure out what direction. I think it might be potentially southbound, but we have a crash affecting delays. And then, of course, looks like 38 is still being reported. Highway 38, 13 miles east of 101. The westbound lane's affected, and delays out there, but traffic getting through, albeit slow with flaggers. Again, that's 38 down towards Reedsport. It is at 8:11. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Burrito Amigos and game day. You can't beat them. Having a game night in while the team is on the road? Well, invite all your amigos over and let Burrito Amigos supply the eats. Call in an order, pick it up, and it's party on. On the hot side, I suggest Fire Bites. They're deep-fried jalapeno slices, or treat your guests to cheese-filled jalapenos, pepitas. Or go deep with tacos, taquitos, and nachos. And Burrito Amigos taco salads are so big, everyone can dig in. Now, on the side, you can supply the chips, while Burrito Amigos supplies the fresh beans, rice, and salsa to dip those chips in. If you want to plan ahead, stop by the night before and get some fresh, cold tamales by the dozen and nuke them at home the day of the game. Here's your Burrito Amigos helpful hint. When you go the tamale route, take home some mole or the thick, cheesy, spicy poblano soup to use as sauce over the tamales. Better yet, use both. And, of course, all of this is great for tailgate parties. You might even go the burrito route. Burrito Amigos all over Eugene and Springfield. As Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, I can tell you there are some weekends where you may even like Burrito Amigos better than the game.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom, but a little over a year ago, we realized she couldn't take care of herself without our help. And, well, how could I not be there for her? I had no idea how hard it would be, and just what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood, and even for me, ways to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics that got me started, but also information about the hurdles I was facing in this new role. I could even connect with experts and hear from others who had been in my place. I know this road we're on isn't an easy one, but I'm really happy to have the extra help for her and for me.
Caregiving Resource Center at aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved one and care for yourself. This message is brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Local news, local people. The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Well, Oregon State Police were involved in a shooting on I-5 last night.
Tonight, about 5:45 p.m., the Oregon State Police began a pursuit of a vehicle on southbound I-5. And I understand the pursuit started somewhere just south of Woodburn. It continued just south of Coogler Boulevard, where it ended. And then at some point during that process, there was an officer-involved shooting.
Lieutenant Chris Baldridge from the Marion County Sheriff's Office says no officers were hurt in the shooting. However, the suspect, who's yet to be identified, was killed. A detour was in place for those traveling along I-5 near Coogler Boulevard. The Marion County Sheriff's Office is investigating. Now, we also received a report of another officer-involved shooting this morning. A suspect wanted for attempted murder was firing at pursuing police during a 17-mile chase on Highway 26. It ended when officers shot him in a tunnel at milepost 41 in the Coast Range. Andrew DeHart was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries, according to Sergeant Bob Ray of the Washington County Sheriff's Office. Highway 26 east of Oregon 47 is going to be closed at least until 8 a.m. this morning. DeHart was wanted out of Clark County for attempted murder, kidnapping, and first-degree assault. He was considered armed and dangerous. Obviously was. He was found by U.S. Marshals at a friend's home in Seaside last night. As backup police were headed there, DeHart drove off in a pickup truck on U.S. 26. At about milepost 22, DeHart spotted police and started speeding away. 3 miles later, he began opening fire at pursuing police cars, disabling one of them. He continued shooting until he reached the tunnel at milepost 41 at about 10:30 last night. Well, Eugene Mayor Kitty Piercy pressed the city council to approve a resolution asking the state for help alleviating homelessness.
What we are interested in today and what we are asking for is that the state government as a whole treats this homelessness situation as a crisis, a real emergency, and agrees to work with local governments on all aspects of it.
Council members voted unanimously in favor of the mayor's request. Piercy originally wanted the council to request that Governor Kate Brown declare an emergency. She's now seeking a resolution that asks the state to convene a work group and spend more money to address the issue. Piercy changed her resolution after talking to the governor's staff and said that the governor typically declares a state of emergency in response to a natural disaster, and the request has to come from the county, not the city.
I hope the governor, the legislature, and state agencies will quickly respond to our request.
Piercy's move comes as she's pushing a community-wide discussion about travelers who gather in groups on sidewalks and other public spaces downtown. The city council also debated changing the city's overnight camping rules, allowing people to sleep in city-approved sites between 8 p.m. and 7 a.m., then leaving those sites during the day. Mayor Piercy suggested the sites could be on land or they could be in buildings. The city council will likely take up that issue sometime in mid-November. Well, we have got a report this morning that O'Hara Catholic School in Eugene has been closed for the day. They're reporting that 14 teachers so far have called in with the stomach flu. That's at O'Hara Catholic School. It is closed for the day. Well, test results are back, and Oregon 4th and 8th graders are close to the national average. Brad Ford has more.
The National Assessment of Education Progress tests 4th and 8th graders on reading and math skills. Even though the national averages declined slightly, the Oregon students held steady. Deputy School Superintendent Salam Noor says that with the transition to new assessment testing, these results show progress over time. He says the progress in 8th grade reading was particularly encouraging. Brad Ford, KPNW.
2 people were killed in the explosion of a World War II-era tank near Bend on Tuesday, as KPNW reported yesterday. Deschutes County Sheriff Shane Nelson, though, says that 1 person died by the time emergency crews arrived, while the second person died despite efforts by emergency medical technicians. Several agencies right now are working that investigation.
The Deschutes County Sheriff's Office is leading the investigation, and we're being assisted by the Oregon State Police Arson and Explosives Section, as well as the federal agency Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
This happened on BLM land that was near a public shooting range. A film crew was taking video of the tank firing rounds. The video was going to be used as part of a display in a future exhibit. The victims are 51-year-old Stephen Preston and 22-year-old Austin Lee, both from Oregon City. Now, Preston was a collector who had been filmed for shows on the Discovery Channel, the Smithsonian Channel, and even a video game commercial, while Steve Greenberg, a close friend of Preston's and a fellow tank owner, said his friend had fired rounds before and everything had worked fine. He said they were testing some armor plate when the explosion occurred. He said Preston was very self-conscious, and that, to him, made the accident even more shocking. Oregon grocery stores are trying to pursue a ballot measure allowing them to sell hard liquor. Operating under the group called Oregonians for Competition, the grocers filed paperwork for a ballot measure on Wednesday. It would allow liquor sales at stores that currently sell beer and wine, just not gas stations. Currently, only the state can import and distribute liquor, which is sold at state-licensed stores. Advocates say the initiative would make alcohol purchase more convenient. Critics say that in the past, privatizing the liquor system makes it harder for craft distillers to compete for shelf space. They also point out that when Washington voters privatized liquor sales in 2011 in that state, the sale price skyrocketed on hard liquor. If you heat your home with wood or oil, Brad Ford reports there's precautions you need to take before you stock up for the winter.
If you're buying firewood, make sure you're getting a solid cord. Josh Nelson with the Weights and Measures Division says some sellers bring it loose.
That are just loading a trailer with a pile of wood and dumping it off and calling it a cord.
A cord needs to be 128 cubic feet. That's 2 feet high by 8 feet wide and 8 feet deep. If you're getting a delivery of heating oil, take a look at the meter on the truck. There should be a sticker from the state
that shows that we've tested and approved it and it's a legal for trade meter and that it's accurate.
The Oregon Department of Agriculture responds to complaints about heating oil meters. Complaints about firewood deliveries should go to the Oregon Department of Justice. Brad Ford, KPNW.
A first of its kind facility to allow homeless people to keep their pets has opened up in Salem.
We opened our PetSmart Promise facility where families don't have to make the choice before they come into a shelter of whether or not they should give up their furry four-legged family members.
TJ Putman is executive director of the Salem Interfaith Hospitality Network. He says the kennel at their daycare center in West Salem can house up to 6 dogs and a pair of cats at a time. It was built in partnership with PetSmart Promise and Family Promise as part of a national program to keep children and families and pets together. It's the first one in Oregon and only one of 7 nationwide. Officials say a Portland man has been arrested for breaking into a neighbor's home and stealing women's underwear. Daniel Kowach told police he'd thought about breaking into a neighbor's home many times just to see if he could get away with it. He reportedly did that early Sunday morning. The couple living there chased him out and they called police. Police say they found the man's jacket on the roof with 2 pairs of women's underwear, maxi pads, and a large Bowie knife in his pockets. Kowach reportedly told police he took the items from the dryer in the home and that he, quote, has an obsession with women's underwear, and it's getting worse. Oregonians are getting an extra hour of partying at nightclubs and bars when daylight savings time ends this weekend at 2 a.m. Sunday, your clocks will reset back an hour. Well, they actually won't. You'll have to do it. That said, the Oregon Liquor Control Commission says businesses that serve booze until 2 or 2:30 are going to be able to continue serving for that extra hour because 2:30 will then become 1:30, and the drunks will just become drunker. Those include bars, restaurants, taverns, and grocery stores. The OLCC says some businesses lose half an hour of liquor sales in the spring when daylight savings time begins. And finally, as you're preparing your kids' Halloween costumes this week, Brad Ford says there's some steps you can take to keep your little ghosts and little goblins safe.
Trick or treat!
Halloween's a fun night for kids, and planning ahead can make it safer. Salem Police Lieutenant Dave Okada says start with a costume.
When parents are picking out costumes, look for something bright and reflective, flame retardant, obviously.
Not just reflective, but give them something so they're seen.
Fluorescent glow sticks and necklaces and things of that nature that just make you brighter and visible in the dark.
Make sure the costume fits so it isn't a tripping hazard, and make sure they can see through the costume.
If we can get kids to wear makeup instead of full-face masks, that's always better, because masks sometimes restrict your visibility.
Okada says it's a good idea to tell your kids that if anyone ever asks them to come inside to get the candy, to leave that house. Brad Ford, KPNW.
It is 8:23. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. Here on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Well, it appeared that the World Series was going to be compelling. Game 2 a bit anticlimactic after the barn burner 14-inning marathon of Game 1. A lot had to do with Kansas City Royals pitcher Johnny Cueto and his pitching performance. How about this? 2 hits, 1 Mets run. Fewest hits in a World Series complete game by an American League pitcher since Boston's Jim Lomberg threw a 1-hitter back in '67. Royals take Game 2, 7-1, and are up 2-0 on the Mets. Game 3 tomorrow from New York. Portland Trailblazers started their regular season in the NBA last night emphatically. C.J. McCollum might have felt a little nudge to step up and compensate for the loss of LaMarcus Aldridge. He scored a career-high 37 points, getting 6 3-pointers. Damian Lillard adding 21 points, 11 assists. He is the only starter from last season. Blazers start out the 2015 campaign on a decisive win, 112-94 over the New Orleans Pelicans. Kobe Bryant stepped onto the court for the Lakers, his 20th season. That breaks a record held previously by John Stockton for most years with the same team. Kobe even scored 24. Didn't help. Lakers get beat by the Minnesota Timberwolves, 112-111. Might have been helped out by the spirit of Flip Saunders, who had been honored that night after his death over the weekend. In Billy Donovan's NBA coaching debut, the Thunder kick in the Spurs, 112-106. LaMarcus Aldridge, now with the Spurs, 11 points, 5 rebounds in his debut. Ducks have made it to 10 straight bowl games, trying to make it 11. They're in Tempe tonight, taking on the Arizona State Sun Devils. They're coming off their own loss, 34-18 to Utah. Let's hope that trend continues. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW, brought to you by Wetlands on Garfield in Eugene, your West Side neighborhood sports headquarters and pub at 8:25.
KPNW weather with Chris Nation, brought to you by Mattress Mania, where you save like crazy.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out in the next few minutes, you're looking at mostly cloudy skies. We do have some light fog out there, as well as light showers off and on across the valley. And temps right now are in the upper 40s to low 50s with light winds out of the southwest. This afternoon, high pressure starts to approach the area, and that means we'll see partly cloudy skies after lunchtime. Temps look to be in the mid-60s with a high of 64 here in town. But we're tracking now a major rain event set for Friday and again on Saturday. If you remember the 1994 Halloween storm system, this one looks to be a copy of that, and that means this weekend is shaping up to be a major rainmaker with rain totals going into the inches in most locations. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
Built for business. When you run a small business, your day doesn't end at 5. It ends when the job is done. Manage inventory, process orders, pay bills, check your website. Every day, the to-do list gets longer and longer. Comcast Business understands that. That's why they offer the no-glitch switch. It's the quick, easy way to improve your business's internet. Installation takes about an hour, and if they're not on time, you get a $20 credit. They offer appointments at night or on weekends, so it won't interfere with your business. And if you're not 100% satisfied, you have 30 days to get your money back. You don't have to put up with slow downloads or emails that won't send. Just remember the no-glitch switch from Comcast Business and cross switch to better internet off your to-do list. Make the no-glitch switch. Call 800-501-6000 or visit ComcastBusiness.com. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. 1 hour install applies to standard installation of one outlet. Money-back guarantee does not apply to Ethernet or hospitality services.
This is Brian Sutherland, owner of Amco in Springfield. Is your check engine light on?
Is your car or truck not performing like it used to? Has your gas mileage dropped lately? We'll perform our exclusive AMCO TransScan at no charge to you. That's a $50 value. And right now, our Power Purge transmission flush is only $99. That includes most cars and light trucks. Maintenance has never been more important, so trust your complete car care needs to AMCO in Springfield. For hometown service, remember, AA MCO.
Summer never ends at the River House Hotel in Bend. Now is the perfect time to escape and enjoy sunshine and outdoor adventure. You'll be delighted with a stay at the River House Hotel located on the banks of the Deschutes River. Spacious guest rooms, a full-service restaurant and bar, and easy access to all the adventure Central Oregon has to offer. Conveniently located to downtown Bend and the Old Mill District, the River House puts everything at your fingertips. Enjoy our indoor and outdoor pools and spas. Tee it up at River's Edge Golf Course. Stroll along our scenic river trail or walk to over 30 boutiques and specialty shops nearby. At night, cozy up to a spa or fireplace and order room service. Or indulge in one of the most memorable meals you'll ever have at Crossings, our award-winning restaurant. It's a perfect time to get away and take advantage of Summer Never Ends special value rates. For reservations and special offers, visit us online at riverhouse.com.
Hunting season is underway, and if you've had a great hunt, email us a picture along with a snapshot of your tag and get entered into KPNW's Take Your Best Shot contest, sponsored by Oak Grove Guns. Daily winners beginning November 2nd with the grand prize winner announced November 16th. If your hunting photo is selected, you'll take home a Remington 783 from Oak Grove Guns and the caliber of your choice. Just send us a photo of your 2015 hunt. Get more details at kpnw.com.
If you don't feel a vacuum, the invite to revisit your mattress. If you're like falling asleep in front of the tube in the sofa or the couch, you're not feeling the draw to, it happens to me a lot less because I just want to get up and get into the fresh sheets and the comfy Tempur-Pedic. If you don't feel that draw, if you don't feel that vacuum pulling you back to the mattress, then maybe you need to go check out Sleep Train. They got, right now, Mattress Price Wars, which is a great excuse to save money. Okay, we'll just get right to it. Plus the same-day delivery. The knowledge, I mean, you kind of want to know a little bit about it. And the great thing about it, speaking of knowledge, when they set up the mattress, that's right, same-day delivery, they set it up. They're not going to leave until you're not fully up to speed on everything. There's technology that you need to learn.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to go to school, but you will get a tutorial before they leave.
Oh, yeah. Like they'll tell you, all right, on this big, flat, soft thing in the middle of the room, you need to lay on this. This is called a pillow. This is where your head goes. I know. These are some pretty
That's
heady.
why they get the big bucks.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these are some pretty heady concepts that we're talking about.
But there is a remote control and how to push up and down.
Right. Because, those arrows that push up sometimes on other remote controls can go sideways. Who knew? So head into Sleep Train today. Talk to the experts and get a great mattress. In Albany, Corvallis, Eugene, and Springfield, tell them Bill and Rob from the Wake Up Call sent you.
This is a heavy dose of hard-hitting wake-up call. This is the wake-up call.
For one thing, thank you so much.
Holloway in London and the wake-up call.
Yeah, I love what you do.
On News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Look who it is. It's the president of Conley Capital. None other than Gary Conley. And he joins us on the Wake Up Call this morning for a Thursday visit. Good morning and welcome back.
Good morning.
So, a couple of weeks ago, I think it was two or 3 weeks ago, we had a discussion about derivatives. And it was based on a conversation, or actually an email, I believe. No, it was a conversation we had with a listener that said, you need to talk about the derivatives and about the banks because there's a lot of a lot of potential debt hanging over those banks out there in terms of like trillions upon trillions of dollars, all based on these derivatives. And we were talking about that, and you thought it would be a good idea to revisit the topic of fractional banking and the fractional reserve. We had talked about this, I think, like 4 or 5 years ago.
Right.
And when you brought it up, I was like, oh yeah, okay, this is where you have $1. If you're a bank, you have $1 for like every 10 that you actually loan, which apparently I was overstating things a wee bit there. It's even less than that?
Yeah, that would be really highly capitalized for a bank. I think they're about 8% now. But that doesn't count up these $700 trillion worth of derivatives that we were talking about, because they're off the balance sheet and there are no reserves for those at all. So, which obviously doesn't mean that there's no exposure if they go bad.
Right.
But I thought maybe it would be a good idea to just go back to the beginning and explain where fractional reserve banking came from and why. And it dates back to the 1500s, to the city-states in Italy, when the trade with China began. And of course then everything was traded in gold and silver. And but you didn't need it all, and you needed some place to keep it safe. And typically it'd be stored with a goldsmith, which is the, in loose terms, the root of the bank, because so you go in and you store your gold coins with the goldsmith, and he gives you a receipt or a note that says that you've got this amount on deposit, and it's payable on demand. And after a while, instead of shuffling the physical metal around, the receipts began, or the bank notes began to trade. Well, it wasn't lost on the goldsmith or on the bank that all of these reserves or all of this metal was not going to be demanded at once. So they began to issue more notes or more receipts than they actually had gold. So they had, in the case of what we're talking about, a fractional reserve. Now, if the word got around, or if too many people wanted their gold back at once, then you'd have a run on the bank, and you'd have a bankruptcy because they'd issued more notes than they had gold to pay. But as time evolved, the banks and the system figured out that, there's a relatively predictable rate at which things are going to be redeemed, or in the case of, let's say, today's banks, that people would take their money out of the banks, like they were in Greece, or trying to in Greece, take their euros out and put them in the mattress because they didn't think they were going to be able to get them because of government regulation, not necessarily because the banks were going to go broke. So that's the concept of reserves. And, it would be easy to say, well, okay, then you should have 100% reserves. But as with a lot of financial innovation, by having a fractional reserve, you then have a lot more money in circulation, and we're able to finance a lot more trade at that point and a lot more economic growth. So the question is then, what's the right fraction? And the government sets that at this point.
And so can I ask, what are they basing that fraction on? I mean, does anybody know what they're basing that particular fraction on? Why not $1 as opposed to 80 cents for every $10, or why not $2 for every 10, or 50 cents?
Well, partly it depends on, I think, how much money you think needs to be in the system to support the economy without becoming inflationary, or without becoming deflationary, because there's not enough money in the system. And as with everything else, it becomes then some kind of, at times, some kind of a political football. Not a bad system if you had to reserve for everything, but there's so much off the balance sheet stuff, which are these derivatives that we were talking about, that you didn't have to reserve for. Now, another place where in my opinion, the system's gone sideways is, so you've got your money in a bank, or some of it anyway. I have absolutely no idea which one. But my guess is that you know absolutely nothing about the real finances of that bank. Just like I don't know much of anything about the real finances of the bank where I've got my accounts, because it doesn't make any difference. Because if it goes bankrupt, I just don't keep enough in there that the federal government doesn't assure me that I'm going to get my money back. So thus, the banks, in that sense, are not held accountable. Are you holding your bank accountable?
No.
No, and neither am I, and neither is anybody else.
And that's how you wind up with a system where you've got way more banknotes, or in this case, much more complicated derivatives outstanding than you've got reserves for. Because if you actually could lose your deposit in the bank, you would be much more interested in how the bank was really doing and what kind of reserves they had and how they were running their business and what it looked like.
Yeah.
But at this point, the banks don't have any accountability because you and I and none of the rest of the depositors care, because the government's taking the accountability away, so we don't have to.
And like I mentioned a minute ago, if there was a major run on the banks, yeah, your money may be insured, but you're just basically at that point going to get paper. It doesn't mean it's going to be worth anything.
Well, you could argue that the same thing has happened in a creeping sort of way for a very long time. I mean, if you look at, if you go back to the point, let's say where I first got out of college in the late 60s, early 70s. I mean, I had a brand new 1968 Volkswagen, which was not a diesel, Beetle, which in L.A.
God, I had one too. I hated it.
Yeah, but
mine was a 68 as well.
Yep, and it had a 10-gallon tank.
Mm-hmm.
And in L.A. at that point, there was a gas station on every corner, and gas was 99 cents a gallon, so you could fill the tank for $2, plus you got a drinking glass at the same time.
Nice.
Or some other premium, because that's the way the business was.
Mm-hmm.
But if you fast forward now, somewhere where we are now, $2.75, $3, $3.25, something like that, after inflation is the equivalent of the $19.9 that I was paying then. So I've got more money, and my money is quote unquote safe. I have more pieces of paper, but I don't really have any more purchasing power.
Can the bank, or do the banks, I mean, you said that the government kind of sets what that fractional reserve is, whether it's 80 cents for every $10 that you're loaning or a buck. Can the bank also kind of decide, they can't go below a certain point, but can they decide, you know what, we want to keep $1.50 in reserve for every 10 that we loan, as opposed to the prescribed 80 cents?
Sure, they could.
But they don't.
Well, they don't, because what would be the competitive advantage in that? I mean, you've got less ability to lend money, less ability to do business, and you're not competing based on safety for the deposits, because deposit basically is the bank's liability. That's what they owe the depositors, you and me and Rob and everybody else. The assets that the banks have are the loans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and to the extent that the loans don't go bad, and this is actually very simple, it's much more complicated than this, then that's where they make profit, is on the interest spread. They pay you one rate of interest, they lend the money out at a higher rate of interest, and the difference is their gross revenue. So to keep more reserves and not make as many loans as you can just puts you at a competitive disadvantage. What puts you at a competitive advantage is the ability to trade things and do these derivative deals and stuff where you're off the balance sheet and you don't have to reserve at all. And essentially what that means is that the banking regulation is not really what it should be.
So what can we take away as a nugget here?
Well, I think the nugget really is just, understanding a little bit about how the banking system works and why there is the amount of money out there that there is, and why there are the amount of risks out there that there are, and why you as the depositors, where back in the old days in Italy, if you deposited gold, you would be interested in how the bank was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Why you don't care, why you've abdicated that responsibility to the federal government. And, it's probably worth asking yourself, what would you do if your deposit wasn't insured?
Good point. Gary Conley from Conley Capital. You can check him out on the web at conleycapital.com. See you next Thursday.
Yes, you will.
842 News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's your money. And this is your wake-up call market report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are running out of steam today. The Federal Reserve's policy statement yesterday signaled officials are still considering an interest rate increase this year, and that's weighing on shares around the globe. Pfizer made a preliminary approach to acquire rival Allergan. A deal would give Pfizer a way to gain valuable specialty drugs like Botox. GM's tentative agreement with the United Auto Workers offers hourly employees a signing bonus of as much as $8,000 and better profit sharing than the contract approved last week by union members at Fiat Chrysler. That's according to a person familiar. The UAW has pushed for a better deal with the GM because the automaker is larger and more profitable than Chrysler. Sony returned to profitability last quarter after Hotel Transylvania 2 set a box office weekend record and PlayStation 4 sales surged. Sony's fourth straight profit beat shows that progress is being made in reviving the company that has cut thousands of jobs to pivot away from phones and TVs. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg.
Football season means weekends filled with chips, dips, and the inevitable slips. There goes a plate full of nachos onto your nice beige carpet. Well, don't worry. Call Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. Zero Res is platinum rated by the Carpet and Rug Institute, proven to remove more soil and more water. Save money and save time with Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. Call Zero Res right now and ask for the KPNW special. You'll get 3 rooms cleaned for just $99. Call 9880. That's 988-ZERO, or book your appointment online at ZeroResEugene.com.
Ambassador Fireplaces wants to help a needy family stay warm this winter by donating a pellet stove or insert with installation and a ton of pellets. Go to AmbassadorFireplaces.com to nominate a family in Lane County today. See more details at AmbassadorFireplaces.com.
Do you know there are more cell phones in America than there are people? 330 million of them and counting. You have one, maybe 2. Your spouse has one. Your kids each have one. Sooner or later, one or more of these phones is going to accidentally break. So protecting them all is a smart idea, and Square Trade is the best way to do that. The family plan that Square Trade provides gives each phone protection for $3.50 a month. A family of 4 can save as much as $500 a year from other protection plans offered directly by your phone carrier. Square Trade offers you help immediately when a phone needs repair or replacement after an accident. Now, wherever you are in the 2-year carrier plan, you can switch your protection plan to Square Trade. All the details are on their website. So protect your new phone, any phone, with Square Trade. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
Square Trade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with 1 claim compared to Assuring total equipment coverages of August 10, 2015.
The human voice. It can be sweet as music, powerful as thunder,
And so, my fellow Americans,
cheerful as laughter. But for millions of people, it can also be a sign of COPD. This serious lung disease can make it so hard to breathe, you often can't catch a breath or finish a sentence, let alone carry a tune. And many who have COPD don't even know it. That's where your voice comes in. If you think you or a loved one have symptoms, talk with a healthcare provider. Early diagnosis can mean better treatments and quality of life. Join us in raising our voices for the millions with COPD who can't. Learn more, breathe better at NIH.gov.
Weather every 10 minutes during the wake-up call. Count on it. News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're looking at mostly cloudy skies. We've got light showers off and on still across the valley, and we've got light fog as well. Now, temps out there in the upper 40s to low 50s. Light winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10. This afternoon, high pressure starts to approach from the southwest, so that means we'll see partly cloudy skies after lunchtime. Highs will be in the mid-60s with a high of 64 here. But we are tracking a major rain event for Friday and again on Saturday. Both days look to be major rainmakers as well as through the holiday. If you're going to be out and about on Saturday night, be cautious. The kids will be out in heavy rain. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation, the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
All right, so fall is here, and it's that time of year when, you know, you start thinking about taking some road trips. Maybe you're going to go up to the mountains, or, of course, the holidays are coming, Thanksgiving and stuff like that. And you need to have some sort of safe vehicle, but you may have the problem of credit difficulties. Well, the folks at Garrity Chevrolet have a special offer for you because they don't care about your past, they just care about your future. And they can help you get a safe vehicle just in time for the holiday season. Garrity's Good People, Bad Credit program can help you out. If you've had a difficult time because of medical bills or tax problems or student loans, any number of different financial setbacks during the past recession and hard times, the Good People, Bad Credit program at Garrity can help get you into a quality, reliable vehicle in 48 hours or less. They don't care about your past. They only care about your future, and they will stand beside you every mile of the road to help you reestablish your credit. So give them a call, 541-998-2333. Just ask for the Good People, Bad Credit team at Garrity Discount Chevrolet.
Mornings are a little different with a wake-up call.
You're an embarrassment to nature. Do you know that?
Holloway in London. On News Radio 1120 KPNW.
8:48, 12 away from 9 o'clock if you're scoring along at home. A sunny, well, was sunny and beautiful. Hitting those fall colors. You get the sun just cresting over the horizon. It is
cresting.
Beautiful. Not crusty at all. And
Cresting,
just be ready for this.
crusty.
Halloween is going to be wet and stormy. That was a takeaway from Chris Nation. Today, okay.
So maybe what you do is
Saturday
you
night
send
wet.
your kid out in garbage bags and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there you
that
go.
would be a good idea. Hey, by the way, the Take Your Best Shot contest is back, brought to you by Oak Grove Guns. Go to our website, kpnw.com. Did you know that we had a website? We do, kpnw.com. And if you go to the website, there on the upper left-hand side, you're going to see a box. And if you just scroll the little arrows back or forth, you're going to find the icon for the Take Your Best Shot contest. Click on it. Takes you to the page, and it will let you know that all you have to do is submit your photo and your 2015 tag by November 15th, okay? And it can be a deer, antelope, ram, elk, whatever. Just, your favorite trophy. Send us the picture, send us the tag. The earlier you get it here, the better, because we're going to start giving away daily prizes next week. We've got stuff from Cobra Car Wash, Northwest Burgers. We've got some other things that we're going to throw in there for daily prizes. And then you're going to be entered for the grand prize, which is a Remington 783 rifle. And it's in the caliber of your choice. There's a variety of calibers, and it's going to come from Oak Grove. So you get to pick the caliber that you want on that. So anyway, you go there. You're going to see it's very easy to upload your photograph. Max, by the way, file size 5 megabytes. But you'll see it's very easy. You just put your name, phone number, and just upload that photograph. It directly comes to us. We're going to start posting them next week. There's already some pretty cool photographs that come in. One of them in particular, I'm like, where is that guy at? I want to go there. Absolutely beautiful, up in the mountains somewhere.
What did he kill?
Looked like an elk. So anyway, make sure that you get them to us, and just go to the website, kpnw.com.
By the way, some heavy fog, a little bit of, kind of intermittent. It's not like a solid blanket, but you'll encounter it if you're headed down south of Cottage Grove. And we are going to do this on a we're going to send somebody to the Turn of the Screw, the Eugene Opera.
Nice.
Set them up on a winning note as we depart for Thursday, October 29th.
And I think we need to throw in at least a couple of Burrito Amigos. Burritos.
Seriously?
Yeah.
And make it a prize package?
Yeah. We need some folks to get some good old-fashioned Burrito Amigos goodness. So.
Got a little know the show? We got Mark Boudère was on the show.
Yep.
On Monday.
So do you have a know the show question, or you want me to do one?
If you've got one, I've got a default. So if you got one,
why don't you go with your default, because mine was going to be kind of obscure.
Well, just a little bit know the show. If you've listened to the show, you might know that Mark, the leader, the head honcho of the Eugene Opera, is also he teaches at Notre Dame. What subject, though, does he teach? What subject does he teach?
At Notre Dame.
541-485-KPNW, 888-KPNW, 888. It kind of reminds me of that movie with is it Brad Pitt and his lovely wife, where they go off on the weekend and have this crazy adventure and then come back. They're like, operatives.
Was that Mr. and Mrs. Smith or something like that?
Here he he spends some of his time in Eugene, and
then he goes back to his other life at Notre Dame.
At Notre Dame,
where he is an instructor of something. Now, what do you think that he instructs? What do you think that would be? 541-485-5769.
Did we say what we're giving away tickets to?
Yeah, Turn of the Screw.
Okay.
We're giving away a pair of tickets to Turn of the Screw. Are they for
either?
Oh, okay. So what you're going to have to do is when you win these, you scoot down to the Holt Center ticket office and decide whether you want to go to the Friday night performance, which starts at 7:30, or you want to go to the matinee, which I believe is 2 or 2:30 on Sunday.
Sunday, the 1st. All right, KPNW, good morning.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. This is Doug, Junction City.
Hi, Doug in Junction City. What do you think the answer is?
Well, he teaches in the music department. I believe he teaches the voice and the opera singers there.
I think we'll give it to you.
I think that works.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're very welcome.
I thought for sure we were going to get, like, home economics or something like that.
Right.
But, no, you're good. Doug, you're on it.
Does he teach political science? Anyway, Doug, we're going to have you hang on the line here a second because we're going to get some information from you. Ever been to the opera before?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so obviously you enjoyed it.
Well, yes. My wife loves it, and my son actually sings opera.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Would that be at the Junction City Opera?
No, he's been in some of the productions at the Holt Center.
Oh, wow.
And he graduated from the U of O with a degree in vocal performance in opera. So
you might even go so far as to say that he's accomplished.
Yes, he is.
Wow.
Did he get that from mom or dad?
Well, I think he got it on his own.
Oh.
Okay. So what you're saying is neither you nor your wife really have any musical talent.
Well, we do, but not to his degree.
Oh, so like what? You play the banjo?
My wife plays the mandolin.
Hey. Oh.
And we actually met in a high school choir when we first met.
Nice. My son, Brady, just bought a mandolin here about a month ago.
Did you really?
I'm serious, yeah.
Wow.
He wants to learn how to play the mandolin. He's got the books and the tuner and everything else, and was the other night walks into I'm reading, and he walks into the room and starts,
get his bluegrass on.
Fingering out
when he gets his band, tell him to come in here and play.
Absolutely. Would love to do that.
Yep.
Hey, well, we appreciate you calling this morning. We'll get you set up with your stuff. Thanks for being with us, and have a great time at the opera, okay?
Okay.
All right,
Doug, thanks for listening. Hey, that's it for us. We're going to exit, get you a Thursday on the radio, and we'll see you tomorrow 6:05 for Hallows Eve, Halloween with the Wake Up Call. Coming up on 1120 KPNW.
This is an exciting announcement from Eugene Airport. Today is the day your life gets easier. Getting from point A to point B has never been more efficient. You can now fly nonstop from Eugene Airport to San Jose. That's right. There's now a new nonstop way to San Jose on Alaska Airlines. We're connecting the Silicon Valley to the Silicon Shire. Book your next flight today at alaskaair.com. Fly easy. Fly EUG.
When you think fishing or firearms, think Mazama.
Local, family-owned Mazama is your firearms headquarters and home to the Build an AR wall. Custom build an AR with all your favorite parts. They are Lane County's only CZ dealer, and they have a large selection of shotguns, rifles, handguns, and scopes with free bore sighting.
Team Mazama is eager and knowledgeable. They offer gun safety and concealed carry classes. Conveniently located on West 11th in the same parking lot as Lowe's. Get to Mazama and get hooked on the good life.
When you think fishing or firearms, think Mazama.
Hunting season is underway, and if you've had a great hunt, email us a picture along with a snapshot of your tag and get entered into KPNW's Take Your Best Shot contest, sponsored by Oak Grove Guns. Daily winners beginning November 2nd with the grand prize winner announced November 16th. If your hunting photo is selected, you'll take home a Remington 783 from Oak Grove Guns and the caliber of your choice. Just send us a photo of your 2015 hunt. Get more details at KPNW.com.
People are going crazy for FanDuel's one-week fantasy football leagues. Listen up.
FanDuel, easily by far, is the best fantasy website on the planet.
With FanDuel, you have a new chance to win every week. FanDuel is paying out $75 million a week this football season. Plus, right now, FanDuel is giving you a bonus of up to $200 that gets earned as you play. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. Go to FanDuel.com, click the microphone, and enter the promo code 6161. That's FanDuel.com, promo code 6161.
I teach philosophy, and my philosophy on investing is simple. Get someone else to do it. That stuff is harder than explaining Nico-Machean ethics to freshmen. So I got TIAA CREF. They manage over $800 billion globally, and they've got a lot of industry accolades. Not totally sure what they all mean, but I do know it means they've got my back.
Intelligent investing for the long term. Just what you'd expect from a company that's created to serve and built to perform. Visit TIAA.org. TIAA CREF Individual Institutional Services, LLC. This testimonial is an act of portrayal. Investing involves risk. Individual results will vary.
Give us 15 minutes, and we'll give you something to talk about at work. Your wake-up call with Holloway in London on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Northwest Burger inside the 5th Street Market features burgers so amazing they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat, local produce combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch make for a burger experience like no other. You will get mouth-watering goodness in every single bite. Check out their new menu and photos on Facebook. Northwest Burger is located in the 5th Street Market, Eugene. The official burger of the Wake Up Call. Northwest Burgers.
They step up. Our service members volunteer to protect us in the most dangerous places around the world. And when they are severely ill or injured, returning to their families is only the beginning of their long road home. Wounded Warrior Project provides these brave men and women whatever they need to continue their fight for independence at no cost for life. So now it's time for a grateful nation to step up. Join us at findwwp.org.
The most accurate forecast now. We have weather every 10 minutes during Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out in the next few minutes, you're looking at mostly cloudy skies. We do have some light fog out there, as well as light showers off and on across the valley. And temps right now are in the upper 40s to low 50s with light winds out of the southwest. This afternoon, high pressure starts to approach the area, and that means we'll see partly cloudy skies after lunchtime. Temps look to be in the mid-60s with a high of 64 here in town. But we're tracking now a major rain event set for Friday and again on Saturday. If you remember the 1994 Halloween storm system, this one looks to be a copy of that, and that means this weekend is shaping up to be a major rainmaker with rain totals going into the inches in most locations. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Lisa Brady.
And that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Wisconsin Congressman Paul Ryan sworn in moments ago as the new House Speaker, the youngest in more than a century, paying tribute as he received the gavel to the retiring John Boehner.
Now I know how he felt.
Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland is live in Washington.
House Speaker Paul Ryan said the House is broken. He's wiping the slate clean. And he said he felt the weight of responsibilities. He looked out and saw
all 435 members of this House, as if all America is sitting right in front of you.
He has a big job ahead of him, uniting the Republican Party. Some members of the Conservative Freedom Caucus expressing Ryan, whom John Boehner pushed to run, will be more of the same. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. Boehner says he leaves with no regrets and no burdens.
If anything, I leave the way I started. I'm just a regular guy, humbled by the chance to do a big job. That's what I'm most proud of. I'm still just me.
He's also emphasizing that real change takes time, saying the debate over the size and scope of government has been going on for more than 200 years. State officials just confirming 3 dead in the crash of a small plane in a yard in western Arkansas, about 70 miles northwest of Little Rock. All 3 were on the plane. No reports of any injuries on the ground. The FAA says the single-engine plane went down shortly after takeoff and burst into flames. Another kind of tragedy in the midst of Europe's migrant crisis. Prosecutors in Berlin just announcing that a suspect in the killing of a missing migrant boy has confessed. The suspect's mother turned him in. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
If you are behind on your bills, then this message is for you. How would you like to have a large portion of your credit card debt or medical bills forgiven? National Credit Card Relief would like to give you free information on a proven debt forgiveness program. It's not bankruptcy, it's not consolidation. This special program actually wipes clean the portion of your debt that is forgiven. Call for your free forgiveness information now. 800-719-2090. That's 800-719-2090. Don't wait. Call 800-719-2090.
Do you have a retirement account? Is it likely to go up 60% or down 60%? Wake up. Low interest rates support the market, and it won't last forever. It's time to hedge with solid gold. You will regret not doing so in the next market crash. Do it right. Don't pay a setup and storage fee. Discover how. Call Goldworth. Request the IRA guide free. Call 800-257-GOLD. 800-257-GOLD. Visit goldworth.com.
From the Fox Sports Studios in Los Angeles, here's Deb Carson.
In breaking baseball news, Don Mattingly has reportedly been hired as the next manager of the Marlins, according to Dodgers author Molly Knight. Mattingly's contract with Miami is reportedly for 4 years. Former Padres manager Bud Black's been hired to manage the Nationals, according to the Washington Post. Both sources say that the hirings will not officially be announced by the teams until after the World Series. Meanwhile, World Series Game 2, Johnny Cueto earned his cash. The Royals starter, the complete game win. He allowed just 1 run on 2 hits as Kansas City beat up on the Mets 7-1. Mets starter Jacob deGrom gave up 4 runs in 5 innings, struck out just 2 Royals batters. So Kansas City has a 2-zip series lead. Game 3 of the World Series comes up in New York on Friday night on Fox TV. Among the NBA Finals, Thunder with a 112-106 win over the Spurs. T-Wolves rallied from 16 down in the 4th to beat the Lakers 112.
Most car commercials say, hurry, the savings ends soon. But the savings at your Northwest Toyota dealer are just the beginning. Save right now with 0% financing on 13 new dependable Toyota models, like the techno-rich Corolla, adventurous RAV4, and best-selling Camry. Then save for 2 years with Toyota Care no-cost scheduled service and roadside assistance. And keep saving down the road with Toyota's leading gas mileage and legendary resale value. With 0% financing on 13 new Toyota models, where will you go?
Visit your Northwest Toyota dealer for great deals on a huge selection of Toyota models.
With 0% financing and 2 years of no-cost service, the savings don't end soon at your Northwest Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. APR financing through Toyota Financial Services with approved credit. Must take retail delivery from dealer stock by 11/2/15. Covers normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. See Toyota dealer for details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska.
Summer never ends at the River House Hotel in Bend. Now is the perfect time to escape and enjoy sunshine and outdoor adventure. You'll be delighted with a stay at the River House Hotel located on the banks of the Deschutes River. Spacious guest rooms, a full-service restaurant and bar, and easy access to all the adventure Central Oregon has to offer. Conveniently located to downtown Bend and the Old Mill District, the River House puts everything at your fingertips. Enjoy our indoor and outdoor pools and spas. Tee it up at River's Edge Golf Course. Stroll along our scenic river trail or walk to over 30 boutiques and specialty shops nearby. At night, cozy up to a spa or fireplace and order room service, or indulge in one of the most memorable meals you'll ever have at Crossings, our award-winning restaurant. It's a perfect time to get away and take advantage of Summer Never Ends special value rates. For reservations and special offers, visit us online at riverhouse.com.
It's 9:06 and time for Rush. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Let me get this straight. Mitt Romney wants to go back to the days when the media you saw last night was all we had. Those were the good old days. Right? Greetings, my friends. Great to have you here, Rush Limbaugh. And the Rush Limbaugh program here on the EIB network, the most listened to radio talk show in the country. thrill and a delight to have you here. The telephone number, if you want to be on the program, is 800-282-2882, and the email address, lrushbo@eibnet.com. Before the debate started, we had CNBC on in the house, and a bunch of people were watching, and it was inane listening to this CNBC pre-debate roundtable discuss what was coming. It was literally insane or inane. It was pointless. It was just chatterbox chatter. And I hadn't paid much attention to this debate before last night. I had to be reminded last week this debate was even happening. Frankly, I'm into the World Series because my team, the Royals, is in it, and this debate kind of was not on my radar until yesterday, actually. So it wasn't until yesterday that I knew who the moderators of this thing would have been. I'm going to tell you, folks, when I saw John Harwood's name on the moderator list, I knew that we were headed for one of the most biased nights that we were going to see, because if there's anybody openly and willing to act as though he is in the Hillary camp, it is John Harwood. New York Times, former Wall Street Journal, now CNBC. The display that we got last night was a culmination of everything that many of us have been trying to tell the American people that drive-by media is. Arrogant, smug. I mean, it goes so far beyond bias. Bias doesn't even cover what happened last night. That was a kill show last night. That show was designed to kill every one of those candidates. That debate last night was designed to take them all out. That debate last night was to grease the skids for Hillary Clinton. That was the sole purpose of that debate last night. And the smugness and the arrogance and the condescension with which those moderators went about it finally came back and bit them. To the point that everybody watching that debate, everybody, even other drive-by media types, saw what was going on. And you can count on one hand the number of drive-by media types defending what happened last night on CNBC. And one of them you don't even really count because his mind is lost long ago, and that's Chris Matthews. So you can count on 4 fingers the number of drive-bys that are actually defending. Ron Fournier even last night said that what happened, the mainstream media is getting beat up today, and we deserve it, he said. And he's exactly right. I want to take you back before we get into debate analysis, because I started fuming with that very first question. Please tell us, what is your biggest weakness? Right then, you knew the table was set. You knew what was coming. And it ticked me off that some of our people even deigned to answer it. The whole premise behind that question is, tell us why you're not qualified. And if there was a theme to this debate last night from these moderators, it was to expose the fact that these fine people, any one of which would be preferable to Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama, is not qualified. And it bugs me, and it has me fuming, this automatic assumption that any Democrat, the architects of the current economic disaster, the people, the only fingerprints on this economic disaster, well, at least for the first 5 years, were the Democrat Party. When you talk about Obamacare, there aren't any Republican fingerprints. We have 94 million Americans not working. We got half the country making less than $30,000 a year, and these people, these moderators, attempted to say that the people seeking the presidency on that stage last night are not qualified, coupled with the automatic assumption that Hillary Clinton is qualified, that Barack Obama is qualified, that Joe Biden or whoever else on the Democrat side is. I tell you, it offends me, and it has offended me my entire life. But I want to take you back to this very program, all the way back to April 14th, where I issued a warning to the RNC and Republican candidates. When Good Morning America calls you, understand it's not Good Morning America, it's the Hillary Clinton campaign calling you, because George Stephanopoulos is at Good Morning America, and that's where he really works, is the Hillary campaign, or the Bill Clinton War Room. And so you would no more accept invitation to be interviewed by Hillary Clinton's campaign consultant. So why would you accept an invitation to be interviewed by Hillary's campaign consultant disguised as an anchor on Good Morning America. And the same thing goes for whoever it is that moderates these debates that are yet to happen. If the Republicans fall for this business of letting Clinton campaign operatives moderate their debates, we're told, but Rush, that, look, that's the lay of the land. Everybody knows it, and it's an obstacle the Republicans have. It's reality that the Democrats don't, and everybody knows it. And therefore, the Republicans have to prove they can overcome this unfairness. Really, why is that the case? It's apparently been required of the Republicans for 35 years that they demonstrate they're willing to deal with this unfairness. It seems like they've demonstrated for a number of decades they're willing to do it. The point is, it doesn't seem to help them much. It remains an obstacle that has to be overcome. And it's a challenging exercise to come up with alternative means here of reaching the American people. But one of the ways, this is a great field of candidates that the Republicans have who can reach the American people by going over the heads of the media, and they should not be afraid to do so. Yet the RNC schedules these debates, and they schedule these debates with the very enemies of the Republican. And we all know, everybody knows they are the enemy. They're not just the media. They are the enemy. And yet the scheduling continues. And we all know why. The Republican Party, inside the Beltway, the establishment, whatever you want to call it, thinks they have to bend over backward to prove their fairness, that they are not all of these things they're alleged to be. And so they take every option, every opportunity to try to show these people, no, you misunderstand us. We're not racist, sexist, bigot, homo. There's no changing their minds. Those moderators last night didn't care a whit what these candidates really think about anything. You can tell that by the virtue of the questions. They didn't have any interest whatsoever in what these candidates thought. The only objective they had was to take them out. From top to bottom, the objective here was to take these candidates out, to impugn them, to discredit them, to destroy them, whatever it took in the eyes of the public, to ruin their reputations, to mock them, to mischaracterize them. That was the sole purpose. But it's not just last night where this happens every day. The media needs to be removed from the equation here. Everybody knows that. But how do you do it? One of the great issues of our time is how to counteract the damage inflicted by a corrupt media which is aligned with the Democrat Party. We have serious issues facing this country, and we do not, not enough sectors of our party do we acknowledge the full scope of our enemy. Ted Cruz last night, oh, and by the way, wait till you hear the audio sound bites as they roll off today. Wait till you, all the drive-by media people say, whoa, did you see Ted Cruz? Boy, everybody better keep their eye on Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is the dark horse. Ted Cruz is the guy you better keep your eye on. Where have you been hearing that, folks? Ted Cruz finally had his fill of it. You have to ask yourself, if Cruz had not done what he did, would any of the other candidates have spoken up as forcefully? I don't think so. Because I think there's this built-in fear of going against the media, because the criticism is, you mean you can't handle questions in the media and you want to be president of the United States? Come on, you can't be serious. You need to toughen up. And that's the wrong way to look at this, because we're not dealing with tough questions here. We're not dealing with challenging questions here. We're dealing with assassins. We're dealing with character assassins. We're dealing with career assassins. That's who the media is today, vis-a-vis the Republican Party. And it doesn't matter. You can have all the nice guys in the world, the Mitt Romneys and whatever. You're not going to change their mind. You can have all of the pliant, cross the aisle, I want to work with you, I want to cooperate with you, we want to work together to get things done. You can have all the Republicans in the world, and all you're going to get is mocked and laughed at. When you fall for the trick and try to sidle up to the media and the Democrat Party that way, they just privately laugh at you and talk about how they have you wrapped around their little finger. You can't impress them. You can't dazzle them. You can't change their minds about you, because they don't care to like you. They don't care to have you on their side. Their sole mission is to destroy you because of their quest for power, which is what this is all about. That's what politics is all about, is power. And they make no bones about it, and they don't care how it is they acquire it. If they have to tell a lie about Mitt Romney not paying his taxes for 10 years, if they have to tell a lie about Mitt Romney essentially letting an employee's wife die, and he didn't care about it because there was no help, they don't care. There's nothing that stops them because they know they're never going to be called on it. Hillary Clinton's never going to have her campaign or her existence characterized as cartoonish. She is never going to have her criminal past and her husband's criminal past called up and have people reminded of it. It's going to be glossed over, and in fact, marveled at how clever the Clintons are at combining all the things that they do to get where they go. But it's not even that. It's just they're all of the same mind, folks. They're all of the same mindset. They are all extremist leftists. Some of them are disguised as elected officials, some of them disguised as candidates, some of them disguised as journalists, some of them are disguised as think tank specialists, some of them disguised as people that run nonprofits, some of them disguised as college professors, some of them disguised as CEOs, but they're all leftists. And that is the most important thing in their life, is their ideology and advancing their agenda. We are their biggest enemy, foreign and domestic. We, conservatives specifically, Republicans secondly, their biggest enemy. And so we faced another hit squad last night, and they were finally called out on it. Did you notice that not one of them seemed to be bothered by it? Did you notice Harwood? Nothing but smirk and smile. Becky Quick, smirk and smile. Carl Quintanilla, smirk and smile. They didn't care. To them today, it's mission accomplished. A, everybody's talking about them. B, when they talk among themselves, they're congratulating themselves for actually characterizing Trump as a cartoon character. Ben Carson as being stupid and shallow. And on down the list. They think mission accomplished. Don't doubt me on this. They're not feeling chagrined. They're not embarrassed. And all the drive-bys on TV that you see, and there are many of them condemning what they saw last night, that's for show. This is not going to cause one iota's change in the media as per how they affect and treat Republicans. It isn't going to change a thing. That's why Republicans are now compelled to continue the behavior that they began last night. It is not a negative. After what everybody saw last night, it's not whining, it's not complaining to now consider the media as part of the opposition. It's not childish. As I say, it's not whining, it's not complaining. That debate last night exposed every fatal flaw of the media-moderated debate model. One of the great issues of our time, and it's now more pressing than it's ever been, is how to counteract the daily damage inflicted by a corrupt media, who again are simply disguised. They are truly Democrat Party activists. We have an existential threat to our country, to the constitutional republic that is America. And it is a mistake for Republicans to ask these people, these leftist political hacks, to conduct inquisitions of them called debates. It's kind of laughable for the RNC, which scheduled this whole thing to, at the end of the night, run around talking about how horrible it was. But I'm just telling you, these people are loving every minute of the expressed outrage by conservatives, both general public and elected officials, Republicans, you name it, privately, rubbing their hands together, mission accomplished. They don't know shame. They don't know humiliation. This is all, it's just one night, folks. This is the rest of the campaign to get this job done. No, they're not disturbed. Because the other drive-bys are just giving lip service. The other drive-bys are not really upset. If the other drive-bys are upset by anything, it's that these people last night made it too obvious. They weren't subtle enough. The drive-bys who were not on that stage last night are probably huddling together saying, look, the next debate, we can't let these clowns at CNBC do it. They were too upfront. We got to be more subtle as we set out to destroy the GOP. We can't have it obvious that's what we're doing. I mean, hell, that thing last night's even going to convince the low-information voters that we're a bunch of creeps. That's what they're worried about. They're not shamed. This is my point. I've been trying to express this in any number of ways since the program began. There's a lot of debate analysis aside from the media treatment. I want to get into that. We are loaded with audio sound bites today. This is going to be one for the ages, but you got to hang in there and be tough as we continue to roll on down the highway.
Rush Limbaugh pointing the way on the EIB network.
There is one important thing you can do to help ensure having a good day, and that's getting a good night's sleep the night before. Well, there's one company set out to make this possible. It's Boll and Branch. They have reinvented sheets and bedding with the sole purpose of making your nighttime rest more comfortable than ever. This is a company you need to learn about, folks. Their bedding is made with entirely organic cotton, using standards of comfort that you'll measure everything else by. And you can only get these fabulous products at one place, bollandbranch.com. There's no department store. There's no department store overhead. You're getting amazingly luxurious sheets for a couple $100. Go online to Boll, and by the way, that's B-O-L-L, bollandbranch.com. Try them completely risk-free for 30 nights. And if you order right now, they'll give you $50 off a set of sheets plus free shipping. Just use the promo code RUSH. It's that simple. Boll, B-O-L-L, bollandbranch.com.
Is another debt crisis about to strike? Here's Kevin Demerit with the story.
Larry, some shocking news has broken. Banks around the world are planning for another debt crisis, one that could be so big it would make the last crisis look like a bad day at the nickel slots.
What are they doing?
They call it a bail-in, and the plan is in place.
What's a bail-in?
Well, I can explain it in one word: Cyprus. When the next global crisis hits, it won't be taxpayers who bail out the banks.
Well, who then?
Depositors, just like what happened in Cyprus.
Well, how do you prepare for that?
It's all in our latest report titled Countdown to Meltdown, and our listeners can get it free just for calling.
Folks, call Lear Capital today at 1-800-957-GOLD for your free Countdown to Meltdown report and free Gold Investor Guide. The countdown is on. Banks are preparing, and you should too. Call now, 1-800-957-4653. Don't wait. The clock is ticking. 1-800-957-4653. That's 1-800-957-GOLD.
Have you ever thought how great it'd be to have a little extra push in your pedal? Eugene Electric Bicycles can make that dream a reality. There are more models than you might imagine. You can even bring in your own bike, and chances are they can convert it. Best of all, during October, all mid-drive bikes are $500 off. All mid-drive conversions, $350 off. That's substantial, and a really good reason for you to explore the reality of having that little extra push in your pedal. Eugene Electric Bicycles, downtown across from the 5th Street Market. Rediscover the joy of cycling.
The history of the BMW 3 Series isn't written in books. It's written on roads across America. For 40 years, the original sports sedan has outdriven the competition with features like near-perfect 50-50 weight distribution and a twin-power turbo engine. Head to your local BMW center to test drive the BMW 3 Series and experience its legendary performance today. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Eugene at 2100 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Also online at bmwofeugene.com.
In partnership with Food for Lane County, St. Vincent de Paul distributes more than 15,000 food boxes each year, making us the area's largest distributor of food to our neighbors in need. So when we say at St. Vincent de Paul you can have some fun, Save some money and do something nice for your neighbors. We really mean it. St. Vincent de Paul, serving Lane County since 1954. St. Vincent de Paul, we're in the phone book.
This message is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul in association with Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
Man, do I love card night. You ready, boys? You got a king?
Go, fish Dad.
Oh, come on. This is WWE superstar Titus O'Neil. The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh Now. Tonight at 8, it's Alex Jones. Only on 1120 KPNW.
Two of the most prominent media themes or narratives today. Jeb Bush didn't pull it off. Jeb Bush didn't pull it out. Jeb Bush walked right into Marco Rubio's trap. And the second primary narrative in the drive-by media today is Donald Trump. Man, is he fading. Oh, man. Look at Trump. Why, he didn't insult anybody last night. He wasn't the most spoken candidate. He didn't have the most speaking time last night. We barely heard from him in long chunks. So the two themes are Jeb blew it royally and Trump is fading away. And the Jeb Bush campaign, folks, and Jeb Bush himself illustrate, and this is the real point, how bad the Republican professional election business people have become, in my humble opinion. The Jeb Bush campaign, the advice that he's getting, the way they think that Jeb needs to act, the things that they think he needs to do to rebound, to me are great evidence that time has passed them by. I'll just give you one example here, and I'm going to expand on this in the next segment, but isn't it rather obvious now that the Republican primary electorate is fed up with politicians, fed up with establishment elected officials, that they are considered the problem? Every time Jeb Bush, and if he did it once, he did it 20 times last night, started reciting his great record as governor. I've worked every day. I've cut taxes every year. I end up screaming at the TV, Jeb, don't you want to, every time you cite your political resume, it's a negative. People are tired of politicians and people who talk this way and recite their resume. It's people of that ilk who are considered to be the problems, and yet his consultants told him to just keep citing the resume. What a great job you did as governor, how you worked with the Democrats, and how you crossed down, how you did all. It's death. To me, it was stunning avoidance of reality. More in a moment.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene Mayor Kitty Piercy pressed the city council to approve a resolution asking the state for help alleviating homelessness.
What we are interested in today and what we are asking for is that the state government as a whole treats this homelessness situation as a crisis, a real emergency, and agrees to work with local governments on all aspects of it.
Piercy originally wanted the council to request that Governor Kate Brown declare an emergency. Instead, she got a resolution asking the state to convene a work group and spend more money to address the issue. Officials say the Oregon State Police were involved in a shooting on I-5 in Salem after an attempted traffic stop turned into a high-speed chase. No officers were hurt. The suspect was killed. Studded tires become legal in Oregon once again on November 1st under state law, but that's just one sign that winter is approaching. It's also the start of snow park permit season. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Oak Grove Guns wants all hunters to be safe this season, so here's some basic rules. Number one, don't shoot each other. It seems so simple, but when you're on the trail tracking your animal, make sure your shot is clear and that your target is not your buddy. Wear the proper gear. Don't climb down from the blind or stand with a loaded firearm. Pay attention and use common sense. Oak Grove Guns is proud to once again be an Ed Brown dealer offering some of the finest handcrafted custom 1911s made. Oak Grove Guns, proud to supply guns to responsible gun owners.
You know, those new smart TVs with internet built in are sure convenient. They've got Netflix, YouTube, and Pandora.
Yeah, smart TVs give you a lot more viewing options.
They do, but I really like our current TV, and it's not that old.
You're right. We could upgrade our TV.
How?
We could get one of those new Blu-ray players with full internet built in, and then hook that up to our TV.
Oh, yeah. Do those cost much?
Not at video only. They're only $69. And they even receive the internet by Wi-Fi.
So, no new wires?
Right. For just $69, our TV could have Netflix and YouTube and whatever else we like on the internet.
Okay, let's go to video only and check out these new smart Blu-ray players.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or dishwashers, but you will find the best deals on HD TVs, Blu-rays, cameras, camcorders, and home theater systems. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Eugene, next to Costco. Video Only.
Do you know there are more cell phones in America than there are people? 330 million of them and counting. You have one, maybe two. Your spouse has one. Your kids each have one. Sooner or later, one or more of these phones is going to accidentally break. So protecting them all is a smart idea, and Square Trade is the best way to do that. The family plan that Square Trade provides gives each phone protection for $3.50 a month. A family of four can save as much as $500 a year from other protection plans offered directly by your phone carrier. Square Trade offers you help immediately when a phone needs repair or replacement after an accident. Now, wherever you are in the 2-year carrier plan, you can switch your protection plan to Square Trade. All the details are on their website. So protect your new phone, any phone, with Square Trade. Visit squaretrade.com. That's squaretrade.com.
Square Trade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Assuring total equipment coverages of August 10, 2015.
My biggest concern was my daughter's safety. We were so apart from each other. My other concerns were the leaks in the wall, the mice running around. We're in darkness, but there's always a little bit of light, and if people help, the light becomes greater. I'm proud of my home, and I'm proud of all that it took to build it. Because of this house, our family has become united.
You can change the lives of families in your community and around the world. Join us. Habitat. We build.
And when news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's funny, Mr. Snerdley still can't believe that the rest of the drive-bys are not going to be embarrassed and humiliated over what happened on CNBC. Let me ask you, were they embarrassed over what Dan Rather and Mary Mapes did? Did that bother them? They might have been. They scheduled an awards dinner, and they gave Dan Rather a newly invented journalism award. They circled the wagons to protect the brand, to protect the industry, but they certainly didn't cave and change, apologize, or anything of the sort. They're not worried. Damage control would be the max. But they're not humiliated. They don't think they've been exposed or anything. They don't think this way. These people think of themselves every day. They are constant winners. They have the power. Solely and alone, they have the power. Nothing can knock them off of it. They are aligned with the Democrat Party. They are the most powerful political organization in the world in their minds, and there's nothing a little debate last night's going to do to change that. I'm talking about their attitude. Now, back to this Jeb Bush biz. Look, I got a lot to squeeze in here today, and I want to get your phone calls in. We got a great board already lining up here, and an audio soundbite roster that's to die for. But the Jeb Bush thing is really instructive. As we get to the presidential, once we have a nominee, it's going to be really important to find out, after we get a nominee, who's running the campaign. Because if it's anybody at all involved with the Jeb Bush campaign, it's problematic. People right now want nothing to do with politicians. Politicians, professional politicians, the way they talk, the way they describe their resume, their enhancements, that's the biggest turnoff in the country right now, on our side of the aisle at least. In this Republican primary period, the last thing people are going to be moved by is somebody's professional politician resume. And that's all Jeb Bush has offered throughout these debates, is to highlight what he did as governor of Florida, how many tax cuts here, and how much he cut government here or grew this or whatever. And every time he went last night, I said, Jeb, telling people how good a politician you are is not going to work. In fact, it's going to kill you. It's going to hurt you badly. And take a look at the effort that was made by the Bush campaign to save his campaign last night. Here we have a Politico story. The headline, Bush walks into Rubio's trap. For Jeb's supporters, it was a night of crushing disappointment. The first thing, we all knew what it was going to be. They announced the marketing plan. They announced the trick. They told everybody what they were going to do in advance. They were going to hit Rubio on not being in the Senate for so many votes. They were going to try to say that Rubio should get out because he doesn't want the job, doesn't like the job, he doesn't like this job, he ought not be president, he ought to quit. Fine. You tell Rubio a week in advance is what you're going to do. Rubio's got a week to prepare an answer that blows you out of the water, which he did. And it didn't just blow Jeb out of the water, it blew the media out of the water. All the votes that John Kerry missed that they applauded because he was serious about his campaign. And all the votes that Al Gore missed, and all the votes that John McCain missed, and all the votes that these other Democrats missed when they were in the Senate running for president, all of that was applauded because they were serious about running. So Rubio just nuked them on this last night. But beyond that, folks, to me, just observing this, and I'm saying this dispassionately. Now, I've met Jeb a couple of times. George W. Bush has been wonderful to me, as has his father. I have no animus whatsoever the Bush family. I'm not. If there is animus within the conservative quote-unquote movement or Republican establishment, whatever, I have none. On a personal basis. I admire them all. They're undeniably a terrific family and so forth. But man, this is what makes it even tougher to say. It has been obvious to me from day one that Jeb didn't really want to do this. That Jeb is a placeholder. Jeb's a placeholder for the people who want to return to power in Washington, with him as the candidate getting them there. And when you don't want to do something, you're probably not going to achieve it. And there's no amount of coaching and there's no amount of advice that can create for you passionate desire. And if you don't have it, if you're there because it's expected of you, if you're there because others have talked you into it, if you're there because you feel it's an obligation to be true to the family's history and legacy, whatever, the thing that's been missing, in my humble opinion, I know nothing. I'm just like you, observing this from afar. It doesn't seem that his heart has ever really been in this. We've had two most recent debates have been described as make or break. And Jeb's no different in these two than he was in the first two. Well, wait, how many have there been? 3. So he's been the same in all 3. There hasn't been an uptick in energy, passion, fighting forcefully for more time. There hasn't been any of that. I think this whole debate format scenario situation, he's uncomfortable with the pugilistic characteristics, aspects of it. His campaign said that they were going to get the nomination without winning the primaries. I mean, they never really wanted to do this. This is something they have to do and go through, but their heart really isn't in it. But the people behind him really want it. Whoever they are, I don't know, whoever they are, the people who want to get back into positions of power that they can only get if their guy's president. Either they want back there or they want there for the first time they've ever been there. But I'm certain that the people behind the scenes are the ones that really want it. But they can't go on stage and debate, so they've got to tell Jeb what to do. And it isn't him. All this coaching, all this advice, it's led to paralysis. When you try to remember everything everybody's told you to do, if Rubio says this, and I'm sure they've rehearsed it. If Rubio says this, you've got to come back with this. Okay, so Rubio will start saying it, and Jeb says, okay, what do I have to do? Oh God, I hope they don't call me yet. Oh God, I got to remember. And it's pressure packed, and it's, instead of being who he is trying to remember what he's been told to say and how to act when he says it. But further, even beyond that, this attack on Rubio last night, in my mind, illustrates better than anything that Trump is not a fluke. And you say, well, what's Trump got to do? Well, let's just hang it there. Whoever is running Jeb's campaign is so out of it, so wedded to the way it's always been done, so wedded to the politics of decades ago, that it's almost embarrassing. You've got one debate to revive your campaign. You got one debate. After everything you've seen, here's Trump leading the pack. Here's Carson leading the pack in certain states. What are they? It's plenty easy to find out who and why these two guys are leading. And have that be a guide and tell you what you must do if you want to knock them off. And the one thing they aren't is professional politicians. They don't have a professional political resume, and that's their strength. And what's Jeb being advised to do? Continually recite his. And it's not connecting. Jeb is simply not connecting with anybody. It's kind of sad to see here. And this, we're told the people on the Jeb campaign, they're the cream of the crop. They're the best in the Republican Party. That's why they're with Jeb. Marco Rubio to Jeb Bush after Bush attacked Rubio for his voting record. And this is dead on right. The only reason you're doing it is that we're running for the same position and somebody's convinced you that attacking me will help you. It's exactly right. Somebody convinced you. Somebody told him, you got to go after old Marco for not showing up in the Senate. These guys are friends. Rubio is Jeb's protege. Left to his own devices, he would not ever go there. He doesn't believe it himself. But he was saddled with it by his advisors. And if these advisors, consultants and whoever, and I don't know who they are, I'm not, I have no names in mind. If these people can't even figure out why Jeb is where he is and what needs to happen to move up, they can't see what's right in front of them. Jeb wanted to embarrass Marco Rubio, but what did they think? They think Rubio was going to be rendered moot? They think Rubio was going to be so shocked he would not have a reply? Did they think Rubio was going to be so put down and so humiliated and so embarrassed and so called out that he wouldn't have anything to say in reply? Now imagine these people advising Jeb how to go after Hillary. Oh, I shudder. Folks, I shudder to think what that would be. But using intelligence guided by experience would have to think it'd be as ineffective there as it is here. Jeb was not snared by the moderators last night. Jeb was snared. Some partisan hack moderator didn't scoop Jeb up in a net. Jeb's advisors. Now, I'm not removing Jeb from all responsibility, but I think I know what's going on here. You put it all together, and not Hart really not in it. The people that do want it are the advisors, consultants, whoever behind him. They're telling him what he's got to do. That means he's not being himself. It all makes sense. Because it all makes understandable the lack of desire or passion that we see. Anyway, I got to take a break here. I'm up against it on time, and it's going to happen a lot today here, folks. Just be patient, because all of it is going to be good.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh.
The big voice on the right.
On the EIB Network.
Hey, you have a fantasy team. How's it doing? You know, FanDuel is the leader in 1 week fantasy football. The money is real. Building a team is easy. You just pick your players, stay under the salary cap, and sit back on Sunday and watch your team win. Entry fees start at just $1. Now, last week, Tyson from Orlando won $6,000 off a $2 entry fee in his first week on FanDuel. Join him and over 1 million other users who have already won money. Go to FanDuel.com, click the microphone in the upper right-hand corner, use my promo code RUSH, and sign up now. And here's a special offer for new users. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it with up to $200 that gets earned as you play. This offer is only good for the first 50 people that use my promo code RUSH today. So hurry. FanDuel.com, offer code RUSH, where every day is a brand new season.
Public notice. Premium waterfront home sites located on the Texas coastline are now available for immediate sale. Own one of these highly desirable home sites with access to the bay from only $29.9, or own direct dockable waterfront as little as $69.9. This area offers a relaxing coastal lifestyle in a renowned fishing area with easy access from Houston. First come, first served. Land bargains on the Texas coastline are in high demand. Call now. 844-LAND-600. That's 844-LAND-600.
Can a protein originally found in a jellyfish improve your memory? Our scientists say yes. Researchers have discovered a protein that actually supports healthier brain function. It's the breakthrough in a supplement called Prevagen. As we age, we lose proteins that support our brain. Prevagen supports these proteins and has been clinically shown to improve memory. It's safe and effective. For support of healthier brain function, a sharper mind, and clearer thinking, try Prevagen for yourself today. Available at drugstores everywhere.
Most car commercials say, hurry, the savings end soon. But the savings at your Northwest Toyota dealer are just the beginning. You'll get lower payments, all the latest features, plus 2 years of Toyota Care no-cost service. Savings don't end soon. At your Northwest Toyota dealer.
Visit your Northwest Toyota dealer today for great deals on a huge selection of Toyota models.
Toyota. Let's go places. Covers normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. See Toyota dealer for details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental United States and Alaska.
Hey parents, introducing the Communicizer. Go from boring old man speak.
Oh, you know, I'm here if you want to talk.
To 100% off the chain.
Text me whenever, yo.
I love you, Dad.
Communicizer is not available in stores because it doesn't exist. But that's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Because kids in foster care don't need perfection. They need you. For more information on how you can adopt, go to adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
Tonight at 6, catch the Lars Larson National Show. Now, back to El Rushbo on KPNW.
So I checked the email during the break, and then there was a fairly decent point. Rush, you're ripping into Jeb's campaign people, but don't you realize if it weren't for Trump, Jeb would probably be the guy with 20 points right now, and this thing would be over. I say, well, there that word is again, if. Yeah, well, if a lot of things, then things would be different. But that actually kind of buttresses my point, as if it weren't for Trump. Well, it is for Trump. Trump is there. You better be able to adapt to it, and you better be able to figure out why Trump is doing well. And if the only ammo you've got with Trump is he's going to blow it, he's going to fade, he's going to step in it, he's not going to last, he doesn't really mean it, he's going to get out it. So if that's all you can do, then you're not doing your job. It's not hard to explain Trump's success. It's really rather easy. That's why when I see the Politico story, the incredible shrinking Trump, in their dreams, they haven't the slightest idea what they're talking about. The incredible shrinking Trump. The usual blustery billionaire offered a downright demure performance at the third GOP debate. If these hacks in the media were not Democrat Party activists, this story could just as easily be written as Donald Trump shows more maturity as campaign evolves. But no, because the Democrat media does not see Republicans and conservatives in any way anywhere near a favorable, fair, even almost human way. It's not possible for them. Trump is a cartoon character to all of them, not just Harwood. He is a cartoon character to all of them who they hate. I got an email question last night during the debate. Okay, Becky, quick, and whatever other women have been mine. Why do they hate these guys so much? I said, are you kidding? Abortion. What do you mean, why do these female Democrat hacks hate Republican candidates? The answer is easy. And in most cases, it's one word. Abortion. Or another word. They're Republicans. They're hated. These people have their minds made up. They're not interested in having their minds changed. They're not interested in learning if they're even right, because in their minds it's inconceivable that they're wrong. So Trump, who many people might say was behaving with a little bit more, less bombast, less personal assault and attack last night, might say Trump is becoming more serious. Trump is becoming more mature, whatever. But if you're not inclined to note anything positive or synonymous with what you would say is growth in a human being or candidate, if all you can see is somebody's a cartoon character and a buffoon, and if you think the Republican electorate is so stupid, which they do, remember, you people are a bunch of mind-numb robots to the drive-by media. You are incapable of thinking on your own. Your public opinions are nothing but the result of whoever it is influencing you. Me, Fox News, whoever. You're incapable of independent thought, critical thought, what have you. You put these two things together, Trump's where he is precisely because he's a cartoon character, and you people are so shallow and so dense that that's what you want in a president. You want reality TV. You want low-rent scum as your leaders. You want this kind of thing, and that's what you're supporting. And then when those people, when the buffoons stop acting buffoonish, and when the cartoon characters don't act cartoonish, they're in trouble. And we get a headline, The Incredible Shrinking Trump. They haven't the slightest idea what they're talking about. They think Trump is fading. They think Trump may be losing support because he was quieter last night, because he was less bombastic, because he was less Trump. All this does is show how these hacks fail to understand the bond that exists between a candidate and his audience or voters. Let me give you one little hint, media. Donald Trump cannot be hurt by something he does not say. Donald Trump, nor any other candidate, cannot be hurt by something he does not do. Last night, Trump didn't do a bunch of stuff. Wow, he is fading away. Wrong-o. For you people in the media, and in the Republican establishment to boot, for you people waiting for Trump to blow it, waiting for Trump to step in it, whatever you think is going to happen. It's typical and traditional from people who think their job is to take people out. And that's what the media thinks their job with us is to take us out. Trump was so low-key, nearly invisible, didn't light it up. Typical of this way of thinking. The only way Trump's going to be taken out is if somebody comes along and is better. The media didn't make Trump. So little hint, you media people, you can't take him out.
Rush Limbaugh, because we know for you, only the best will do. On the EIB Network.
You know the story, Hansel and Gretel. Hansel left breadcrumbs on the trail so they could find their way back home. Well, that's what you do when you use public Wi-Fi or when you shop online. You leave breadcrumbs on the trail for someone to possibly steal your identity and take everything you own. LifeLock uses proprietary technology to detect signs that someone has picked up your breadcrumbs. And unlike free credit monitoring services that only alert you, they have a dedicated resolution staff to help clean things up if all of those breadcrumbs get messy. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can keep doing the things you do and feel better protected. Plans start at only $9.99 a month. Call or visit lifelock.com now. Use promo code RUSH. That's RUSH. And save 10% on your membership. Call 800-440-4833. LifeLock 800-440-4833.
Supersize your sleep for only $1 right now at Mattress Mania. Hurry in today to upgrade your queen to a king size for only $1.
Save like crazy.
Mattress Mania, now in Albany, Eugene, Springfield, and Corvallis.
Hunters and gun enthusiasts, deer season is here and elk season is just around the corner. Stop in and see the guys at SM Gun Shop. And parents, bring in pictures of your kids hunting and get 10% off. SM Gun Shop thanks everyone for participating in the Brzezinski recall. And remember, the elections are coming. SM Gun Shop off River Road in Eugene.
This is Brian Sutherland, owner of Amco in Springfield. Is your check engine light on? Is your car or truck not performing like it used to? Has your gas mileage dropped lately? We'll perform our exclusive Amco TransScan at no charge to you. That's a $50 value. And right now, our Power Purge transmission flush is only $99. That includes most cars and light trucks. Maintenance has never been more important, so trust your complete car care needs to Amco in Springfield. For hometown service, remember, AA MCO.
They just told us right away that we're going to house you, we're going to feed you, and every single one of his medical bills is just all taken care of.
They've saved my family from financial ruin. It allowed me and my wife both to focus on the most important thing, which was the health and well-being of our son.
We have phenomenal research, outstanding clinical care, and the generosity of public, which allow us to treat patients regardless of what it takes. And that's what makes St. Jude so magical.
At St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, families never receive a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food, because the only thing a family should worry about is helping their child live.
Doctors send us the toughest cases to be treated at St. Jude, and our patients come from all over the world.
When we come here, they told me, don't worry, everything will be taken care of. We could never repay St. Jude for what they've given us.
Because of you.
Gracias a ti.
Because of you.
There is St. Jude.
Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Britt Hume of Fox News tweeted an attack on Ted Cruz after the debate last night. Yes, yes. Have to put that in perspective, too, when we come back. So I can't wait, folks. Time's going by too fast here. Just hang in there.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are trading a little lower after yesterday's strong rally. The Dow Jones Industrials are down 33 points to 17,746. The Nasdaq is down 13. The S&P 500 is down 1.5 points. Aetna shares are up 3.5%. The health insurance company posted a quarterly profit. The top forecasts. Aetna also raised its outlook for the full year. There was a drop last month in the number of houses that went under contract to buyers. The National Association of Realtors reports pending home sales fell 2.3% in September. The NAR says some would-be home buyers may have been discouraged by a small number of properties on the market. There was a tiny increase last week in the number of workers joining the unemployment lines. The Labor Department counted 260,000 first-time applications for jobless benefits, 1,000 more than the previous week. The 4-week moving average of new claims was at the lowest level in 42 years. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. He now has the gavel and the challenge.
Only a fully functioning House can truly represent the people.
But new House Speaker Paul Ryan says the House is broken. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Before he took the job, Speaker Ryan called on the Republican Party to come together. And today, after he was sworn in, he again called for unity, saying lawmakers should not hide, but instead embrace their differences.
We have nothing to fear from honest differences honestly stated.
He vowed to do his best to take the tough issues head on. Ryan is the House's 54th Speaker, putting him second in line to succeed the president. And at 45 years old, he's the youngest Speaker since 1869. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. Sheriff's officials in Arkansas now say 4 people were killed in the crash of a small plane into a residential neighborhood in Pottsville, about 70 miles northwest of Little Rock. No injuries on the ground. The plane went down shortly after takeoff and was destroyed by fire. in the crash. A manhunt continues after a mall shooting last night in Indianapolis. Fox News Radio's Evan Brown has this live.
And Lisa, police in Indianapolis have yet to make public any information about a suspect who opened fire at the city's Washington Square Mall last night. But it's not terrorism.
This is not a random act.
Police Deputy Chief Brian Mahoney says it was about an ongoing confrontation. The mall was not a target.
This could have been a mall, a park, the gas station. This could have been anywhere that these two individuals would have run into each other. We have a pretty good idea that these two had something going on.
Now, 3 were wounded. 1 was the intended victim. The others were bystanders, Lisa.
But a man accused of shooting at police in 2 states still on the run. But schools in the area are back open with heightened security in a rural Kentucky district near the Tennessee line. 2 of suspect Floyd Cook's associates were arrested last night. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $5 million. Buy yours today.
Brad's Cottage Grove Chevy GMC. Low prices, amazing selection.
100 years ago, there were 100,000 tigers in the wild. Today, there are as few as 3,200. The Earth's wild animals can't speak up when they need help, but we can. Be the voice for those who have no voice. Visit worldwildlife.org.
And now, Katy Perry!
Imagine going on stage with nothing and being expected to roar. It's the same with our teachers who are using their own money so students can learn. DonorsChoose.org helps teachers and students succeed.
Join Katy Perry at MakeRoarHappen.com.
There's a lot of things out there that we don't understand. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. And that's why I just love your program.
Kind of a messy job. Hey, somebody's got to do it, right? I'm George Norrie.
George Norrie on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
257 Gold. Visit Goldworth.
KPNW News brought to you by Battery Exchange, servicing all your battery needs. A man was killed in an officer-involved shooting along I-5 in Salem last night. The incident started as a pursuit south of Woodburn and ended near Kubler Road, south of Salem. Witnesses heard one shot. Police haven't released details of what led to the shooting. Marion County Sheriff's Lieutenant Chris Baldridge says no officers were hurt.
Each night after something like this happens, I think we just, hug our wives and hug our husbands, probably a little harder that, and maybe our kids, and really just take a step back and know just how critical some of these incidents can be.
The name of the man who was shot has not been released. The Oregon grocery industry will try again to get a measure on the ballot allowing them to sell liquor. It would end Oregon's system of private liquor stores. Voters have been doubtful since Washington State made the same move, but the prices didn't go down. They actually went up, and the taxes remain the same. If approved, the measure would leave the decision on taxes up to the Oregon legislature. Walmart is hiring 60,000 seasonal workers nationwide for the holidays. In Oregon, they'll hire at least 500 people. Last year, more than half of the people hired for the holidays stayed on as permanent employees. Walmart's starting minimum wage is $9 an hour. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The weather is changing and days are growing shorter. Now's the time to check your battery, and that means all of them. Smoke alarms, flashlights, phones, and radios. And Battery Exchange will check your batteries for free. Battery Exchange in Eugene, Springfield, Salem, Albany, Corvallis, and more. Battery Exchange.
It's time to save at the fall clearance sales event going on right now at the Hertz Car Sales Superstores. The better way to buy a car.
Hey folks, Scott Hoysh here from Hertz Car Sales in Eugene. It's been such an exciting time here at Hertz Car Sales Superstore. Over the last few months, our inventory has nearly doubled. And as our customers have discovered, more inventory equals more choices and lower prices for you. And with more than 1,000 vehicles in our Superstore inventory, you're sure to find the choice and savings all in one place for all types of credit. It also means we're hosting our biggest fall clearance sales event ever at Hertz Car Sales, right here in Eugene. During the fall clearance sales event, on approved credit, you can get 1.99% financing up to 60 months and no payments for 3 months. Remember, only at Beltline and West 11th, where Hertz Car Sales Superstore will save you money.
Stop in and see our biggest selection in years on West 11th, just off the Beltline, and always online at HertzEugene.com. Hertz Car Sales of Eugene, the better way to buy a car.
Fall is here, and it's the perfect time to cut your cost on a new Husqvarna zero-turn mower. Purchase select zero turns from October 12th to November 15th, and you'll qualify for a $250 Visa prepaid card. Engineered and tested in the toughest environments, Husqvarna zero-turn mowers are powerful, ergonomic, and packed with innovation. So no matter what challenge you're up against, you're always ready. If you want to cash in on a great fall deal, let Husqvarna put $250 in your wallet before the holidays. Visit All Seasons Equipment on West 7th in Eugene or online at allseasonsequipment.com. KPNW.net.
It's 10:06, and Rush is back. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Back here, folks. Welcome back. Rush Limbaugh behind the golden EIV microphone for yet another hour of today's excursion into broadcast excellence. Telephone numbers 800-282-2882. And your phone calls are coming up in this hour. Rarely have I felt the need to cram so much into a program. Okay, immediately after the debate last night. Well, actually, it wasn't immediately after. I got the note about this about 20 till 10, so there was still a little over a half hour left in the debate. And apparently Brit Hume couldn't wait to pounce on Ted Cruz. I know, it seems incongruous as it can be, but what Cruz did to irritate Brit Hume was to list all of the fights that he has led as senator and as attorney general, the things that he has tried to get done, the things he's tried to stop, the things he's tried to achieve. And so Brit Hume tweeted, Ted Cruz going on about all the fights he's led in Washington, never mentions the number of fights he's won. The answer is none. Is that how we're going to judge things now? Ted Cruz, the one guy in the United States Senate that's trying to stop this decline of this country. The one guy trying to make something happen. The one guy trying to lead others. The one guy trying to turn the linguini-spined Republicans into spines of steel in the United States Senate. Why do you think, a good friend of mine said, why do you think a movement is called a movement? Because it has to move. Doesn't make the case. If it doesn't make the case, if the movement doesn't make the case, even in the face of temporary defeats, then it dies. Where would Obama be if he had believed when the Berlin Wall fell down that communism was finished? Where would any of the leftist Democrats, the Alinsky-ites today, be if they had just thrown in the towel? Oh, my God, our precious Berlin Wall is down. Our precious Soviet Union's over. I guess that's it for us. They didn't react that way, did they? They never stopped moving. They never stopped fighting. They never stopped trying to win. And they don't win every time, and nobody puts that kind of judgment on them. Everybody sits around and marvels at how often they do win. But in order to win, you have to move. You have to have movements. You have to lead efforts. The Democrat Party had a bunch of people back in 1993 who thought, we got to abandon this drift to the left. It's over. The Berlin Wall is down. Ronald Reagan, 1976, lost the Republican presidential nomination. Guess it was over. Guess Reagan's a failure. He waged a fight and he lost. What good's Reagan? Kept fighting. I really think this is instructive too. This is establishment type thinking from inside the Beltway. The left has lost every one of their battles until they've won them. Name for me somebody who wins all the time. This tweet is, it was unnecessarily. Well, what is the point of going after Cruz last night? What is it? Because there's this great fear inside the establishment. Like I said yesterday, folks, and I mean this, and I didn't know Drudge was going to make it his lead headline yesterday, but I'll tell you, the Republican establishment would much rather have Hillary Clinton than Ted Cruz be president. Ted Cruz scares the heck out of them because Hillary will keep the gravy train rolling. Hillary will keep the government growing. Hillary will keep the money being redistributed. She'll keep taxing people. Government's going to get bigger, all kinds of money around, all kinds of jobs in the government, all kinds of work for lobbyists and so forth. And Cruz stands for an attempt to reduce all of that. And so the people in Washington who feed off the federal teat are threatened by somebody who wants to reduce the number of teats. Imagine Ted Cruz being the biggest enemy when you are a Republican or a conservative, either an elected official, a campaign official, media figure, or whatever. Ted Cruz, your biggest enemy. I said last night that one of the things that irritated me the most about the behavior of the assassins disguised as journalists, moderators of the debate last night, was there was an overarching assumption as they attempted to impugn the character, the qualifications, the capabilities of all of these people on stage last night. And the overarching thing was that none of them are qualified. None of them are qualified. They don't know what they're doing. And, of course, the assumption that every Democrat is qualified. Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. Barack Obama is maybe the most unqualified president we've had in my lifetime. He has been a singular disaster. But you know why he's said to be qualified? And Hillary and all that with these people? Because he cares about people. He's such a good guy. He's compassionate. And maybe he doesn't know what he's doing, but he's trying. He's trying to help people. At least you Republicans, you don't care if you kick people out of the country and kick people out of their homes and kick people out of the abortion clinics and arm everybody. And it just goes on and on and on. And that's why I get continually frustrated with Republicans who think they have to deal with these people, think they have to change their minds, think they have to persuade them if they're going to win anything. Here's a montage of some of these gotcha attack questions last night from the debate.
Is this a comic book version of a presidential campaign?
You want to bring the 70,000 pages to 3? Is that using really small type? You've been a young man in a hurry ever since you won your first election in your 20s. Why not slow down, get a few more things done first, or at least finish what you start?
Ms. Fiorina, your board fired you. I just wondered why you think we should hire you now. Bankruptcy is a broken promise. Why should the voters believe the promises that you're telling them right now? Senator Rubio, you've had issues. You have a lack of bookkeeping skills. You accidentally intermingled campaign money with your personal money. It raises the question whether you have the maturity and the wisdom to lead a $17 trillion economy.
Why would you serve on a company whose policies seem to run counter to your views on homosexuality? A company called Manatech, with which you had a 10-year relationship, they paid $7 million to settle a deceptive marketing lawsuit in Texas, and yet your involvement continued. Why?
Mr. Trump says that he is capable of growing the economy so much that Social Security and Medicare don't have to be touched. Do you want to explain how that's going to happen, Mr. Trump? The leading Republican candidate, when you look at the average of national polls right now, is Donald Trump. When you look at him, do you see someone with the moral authority to unite the country?
Such a nasty question.
Yeah, well, it's all nasty, and it's all based on a desire to destroy these people. There wasn't any attempt to get any understanding, to learn what they stand for or what their policies are. It's laughable. It's a joke to even mention that as a possibility. This was a kill show last night. Those questions were not just biased. Those questions were not just unfair. Those were perfectly structured, mean-spirited bombs. The questions themselves did not require any answers. The questions themselves were designed to be what shaped public opinion in that debate. The questions themselves, the moderators, the assassins, were attempting to characterize our candidates, and it didn't matter what our candidates said. That was the purpose of those questions. There is no doubt about this. The day ought to come where we stop giving them this opportunity. They're going to take it anyway, whether it's a debate format or the nightly news. They're going to do these kinds of things. Our people need to focus and spend most of their time on creating a bond with the American people, like Carson and Trump have done. That's how you blunt this stuff. You don't blunt this stuff by taking these people on and getting into a shouting match with them and telling them how they're rude, although that was a good line from Christie to her. Well, you know, John, what you're doing even in New Jersey would be called rude. It was a great line. But let's contrast this montage you just heard. Let's go back and listen to Anderson Cooper and Dana Bash and Juan Carlos Lopez ask questions of the Democrats in their last debate.
Secretary Clinton, though, with all due respect, Senator Sanders, you call yourself a Democratic socialist. How can any kind of socialist win a general election? We're going to have a lot more on these issues, but I do want to just quickly get everybody in on the question of electability. Secretary Clinton, is Bernie Sanders tough enough on guns? Senator Sanders, what would you do differently? Is she too quick to use military force? Senator Sanders, I want you to be able to respond. Who or what is the greatest national security threat? Secretary Clinton, with all due respect, do you want to respond? Do Black Lives Matter or do all lives matter? Secretary Clinton, what would you do for African Americans in this country that President Obama couldn't? Senator Sanders, what are you going to be able to do that President Obama didn't? Secretary Clinton, how would you address this issue? Why is your plan better?
Is that something that you would support?
Secretary Clinton, Governor O'Malley wants to open up Obamacare to millions of undocumented immigrants and their children. Do you?
Secretary Clinton, do you regret your vote on the Patriot Act? Governor Chafee, Edward Snowden, is he a traitor or a hero? Governor O'Malley, how would you be different than President Obama's administration? Secretary Clinton, how would you not be a third term of President Obama? Why should Democrats embrace an insider like yourself? Senator Sanders, are you tougher on climate change than Secretary Clinton?
There wasn't one gotcha. There wasn't one question that even got near whether or not these people are qualified. There weren't any characterizing of these candidates as buffoonish or as cartoonish. There were no references to any of the negatives of any of these people. Mrs. Clinton didn't get a question about her husband's philandering. She didn't get one question about her own questionable foundation with all of the dubious donations. The questions that happened on the email scandal were brushed over by Bernie Sanders. That this is what passes for tough questions of Democrats. What you just heard, that's what passes as tough questions. That's as much as they will ever face. This is as tough a questioning as any Democrat candidate will ever face. Here is Ted Cruz. By the way, was it Frank Luntz said that he has never had in his focus group these people with their dials recording their responses as they hear things. He's never had anybody get anywhere near the territory that Ted Cruz got in audience approval. When he finally got fed up with the line and nature of questioning last night and just tore into these assassins.
The questions that have been asked so far in this debate illustrate why the American people don't trust the media. This is not a cage match. Donald Trump, are you a comic book villain? Ben Carson, can you do math? John Kasich, will you insult two people over here? Marco Rubio, why don't you resign? Jeb Bush, why have your numbers fallen? How about talking about the substantive issues people care about?
Does this count? Do we get credit for this one?
And Carl, I'm not finished yet. The contrast with the Democratic debate, where every fawning question from the media was, which of you is more handsome and wise? The men and women on this stage have more ideas, more experience, more common sense than every participant in the Democratic debate. That debate reflected a debate between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. And nobody watching at home believes that any of the moderators has any intention of voting in a Republican primary. The questions that are being asked shouldn't be trying to get people to tear into each other.
It's not that. Look, I agree, but that's not what they were trying to do. They were trying to destroy each and every one of you, Senator Cruz, just with the question. They didn't care what you did with it. They didn't care what happened. They don't even care that you tore into them. To them, they got the questions asked, and nobody stopped them. Although, it did change in tone after this eruption from Cruz. But they didn't care. They didn't care what the answers were. They weren't even trying to stoke interaction between the candidates. The questions alone were the bullets. The cameras and the microphones were the guns. And the questions were the bullets, and it didn't matter after that. What happened after the question? Of very little practical interest as far as the moderators/assassins are concerned. Marco Rubio had a good contribution to all of this, too, when he described Hillary Clinton's super PAC.
The Democrats have the ultimate super PAC. It's called the mainstream media, who every single day, and I'll tell you why. Last week, Hillary Clinton went before a committee. She admitted she had sent emails to her family saying, hey, this attack in Benghazi was caused by al-Qaeda-like elements. She spent over a week telling the families of those victims and the American people that it was because of a video. And yet the mainstream media is going around saying it was the greatest week in Hillary Clinton's campaign. It was the week she got exposed as a liar. It was the week that she got exposed as a liar. But she has her super PAC helping her out, the American mainstream media.
It's so long overdue that these people would call out the media this way. This is what the voters, this is what the American people have been begging for, asking for. Stand up to them. Push back. Fight back. Don't take it. And that's why this resonated coast to coast. This even resonated with low-information voters. This resonated with people who've never believed that there really is media bias, who are watching. This resonated with people all over the country in all demographics. What happened last night? The media is too arrogant to understand they've done themselves any damage. It's not possible. And by the way, how much more damage can they face? They're losing audience, they're losing pages, they're losing advertising revenue, and they don't care. It doesn't matter to the people on camera or use the computer to write their pieces. It does matter to their management, I guess. But if it weren't for subsidies of some of these companies and cable subsidies the way they work out, half these networks wouldn't even be on the air. Now, one thing about Cruz is right here. The Democrat debate was a debate between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. Now, a lot of people, Bolsheviks, what the Mensheviks, who are they? The Bolsheviks beat the Mensheviks. The Bolsheviks succeeded in beating the Mensheviks because they took over the Russian news media with guns. That's what Cruz is referencing. Well, not the guns, but he was referring to the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks as what we saw on stage at the Democrat debate. Quick time out, my friends. Phone calls are next as we move on.
America's most listened to talk radio host on the EIB network.
Hey, you have a fantasy team. How's it doing? You know, FanDuel is the leader in 1 week fantasy football. The money is real. Building a team is easy. You just pick your players, stay under the salary cap, and sit back on Sunday and watch your team win. Entry fees start at just $1. Now, last week, Tyson from Orlando won $6,000 off a $2 entry fee in his first week on FanDuel. Join him and over 1 million other users who have already won money. Go to FanDuel.com, click the microphone in the upper right-hand corner, use my promo code RUSH, and sign up now. And here's a special offer for new users. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it with up to $200 that gets earned as you play. This offer is only good for the first 50 people that use my promo code RUSH today. So hurry. FanDuel.com, offer code RUSH, where every day is a brand new season.
Do you want to start your own business? Buy a company or franchise. Be your own boss. You can with Pango Financial. Pango Financial's Dream Spark plan is a qualified retirement plan that allows you to use your existing retirement savings to capitalize your new business without suffering penalties or additional taxes for early withdrawal. Learn more about our Dream Spark plan by calling Pango Financial at 1-855-Y-PANGO. That's 1-855-Y-PANGO. Find out how this product can help you invest in yourself. Call now toll-free and receive a free incorporation and free business valuation for your new business. Call 1-855-Y-PANGO. 1-855-949-7264. That's 1-855-Y-PANGO or visit ypango.com. That's YPANGO.com. Pango Financial is not a fiduciary, trustee, or financial or legal advisor, and legal, accounting, and tax advice about any retirement plan should be obtained directly from an accountant or attorney.
Most car commercials say, hurry, the savings ends soon. But the savings at your Northwest Toyota dealer are just the beginning. Save right now with 0% financing on 13 new dependable Toyota models, like the techno-rich Corolla, adventurous RAV4, and best-selling Camry. Then save for 2 years with Toyota Care no-cost scheduled service and roadside assistance. And keep saving down the road with Toyota's leading gas mileage and legendary resale value. With 0% financing on 13 new Toyota models, where will you go?
Visit your Northwest Toyota dealer for great deals on a huge selection of Toyota models.
With 0% financing and 2 years of no-cost service, the savings don't end soon. At your Northwest Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. APR financing through Toyota Financial Services with approved credit. Must take retail delivery from dealer stock by 11/2/15. Covers normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. See Toyota dealer for details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska.
Sherman Brothers Trucking is looking for drivers, company drivers and owner-operators, flatbed, tanker, lowboy, curtain van, and dump truck. Great benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and paid vacation. Sherman Brothers has been family-owned and operated since 1969 and runs regionally with good home times. Sherman Brothers prides themselves on the quality of their drivers and the service the company provides. Excellent training and quality management will help you reach your goals. Check out ShermanTrucking.com for more details or call 800-457-1459.
When you think fishing or firearms, think Mazama.
Local, family-owned Mazama is your fishing headquarters with brands like G. Loomis, St. Croix, Shimano, Daiwa, and a variety of locally made products tailor-made for this region. Team Mazama is eager and knowledgeable.
Plus, they offer layaway on firearms and fishing gear.
Pick up your hunting and fishing license while you're there. Conveniently located on West 11th in the same parking lot as Lowe's. Get to Mazama and get hooked on the good life. When you think fishing or firearms, think Mazama.
Hey there, it's Lars Larson. Join me at my new time for my national show, starting weeknights at 6:05 on 1120 KPNW.
According to all the online polls, ladies and gentlemen, after the debate, some of them are scientific, some of them are not, but regardless, according to all of the online polls, including Drudge and Time and even CNBC's own poll, Donald Trump won that thing going away last night. Now, and a lot of, Rush, how can that be? Rush, and the media, how can it be? He didn't say much, he didn't insult anybody. If you don't understand this, you know, this is my point here in the point I was making, the Jeb campaign earlier, in not recognizing where they are, what they're up against, the nature of the electorate this time around. Trump has established a bond with his voters. There hasn't been anything happen that make them lose any enthusiasm for him. The media is not going to be able to do that. Other candidates aren't going to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to beat Trump by taking him out. The only way anybody's going to beat Trump is being better than he is, which is as it should be. The media thinks they can take anybody out they want to take out. So Trump's in decline. Trump's this. Trump didn't show up last night. Trump was not nearly as bombastic. Trump wasn't who Trump is. Trump didn't insult the Mexicans. Doesn't matter. Trump showed up. Trump was engaged. Trump had things to say, and they made sense, and he scored points. Mission accomplished. What do you people think? He has to go out and insult people like that's what you think he does, and that's why you think people like him? I'll tell you, all of this is so insulting to me. Trump's only there because we have a bunch of bigoted Republicans that hate Mexicans, and Trump went out and tapped into it, and that's what they think, and that's why they don't deserve our attention and our time whatsoever on their networks for any amount of serious discussion about the next presidency and the future of this country, because they are not interested in anything that their own bigotry, their own racism, their own small-mindedness. And the time has long passed that we need to stop catering to these people, as we, though, somehow need them. Because that's the message of this campaign. We don't need them. The leaders in this campaign have done it despite the media and without them, and that is a good lesson for everybody to learn.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene Mayor Kitty Piercy pressed the City Council to approve a resolution asking the state for help alleviating homelessness.
What we are interested in today and what we are asking for is that the state government as a whole treats this homelessness situation as a crisis, a real emergency, and agrees to work with local governments on all aspects of it.
Piercy originally wanted the council to request that Governor Kate Brown declare an emergency. Instead, she got a resolution asking the state to convene a work group and spend more money to address the issue. Officials say the Oregon State Police were involved in a shooting on I-5 in Salem after an attempted traffic stop turned into a high-speed chase. No officers were hurt. The suspect was killed. Studded tires become legal in Oregon once again on November 1st under state law, but that's just one sign that winter is approaching. It's also the start of snow park permit season. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
You deserve a better night's sleep, so hurry in to Mattress Mania today, where you can supersize your mattress for only $1.
Save like crazy.
Mattress Mania in Eugene, Springfield, Albany, and Corvallis.
Winter weather is right around the corner, but we have some cold, hard cash to heat things up. Come on over to Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence this November and see how much cash you can grab in 60 seconds in our Hot Seat Cash Cube giveaway. Winners will be drawn hourly every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Check out threeriverscasino.com for all the details. And coming soon, get ready to put on your blue suede shoes because, ladies and gentlemen, Elvis is in the building. That's right. The ultimate Elvis impersonator, Justin Shandor, returns to Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence for 3 epic performances. Reserve your tickets now for Elvis, January 15th and 16th. Go to threeriverscasino.com for all the details. We got the cash and we got the king at Three Rivers Casino Resort because things are luckier here.
People are going crazy for FanDuel's one-week fantasy football leagues. Listen up.
FanDuel, easily by far, is the best fantasy website on the planet.
With FanDuel, you have a new chance to win every week.
FanDuel is paying out $75 million a week this football season. Plus, right now, FanDuel is giving you a bonus of up to $200 that gets earned as you play. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. Go to FanDuel.com, click the microphone, and enter the promo code 6161. That's FanDuel.com, promo code 6161.
I teach philosophy, and my philosophy on investing is simple. Get someone else to do it. That stuff is harder than explaining Nico McKeon ethics to freshmen. So I got TIAA CREF. They manage over $800 billion globally, and they've got a lot of industry accolades. Not totally sure what they all mean, but I do know it means they've got my back.
Intelligent investing for the long term. Just what you'd expect from a company that's created to serve and built to perform. Visit TIAA.org. TIAA CREF Individual and Institutional Services, LLC. This testimonial is an active portrayal. Investing involves risk. Individual results will vary.
Dave, what are you doing?
Just sending a gift to Dave 2037.
Who?
Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck for Dave 2037 so he can buy anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman. What are you getting Steve 2037?
Steve 2037 will be just fine.
Well, okay, but don't expect to borrow my anti-gravity boots.
Save something for the future. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
Do you dance badly or hug in public? That's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love to put up with you. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit adoptuskids.org for more information. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
Rush Limbaugh and breaking news when it happens. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
A little blood on the dance floor. Michael Jackson's blood on the stage. Last night, Rush Limbaugh behind the golden EIB microphone here at the distinguished and prestigious Limbaugh Institute for Advanced Conservative Studies. Okay, to the phones we go. This is Leanna in Cincinnati. Great to have you. You're up first. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Rush.
Hi.
I absolutely loved last night. I loved the fact that somebody finally took it to them. It was kind of like the Wellstone Memorial. It was so over the top that they were really the cartoon. And I just hope that we keep it up because it can't just happen and have no response.
Well, now that's an interesting comparison. The Wellstone Memorial. If I get your analogy, the Wellstone Memorial was the left was just over the top and just offending everybody and driving everybody away. It was supposed to be a funeral-like service, a memorial-like service, something that everybody supposedly loved, and they turned it into a giant partisan event. You know, the one thing about this last night that is of interest is, will there be any lasting effect to it? In other words, how long will people remember it?
And it really, for me, crystallized my want to support Ted Cruz, because he really took it to them, and it was very enjoyable to watch.
Speaking of that, thanks very much, Leanna, for the call. I appreciate it. I just received CNBC's website. Are you smarter than a GOP candidate? Grade level assessment of candidates' spoken words in the first 3 Republican debates. Donald Trump is at the youngest end of the spectrum, averaging a 5th grade level of vocabulary. Maybe that's why he's doing so well. Well, what did I just tell you? These people on that stage, the CNBC moderators, it doesn't matter, ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, you name it, they all have a certain set of beliefs. Republicans are stupid, they are Neanderthals. You are mind-numbed robots. You like Trump because you think he hates Mexicans and you hate Mexicans, and that's why they love Trump, and that's why Trump's doing well, and that's what they think. They don't hear Trump say he's going to make this country great again. They don't hear Trump say we're going to start winning. We're going to beat ISIS. We're going to beat China. We're going to beat Mexico in trade deals. We're going to return to being a legitimate superpower. No, the media doesn't hear that because they are so obsessed and so convinced that you're stupid, that you're dumb, that you're dense, that you're racist, that you're sexist, that you're bigoted, that you're homophobic, that anybody that gets your support must also be the same. And that's the starting point. All of that they assume. All of that they know they're right about. So Trump's support is illegitimate. It's made up of mean-spirited, stupid, deliverance-type bigots. And that is what they really think. This is why I don't have any patience for any of our so-called pseudo-intellectuals in Washington who want to make friends with these people, who want to be in the club with them, who want to be wherever with them, where we have nothing in common. They have no desire to see us as similar, equals, with respect, or any of that. Their strict, avowed purpose is to render us irrelevant as a political power. That means defeat after defeat after defeat, and they don't care how. Their minds are never going to change about who we are and about who Trump is. So here we have, are you smarter than a GOP candidate? From CNBC. Grade level assessments of candidates' spoken words. First 3 GOP debates. Donald Trump at the youngest end of the spectrum, averaging a 5th grade level of vocabulary. Maybe that's why he's doing so well in the polls. His simple, straightforward talk has resonated with the electorate. The Trump campaign did not respond to requests for comment. But the competition isn't all that great. On the other extreme end, we have Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is the smartest guy in the Republican room, and his vocabulary represents that of a 9th grader. You can say whatever. I've got it right here, my formerly nicotine-stained fingers. Of course it's straight-up BS. And the day after the debate, you expected these people to be humble after this shaming last night? You expected them to be apologetic? You expected them to be chagrined? Hell no, not sheepish. They're doubling down. Are you smarter than a GOP candidate? So Donald Trump speaks at a 5th grade level, but, you know, the competition isn't all that great because Cruz isn't the smartest, and he speaks at the 9th grade level. Ted Cruz has more intellect in his little finger than John Harwood will accumulate in his entire worthless life. You know, this business about qualifications. Who the hell is Becky Quick? Who is Carl Quintanilla? Who is Harwood? Why are they vaunted authoritarians over these people seeking the presidency? Why are they accorded status such that they get to determine whether or not somebody's qualified? Because they are journalists. Well, what's the qualification for a journalist today? Very simple. Democrats good, Republicans bad. Good, you got the job. That's all it takes. That's the nub of it. Democrats good, Republicans bad, you get the gig. Turn it around. What have these journalists have? Here you have Ben Carson. There is no finer human being on this earth. There's no finer man in terms of character, morality, dignity, love of his fellow man. Children, pediatric surgeon, has performed surgical miracles. And here we have 3 insignificant nabobs trying to destroy him last night on the basis that he can't do mathematics or that his tax plan doesn't add up or some such thing. Sorry, folks, I have lost my patience for this. Becky Quick? What is Becky Quick without somebody at CNBC deciding they need somebody who looks good on TV and they hire her because she can talk about crony capitalism, which is what CNBC does? You would think a business network would be pro-business. You had a business network that's pro-government and pro-business that is in bed with government. But businesses that aren't in bed with government, they're the bad guys on CNBC. We are to sit here and read how our candidates have no better than 9th grade speaking ability versus what we saw on CNBC last night and every day on their network, which, by the way, nobody's watching anymore. Another curious reason why Reince Priebus chose him to host a debate, but that's a whole other story. I'm insulted by this presumption that all of them are the brainiacs. They're the smart ones. They're the qualified ones. Here's Donald Trump. I don't care what you think of his personality. Frankly, it's none of your damn business. You go do what he's done and then tell him he's worthless. Go do what Ben Carson's done and then tell him and tell the rest of us that he doesn't know what he's doing. Or any of the others up there. Going after Carly Fiorina on this H&P business and giving Hillary Clinton a pass? Well, I know it's the name of the game, but the point is, this has so long ago been obvious. I mean, why does the war on women even, can you believe the folly? The war on women. The whole idea that a political party seeks to win elections by conducting a war on women. And the only reason that exists is because a Clinton hack moderated a debate on ABC, taking time off from his job as a host of an early morning show on ABC. We have a Clinton war room specialist disguised as a journalist on ABC, and he moderated a debate, and he asks Mitt Romney about contraception somewhere, and it becomes a war on women. The intellectual folly of the whole concept of a political party having a war on women, and yet it's alive and well, and it lives and breathes, and it's out there each and every day, and it exists as a legitimate arsenal in the Democrat Party weapon. It boggles the mind. And to me, it would be so easy to nuke this stuff. With Ted Cruz showing the way for people, this is the way to deal with these people each and every day. On Meet the Press, on Face the Nation, Wherever you encounter these people, throw it right back at them. If you're going to go on their shows, you have to treat them for what they are. You are going on shows moderated by Democrat Party campaign activists. Paul Begala's over there at CNN. James Carville is where anybody will have him. Now David Axelrod, he's making the rounds from MSNBC to CNN. David Plouffe, who ran the Obama campaign. Meanwhile, the Republican consultants that get hired are of all the losers who are running around basically agreeing with all that the Democrat consultants say. They all have the same enemy, conservatives, you and me. And it's legit because we are their biggest threat. We do threaten their power because we can beat them. Anyway, another break. We've run up against the wall here, but more of your phone calls are coming up. Sit tight back
after they made him, they broke the mold. Rush on the EIB network.
Public notice. Premium waterfront home sites located on the Texas coastline are now available for immediate sale. Own one of these highly desirable home sites with access to the bay from only $29.9. Or own direct dockable waterfront as little as $69.9. This area offers a relaxing coastal lifestyle in a renowned fishing area with easy access from Houston. First come, first served. Land bargains on the Texas coastline are in high demand. Call now. 844-LAND-600. That's 844-LAND-600.
Are you single and ready to fall in love? I'm Barbie Adler, founder of Selective Search, North America's leading offline matchmaking firm. If you're tired of wasting time and money meeting the wrong caliber of people, call Selective Search at 866-592-1200 or visit selectivesearch.com. You have high standards and operate strategically in all other areas of your life, so don't leave the most important aspect of your life to chance. Allow Selective Search to introduce you to the love of your life. Call 866-592-1200.
Hi, I'm Kyle Cox, founder and owner of Blindster.com. At Blindster.com, we sell custom blinds and shades at affordable prices and provide the best customer service humanly possible. Since 2010, we've sold hundreds of thousands of blinds to satisfied customers across the country. Just check out our more than 10,000 customer reviews online. Blindster.com has easy-to-follow measuring and installation instructions on our website, as well as friendly and knowledgeable representatives available to help. And we take the fear out of ordering custom window coverings by offering free samples and a 60-day money-back satisfaction guarantee. In addition, we offer a fit-or-free guarantee, meaning your blinds will fit, or we will remake them in a different size, even if you make a mistake in measuring, for free.
Go to Blindster.com now and take advantage of our special offer for Rush listeners only. Take 20% off any order. Just use the coupon code RUSH at checkout. Visit us now at Blindster.com. That's BLINDSTER.com. Blindster.com. Blindster.com.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Asurion total equipment coverage as of April 10, 2015.
Getting a new Galaxy, iPhone, or other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting your new smartphone is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you're paying way too much. I'm Steve Abernethy, and I founded SquareTrade to give you a better choice. Phone insurance from Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carriers can cost you as much as $11 every month, plus up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade phone protection is less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. We can save you over $240. And switching to SquareTrade is easy. Even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract with Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carrier, you can cancel their phone insurance anytime. We'll even show you how.
Switch to SquareTrade now and save over $240. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
SquareTrade! 50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at KPNW.com.
Yeah, I've got the story on Harwood lying about Rubio's tax plan, and even he corrected his own lie in his previous column and lied about that. So I've got that here. I don't want to get bogged down with individual lies. The whole thing last night was a lie. Every one of those moderators is a lie. They are liars and pretending falsely who they are. The whole thing from the get-go was staged. There was nothing legitimate about that last night. Of course Harwood's a liar. Of course he misrepresents what Republicans do. Of course he lies about their tax plans. And we got CNBC with their big story today, Are You Smarter Than a GOP Candidate? College-level speaking not required at the GOP debates is the subhead. Well, I just happen to have a story here in my formerly nicotine-stained finger. Who runs the damn schools in this country? Is it not the Democratic freaking Party and the American left who have had monopoly control over it for as long as you and I have been alive? Detroit public schools, 93% not proficient in reading. 96% not proficient in math. Harwood probably could teach there. The Department of Education has published fiscal information on the Detroit public schools for the 2011-2012 school year. That year, the Detroit public schools had total expenditures of $18,000 per student. It included $13,000 per student for current expenditures, $3,000 per student for capital outlays, and $1,700 per student for interest on the school system's debt. 93% not proficient in reading, Detroit public schools. 67% 8th graders not proficient in reading nationwide. Who's running the school system? The very people moderating that debate last night with their smug arrogance, telling us they've got all the answers, they're the brilliant ones, they're the smart ones, they have all the policies. They have destroyed this country. They're in the process of governing a country in decline. They are engaged in implementing policies which will further this decline. We have people running for the presidency who are trying to save this country, and of course they're the enemy. They would be Republicans. But every one of the cities on this list, the national is 67%, Detroit is 93%, Albuquerque, Atlanta, Austin, Baltimore City, Boston, Charlotte, Chicago, Cleveland, Dallas, Detroit, D.C., Fresno, Jefferson County, Kentucky, Los Angeles, they're all over 50% in students that cannot read at an 8th grade level. And we get a story about how the Republican candidate's so stupid that the smartest one speaks at a 9th grade level. Well, I guess that means everybody in America can relate to him. Thanks to the Democrat Party running the country's education system. Look, folks, I normally don't get this agitated, but this is the result. This is a little bit of an explosion here after just 25 years of reacting to all this stuff in a muted and restrained way. But after this boondoggle last night, what it really was, I'm kind of frustrated. I'm beyond that point where I'm just content to wait for people to figure it out. Meaning what's going on. I mean, this is just, our country's hanging in the balance because of this stuff. And the idea that we somehow feel we have to kowtow or impress, whatever, these people in the media, if we are to win or advance our ideas, is just, I think that was illustrated last night, the exact opposite. And I don't think by any stretch, if you look at public opinion polls on various industries and businesses and the public opinion of them, journalism is below the public opinion of Congress. Now, Congress, public opinion's always in the gutter. That's always been the case. Journalism's even below that for a reason. Even low information voters don't think they're getting the truth. It's one of the reasons so many of them return to the Kardashians. At least when they lie about them, it doesn't matter.
Unfiltered and unstoppable. Rush on the EIB network.
My name is Bill Bonner, and I'm the president of the largest private news and research network in the world. And I paid for this airtime because I have an important message to the American people. There's a change coming that the government isn't telling you about. This change has deep implications for life in America, from where you shop to the doctors you visit and the family you want to protect. Look, I've made predictions like this before. Thing is, I was right then too. A few years ago, I warned that housing prices would collapse. They did. Before that, I warned that .com companies would crash. They did. Those who listened had a chance to save themselves. But this has nothing to do with the stock market. This will affect us all. I've posted a free video that details everything you need to know at usadownfall.com. Maybe you'll disagree with my conclusions, but first, you need to watch this video and see the facts for yourself. Just go to usadownfall.com. That's usadownfall.com.
Are you putting your money into an IRA, pension, or 401k? Then I hope you're prepared to lose 30, 40, 50% or more of your retirement savings, because it's not a question of if the market crashes again. It's a question of when. It's going to happen. Did you know there is a way you can protect and grow your wealth safely and predictably every single year? The people using this approach didn't lose a penny when the market crashed in 2000 or 2008, and they won't lose a penny in the next crash. In fact, their money will continue to grow safely year in and year out, even when stocks, real estate, and other investments tumble. A free report detailing this savings program is now available. This free report shows how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your retirement in the Wall Street casino. This is the best way to have a 100% secure retirement. It far outperforms any IRA or 401k. To get this free report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com. Bankonyourself.com.
Most car commercials say, hurry, the savings ends soon. But the savings at your Northwest Toyota dealer are just the beginning. Save right now with 0% financing on 13 new dependable Toyota models, like the techno-rich Corolla, adventurous RAV4, and best-selling Camry. Then save for 2 years with Toyota Care no-cost scheduled service and roadside assistance. And keep saving down the road with Toyota's leading gas mileage and legendary resale value. With 0% financing on 13 new Toyota models, where will you go?
Visit your Northwest Toyota dealer for great deals on a huge selection of Toyota models.
With 0% financing and 2 years of no-cost service, the savings don't end soon. At your Northwest Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. APR financing through Toyota Financial Services with approved credit. Must take retail delivery from dealer stock by 11/2/15. Covers normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. See Toyota dealer for details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska.
With news every half hour and when it breaks. And Rush now. 1120 KPNW.
Have you heard the latest from the Department of Energy, the Obama administration? Pumpkins cause climate change. Pumpkins! Jack-o'-lanterns, pumpkin pie. Whatever you do with pumpkins, you are contributing to climate change. UC Berkeley study links economic inequality to climate change. Right. What doesn't? Okay, folks, one big, exciting broadcast hour remains, and we could really say we're just getting warmed up here. So hang in there, be tough. We'll come back and get to it right after this brief timeout, obscene time, profit timeout at top of the hour.
This is the Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks are down as investors weigh corporate earnings and on prospects the Fed may raise interest rates this year. The Dow is falling 46 points to 17,732. S&P 500 index is down 4 points. The Nasdaq dropping 21. 2 pharmaceutical companies may become one. Botox maker Allergan is confirming that it's been approached by Pfizer about a possible merger. The U.S. economy pulled back in the third quarter as companies cleared out inventory. GDP rose at a 1.5% annualized rate. And when it comes to robocalling your mobile phone, the government is taking the position, do as I say, not as I do. Months after the FCC tightened rules to protect consumers from unsolicited calls from telemarketers, Uncle Sam is now getting into the business. In this week's budget deal is a provision to let debt collectors automatically dial the mobile phones of people who are late making payments to the government, including those for student loans. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady.
In the people's name, it is my privilege to hand this gavel to the Speaker of the House, Congressman and Honorable Paul Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The youngest House Speaker since 1869, taking the helm with a call for unity, but an appeal to embrace differences.
We are not settling scores. We are wiping the slate clean.
Just after being elected and moments before taking the oath, Ryan telling lawmakers they're all in the same boat. He also says committees should take the lead in drafting major legislation and that he wants to open up the process. White House spokesman Josh Earnest says the president phoned Ryan yesterday to wish him well.
The president is hopeful that he'll be able to work with Congressman Ryan to make progress on behalf of the American people.
But he says nothing will get done if Republicans try to pass things strictly along party lines. A plane catches fire on the runway in Fort Lauderdale. It happened just over an hour ago. The fire is out. Fox News Radio's Eben Brown monitoring this live from Miami.
Lisa, Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport is closed at the moment as crews deal with the aftermath of a 767 and its engine, which caught fire as it was on the tarmac. Injuries are few and minor. The aircraft is a passenger jet operated by Dynamic International Airways. They fly from the U.S. to Caracas, Venezuela. No official cause has been determined, but a pilot from another plane thought he spotted a fuel leak, Lisa.
Thanks, Eben. State troopers using shotguns to deflate a military surveillance blimp that broke loose in Maryland and went down in Pennsylvania, where it's now secured with ropes while the military works on a removal plan.
We're here for a safe and secure recovery of all the equipment.
Including, says Army Captain Matthew Villa, the sensitive electronics on board. How it broke loose remains under investigation. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
If you are behind on your bills, then this message is for you. How would you like to have a large portion of your credit card debt or medical bills forgiven? National Credit Card Relief would like to give you free information on a proven debt forgiveness program. It's not bankruptcy, it's not consolidation. This special program actually wipes clean the portion of your debt that is forgiven. Call for your free forgiveness information now. 800-719-2090. That's 800-719-2090. Don't wait. Call 800-719-2090.
Do you have a retirement account? Is it likely to go up 60% or down 60%? Wake up. Low interest rates support the market, and it won't last forever. It's time to hedge with solid gold. You will regret not doing so in the next market crash. Do it right. Don't pay a setup and storage fee. Discover how. Call Goldworth. Request the IRA guide free. Call 800-257-GOLD. 800-257-GOLD. Visit goldworth.com.
KPNW News brought to you by Battery Exchange, servicing all your battery needs. A man was killed in an officer-involved shooting along I-5 in Salem last night. The incident started as a pursuit south of Woodburn and ended near Kubler Road, south of Salem. Witnesses heard one shot. Police haven't released details of what led to the shooting. Marion County Sheriff's Lieutenant Chris Baldridge says no officers were hurt.
Each night after something like this happens, I think we just, hug our wives and hug our husbands probably a little harder that, and maybe our kids, and really just take a step back and know just how critical some of these incidents can be.
The name of the man who was shot has not been released. The Oregon grocery industry will try again to get a measure on the ballot allowing them to sell liquor. It would end Oregon's system of private liquor stores. Voters have been doubtful since Washington State made the same move, but the prices didn't go down. They actually went up, and the taxes remained the same. If approved, the measure would leave the decision on taxes up to the Oregon legislature. Walmart is hiring 60,000 seasonal workers nationwide for the holidays. In Oregon, they'll hire at least 500 people. Last year, more than half of the people hired for the holidays stayed on as permanent employees. Walmart's starting minimum wage is $9 an hour. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The weather is changing and days are growing shorter. Now's the time to check your battery, and that means all of them. Smoke alarms, flashlights, phones, and radios. And Battery Exchange will check your batteries for free. Battery Exchange in Eugene, Springfield, Salem, Albany, Corvallis, and more. Battery Exchange.
Hunters and gun enthusiasts, deer season is here and elk season is just around the corner. Stop in and see the guys at SM Gun Shop. And parents, bring in pictures of your kids hunting and get 10% off. SM Gun Shop thanks everyone for participating in the Brzezinski recall. And remember, the elections are coming. SM Gun Shop off River Road in Eugene.
Your partner in healthcare makes it easy.
Affordability is everything. So when you're looking at power equipment, like wheelchairs or scooters, look to the family-owned local company. You have a choice of providers. Gateway Medical Equipment quickly gets you just what you need. We custom fit the equipment, and our accredited technicians repair your equipment after the sale. A champion for your independence. Gateway Medical Equipment.
Gateway Medical Equipment, the company with heart.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $5 million. Buy yours today.
It's 11:06 in time for the last hour of Rush with Lars Larson, coming up at noon on 1120 KPNW.
I don't know. They said they couldn't get a crew here. I'm just telling you what they said. Snerdley's asking me why I wasn't on Fox and Friends today. I was supposed to be on Fox. We're going to talk about. Steve Ducey wanted me on. I was ready to go on. Ducey is the only Royals fan on Fox and Friends. I met Ducey when I worked for the Royals. He was the weather guy at a local, I think it's Channel 9, in fact, is where Ducey worked. I think it was KMBC. I forget the call letters now. But Ducey was the weather guy and the all-round, finding oddball things happening in town. Ducey would go find and report like he does now. And I met him at the stadium. He'd come out there a bunch of times. They do live. I mean, they did everything when the Royals were winning. I mean, the whole newscast would take place in the Royals stadium, weather forecast and everything. And Ducey was the same kind of guy that he is. Anyway, he called and said, look, I'm stranded here. I'm surrounded by nothing but Mets fans on this show. So I said, okay, be happy to do it. And I said, but look, I got this new book out. Oh, that's great. We'd love to hear about the book. And he said, will you talk about the debate? And I said, yep. And look, I don't want to get too technical here, but I can't do it. I can't do a phone call. I can't go to New York. I don't go to New York. So I couldn't go there. If I went to New York to appear on their show, I couldn't do the radio show. I know it sounds strange, but I'm not working in New York. I'm not going to earn any income in New York so they can tax me. I'm just not going to do it. So they put in a piece of equipment. Last time I did Fox News Sunday with Chris Wallace, they put in. It's a Zephyr. What it does, it turns phone audio into studio quality audio, so you can't tell somebody's on the phone. Well, they took that out for some reason. They don't have that in their control room. And we didn't figure that out until yesterday. So then they said, well, how about if we send a crew? I said, crew? I mean, that's 5 hours, 15 people, 14,000 lights. I said, look, if you just send one cameraman and send one light, it's just 10 minutes, right? Yeah. And then that's what we were going to do, and then they couldn't find a crew. They couldn't find a crew wherever they have crews. Freelancers, Miami, where they couldn't find any. So, had to broom the appearance. And we had sent them all the graphics on the new book. Can you imagine how disappointed they were at Fox and Friends not to have me on to discuss that debate last night? Such as it is. Anyway. Oh, they are? They're working on getting the Zephyr back? Oh, okay, so we'll be able to do it with studio quality audio. Then they can easily just bring in a camera. Okay, so we'll be able to do it fairly soon, and it will be... Because it's fun. The Fox and Friends show is fun. Rush Revere and the Star Spangled Banner, fourth book just out this week. And folks, look, that debate last night, everything we've been talking about today is exactly why writing these books was such a... compelling thing is it was a starter. I mean, I didn't want to do any more books. I'd been there, done that. And my wife said, "That's children's books. You're always talking about how bad education is." And so that's what these are. These are truthful stories of American history where the reader is taken right back to all these historical events, and we tell them the truth about them. We tell them the truth with pride and love for how great this country is and why it's great, because that stuff's not being taught anymore. So there's a quick, I'm holding, for the people on the Ditto Cam, I'm holding a copy of the book up. We just got the audio versions in today, the CDs, so they're now available as well. What else? One email before we go back to sound bites. And, you know, it's a legitimate question. Rush, I've been listening for a long time, and whenever the media gets unfair, you always have said, well, hey, you can complain about it or you can deal with it. This is the lay of the land. If you want to be elected as a Republican, the media is one of the obstacles. So why all this complaining about it? And it's a good question, and it's not complaining. It's just that, folks, I've reached a point where I'm changing my mind on this. Why? This is what I started asking myself. Why is it that Republicans just have to accept and deal with the lie that they're a bunch of racists and bigots and homophobes and sexists and extremists? I'm through with it. I've had that crap said about me for 27 years. Every other Republican has had it said about them. Why do we have to sit here and accept that that's the lay of the land? Why do we sit here and say, yeah, they get to lie about us? And it just culminated for me last night with this debate when what was really on display last night was every assumption the left makes about us. And as I said, the answers to those questions last night were irrelevant as far as the media is concerned. The bullets last night was an assassination attempt on a political assassination of every one of those candidates. They were all in the political crosshairs, and the questions were the bullets to take them out. It didn't matter what the answers to those questions were. The idea was to destroy them all last night and then get applause and pats on the back from fellow media members and fellow Democrats today. That's what the objective was. Ever since Trump came on the scene, ever since Trump has been leading, the objective, the media has been, I'm convinced, in a private little contest, see who can be the one to take Trump out. And Harwood gave it his best shot last night, and Becky Quick gave it her shot, and Carl Quintanilla, and none of them, and very few of the Republican establishment have the slightest idea why Trump is sitting where he is. They do not understand the bond of connection Trump has made with his voters. They don't understand the bond of connection Ted Cruz has made with his. They haven't the slightest idea. They think, just to reiterate this, because this is crucially important, the mindset of the Democrat Party, I don't care if it's media people or if it's elected officials or if it's consultants, they all think that you, Republican voters, are stupid and dumb and incapable of independent thought. Every opinion you have is the result of somebody influencing you. You are racist, you are sexist, you're bitter clingers, you're mean-spirited, you're homophobes and all of that. Because you're Republicans, because you're conservative. That's what they really think of you. And so candidates, to get your vote, have to go there. So the candidates are also racist, sexist, bigot, homophobe, whatever it is, to get your vote. And I'm just finally saying, why do we have to sit here and accept, and why does every Republican have to say it's an accepted part of the lay of the land that you go into every race as a presumptive racist, bigot, sexist, homophobe, whatever it is? What chance does anybody have when that is the so-called lay of the land, and especially when it is all concocted and totally made up, and in fact just the opposite? If anybody's racist and sexist and bigoted, it's the people on the left. That's how they look at people. They look at people and they first see skin color, then they see sexual gender, then they see orientation, and then they see, and they try to make everybody they see fit into some victim class. Because nobody is capable of taking care of themselves in their world. Nobody's able to do it. So they don't respect individual achievement. Those on the Republican side who have achieved must have cheated. Must have cheated somebody, must have stolen, must have committed some kind of... I'm just sick and tired of these presumptions. As the lay of the land, as things Republicans have to accept and deal with. The days are over that that's the case, as far as I'm concerned. Now back to the audio sound bites. Marco Rubio. Yep. Marco Rubio. Going to start there. He was on with Charlie Rose this morning on CBS. We have 2 bites, numbers 21 and 22. Remember Rubio last night, and this really offended him on the left. Because they were all talking about a great week Hillary Clinton had last week. Remember, that was such a great week. Boy, Hillary she took him to task in a debate, and she ran rings around the Benghazi committee. Oh, she had a great week. And Rubio, people had a great week. She was exposed as a liar last week. What are you talking about? That didn't sit well with Charlie Rose. Charlie Rose was not happy with Rubio. He said to him on CBS this morning, you called Hillary Clinton a liar.
Hillary Clinton lied about Benghazi. There's no doubt about that, Charlie. I mean, there are emails in which she was talking to her family, and she was telling them that there was an attack on that consulate that was due to a terrorist attack by al-Qaeda elements, and then she was going around the country talking to the families of the victims and to the American people and saying, no, this is because of some video that someone produced
Senator,
that led to a spontaneous uprising.
That the CIA was changing its own assessment of what happened there during that time zone.
That's not accurate. She knew that it was a terrorist attack, as she shared by email with various people, and yet she continued to perpetuate the lie.
Hey, Charlie, are you really watching him Candy Crowley in disguise? You gained a lot of weight, Charlie. You're Candy Crowley. What do you mean helping Hillary? Well, you must understand, Marco. CIA was changing its assessment of what happened there during the time zone. During the time zone? You mean time frame, Charlie? Learn to speak at a college-age level. How about it, Charlie? During the time zone, Charlie? Realize how illiterate that sounds? I know your audience probably can't speak at a second grade level, but at least try. She lied, Charlie. She admitted her lie to foreign leaders. This was Rubio's point. She told everybody that mattered that it wasn't a video, that it was a pre-planned terror attack. But Charlie's got to circle the wagons. Charlie's got to defend Hillary Clinton because she came under assault last night at that debate, and the CNBC guys, they didn't shore up their end. So CBS had to move in today to protect Hillary at all costs. So Charlie then said, well, look, if you're calling her a liar by saying she perpetuated a lie, why do you think she did it? What was her motive?
That's very clear why. Because they were in the middle of a 2012 re-election in which President Obama had made the claim that al-Qaeda was being defeated and on the run, and this counteracted that narrative.
You were saying, Senator, that Hillary Clinton lied because she wanted to help Barack Obama in his re-election campaign. That's a serious charge.
Yes. Well, it's the truth. I mean, that's not only why she did it, that's why everyone in the administration did it.
Here, Marco is incredulous that Charlie has never even thought of this. It has never occurred to the second grade reading Charlie Rose. Well, I'm telling you, I'm fed up with this. It has never occurred to Charlie Rose that they might be trying to win an election by lying and concocting false stories about their incompetence in foreign policy and national security. It never occurs to Charlie Rose that his precious Hillary and Obama might lie to win an election, and it's a very serious charge to say that would happen. So you know who's the criminal here? Marco Rubio. That's a very serious charge. Hey, Charlie, serious charge. That must mean we need an investigation, Charlie. Well, I doubt he would say there's any evidence. It's not about the evidence, Charlie. It's about the seriousness of the charge. Isn't that how you get us? Make up some concocted fake accusation about something and say it's serious, and then say it demands an investigation? We don't even need to investigate this. Rubio's right. But the point is, it never even occurred. This may be because these people are so cloistered and so sequestered, they don't talk to anybody but themselves. They don't read anything but each other. I'll bet Charlie Rose, for the first time he's heard anybody say that Hillary and Obama made up the story about the video to cover the fact that their campaign message was a lie, that they had vanquished terrorism. It was over. They killed bin Laden. This is why, for these people to sit here and tell us how stupid we are and closed-minded and bigoted, these are the people so cloistered within themselves they haven't the slightest idea what anybody other than their small group of people says or thinks. And that's why the American people may as well be living in a foreign country to them. That's how they end up being called bitter clingers. On C-SPAN today, a caller named Victor in Silver Spring got through to the Washington Journal.
Finally, the candidates are realizing that the mainstream media is not their friend, that the mainstream media is part of the Democrat Party. And for years, Rush Limbaugh has told us over and over again that the mainstream media is a part of the Democrat Party, and it's a good thing that the candidates pointed this out last night, so it shows me that some of the candidates are definitely listening to Rush Limbaugh.
And they try to tell us that we're stupid. There's another brilliant guy on our side getting through to C-SPAN. We take a break.
In the November Limbaugh letter, Rush and Fran Tarkenton talk honestly about success, power, and staying rooted in reality.
He has a book extolling the virtues of failure. It's a totally different take on how to tell people to get the most out of themselves.
It's fascinating reading in the November issue of the Limbaugh letter. Subscribe today at rushlimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
Can a protein originally found in a jellyfish improve your memory? Our scientists say yes. Researchers have discovered a protein that actually supports healthier brain function. It's the breakthrough in a supplement called Prevagen. As we age, we lose proteins that support our brain. Prevagen supports these proteins and has been clinically shown to improve memory. It's safe and effective. For support of healthier brain function, a sharper mind, and clearer thinking, try Prevagen for yourself today. Available at drugstores everywhere.
This is an exciting announcement from Eugene Airport. Today is the day your life gets easier. Getting from point A to point B has never been more efficient. You can now fly nonstop from Eugene Airport to San Jose. That's right. There's now a new nonstop way to San Jose on Alaska Airlines. We're connecting the Silicon Valley to the Silicon Shire. Book your next flight today at alaskaair.com. Fly easy. Fly EUG.
What does better mean to you? Better is coffee with a view. Better is a berry from the vine. Better is the journey. At Providence, we know there are many paths to better health. No matter how you define it, Providence Medicare Advantage plans can help you achieve your better. With Providence, you get a no-cost gym membership with all of our plans and access to thousands of providers in and out of Providence facilities. Talk to us about which plan is best for you. Call 1-866-948-5147. That's 1-866-948-5147. We're here from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Providence Medicare Advantage plans. Better you, better world. This information is not a complete description of benefits. Contact the plan for more information. Limitations, co-payments, and restrictions may apply. Benefits may change on January 1st of each year. The provider network may change at any time. You will receive notice when necessary.
The history of the BMW 3 Series isn't written in books. It's written on roads across America. For 40 years, the original sports sedan has outdriven the competition with features like near-perfect 50-50 weight distribution and a twin-power turbo engine. Head to your local BMW center to test drive the BMW 3 Series and experience its legendary performance today. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Eugene at 2100 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Also online at bmwofeugene.com.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, here's the shocking thing. With Charlie Rose and his second grade level question to Marco Rubio, you ready? The CIA was changing its assessment throughout the time zone. He meant time frame. Is Charlie Rose really unaware the CIA was never confused about what happened in Benghazi? The CIA was changing their assessment. No, they weren't, Charlie. You're believing a bunch of left-wing pap. The CIA was never confused because they were ordered by Hillary staffers to rewrite their analysis. There wasn't any confusion. Leon Panetta, everybody there admits the CIA knew it was a terror attack from the start. Charlie, even your own buddies that are your regular guests on your show have said this. Charlie, you got to go somewhere, Charlie, besides the Four Seasons to hang out with people. You got to get, I mean, it's embarrassing. What there is to know out there. Oh, really? I'm sorry. Okay, back to the phones. We've had people waiting patiently. This is Frank in Del Mar, California. Hey, Frank, great to have you on the EIB network. Hello.
Rush, thank you. Actually, with all your enthusiasm, that's a tough act to follow. And I just want you to know our grandkids love reading your books and learning about history. I have a different slant on the debate last night. I think last night's debate, Carly literally went to the Rush School, and here's why. When the moderators would ask Carly questions, like you always tell us, she would basically restate the question and explain the question such that we, the listeners, understand and understood her perspective. Whether we really liked it or not. My wife commented, and we were standing up clapping. You know, finally we've got a Rush babe here as part of the debate. And incidentally, congratulations.
My guess is you really loved her answer on crony capitalism.
Absolutely.
Yeah, CNBC says Carly speaks. Let's see her. Carly speaks at a 7th grade level. How far did you get in school?
Well, my wife and I graduated from Indiana University.
Oh, well, then you should have had no trouble under it. No wonder. Carly's idiot 7th grader, and then you're a college graduate, so it was no doubt that you understood what she was saying, according to CNBC. Well, no, you're right. I'm not trying to distract you. I'm trying to be flippant and funny, but you're right. She did. She had an awesome definition of crony capitalism. And she does. She has the ability to explain these things. And those questions of her, they're designed to trip her up. Because what do they think she is? They think she's a phony CEO, a failed CEO. She was a failure. She was a goofball. She's unqualified. And they thought it was going to be easy to trip her up. I think it's going to be easy to trip all of them up. And she did have a great answer of what crony capitalism is. Almost as good as mine.
Right.
Well, let's do a little test. Do you remember what she said? Just in summary, I mean, you liked it. Do you remember what she said about it?
I knew I was going to get this test question, and I got so irritated during the debate at what MSNBC was doing to them that I can't quote it exactly, but I can picture her up there poised and prepared to answer and well-schooled and brilliant. You don't become a CEO of Hewlett-Packard without the ability to stand on your feet and debate the likes of MSNBC.
Well, you know, it's an interesting point because the people on the moderators last night were trying to establish that, yes, you can. You can become CEO of Hewlett-Packard without any qualifications at all, and she's living proof. That was their point in trying to take her out. They tried. They did everything they could to say that she was a totally failed and maybe even corrupt CEO and had no business being there.
Well, it's a sad day, and you know, God bless you and your show for keeping us grounded. It's hard to keep our blood pressure at 120 over.
No, you know, I know. Look, I appreciate that, but here's the truth is, and this is what they all miss. You don't need me to tell you what to think. The reason you're happy I'm here is because at least there's some place in the media where you hear what you think reflected. The critics of the show have never understood why you in the audience like it and what draws you to it. They've always assumed you're idiots till I came along and now you're brainwashed.
From the the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Eugene Mayor Kitty Piercy pressed the City Council to approve a resolution asking the state for help alleviating homelessness.
What we are interested in today and what we are asking for is that the state government as a whole treats this homelessness situation as a crisis, a real emergency, and agrees to work with local governments on all aspects of it.
Piercy originally wanted the council to request that Governor Kate Brown declare an emergency. Instead, she got a resolution asking the state to convene a work group and spend more money to address the issue. Officials say the Oregon State Police were involved in a shooting on I-5 in Salem after an attempted traffic stop turned into a high-speed chase. No officers were hurt. The suspect was killed. Studded tires become legal in Oregon once again on November 1st under state law, but that's just one sign that winter is approaching. It's also the start of snow park permit season. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Mattress Mania is offering super-size savings. Supersize your queen mattress to a king size for only $1. Save like crazy. Mattress Mania in Eugene, Springfield, Albany, and Corvallis.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, co-host of Real Estate Today. Kurt Large and Evergreen Roofing is my go-to company if I need to understand a roofing system, how to maintain the roof, should it be replaced, and if it is to be replaced, what should be done. He is absolutely the expert's expert. Evergreen Roofing is my go-to company.
To find out more about Evergreen Roofing, just go to their website, evergreenroofing.com.
Alcohol and drug addiction affects 10 to 15% of today's population, and the consequences can be devastating. At Serenity Lane, we recognize the need for professional, confidential treatment and offer both inpatient and outpatient programs. At Serenity Lane, you'll receive compassionate care and, best of all, a massive dose of hope. So don't wait for a crisis. Contact us at serenitylane.org.
This message is brought to you in association with EARS.
I'm a firefighter.
A teacher.
I'm a farmer. I'm a barber.
A waitress. A mom. We're all part of your community. Every day we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life. It's when you experience a moment of uncertainty. Something or someone's behavior that doesn't seem quite right.
These are the moments to take a pause.
Because if something doesn't feel right, it's probably not. It's not about paranoia.
Or being afraid.
It's about standing up and protecting our communities.
One detail at a time.
Because a lot of little details can become a pattern.
We
trust our instincts.
Just like you should.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
SSS.gov presents good advice from Dad.
Do that.
Dad's advice is usually pretty simple.
Don't do that.
Here's Dad on important topics like asking out that girl you like.
Do that.
On asking out her sister.
Don't do that.
Now here's Dad on going to SSS.gov and registering with Selective Service when a young man turns 18.
Do that.
See? Dad knows it's the law, and that registering will preserve your eligibility for college loans and government jobs. Go to SSS.gov today and register.
Do that.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put it back on your list. Innovative things are happening in teaching today, and you can be a part of it.
Make more. Teach. Visit teach.org. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
With the Wake Up Call tomorrow, 6 a.m. to 9, and Rush Limbaugh Now. We're 1120 KPNW.
A man, a legend, a way of life.
Rush Limbaugh. I'm going to tell you what Carly Fiorina said here, and I'm going to read the transcript, what she said about crony capitalism, because a lot of people have referenced it as a great explanation. There are many different ways you can describe it, but here's what she said. Crony capitalism is what happens when government gets so big and so powerful that only the big and powerful can handle it and deal with it. So why are the pharmaceutical companies consolidating? Why are there 5 even bigger Wall Street banks now instead of the 10 we used to have on Wall Street? Because When government gets big and powerful, the big feel like they need to get even bigger to deal with all of that government power. And meanwhile, the small and the powerless, in this case, the 1,500 community banks, go out of business. You see, folks, this is how socialism starts. Government causes a problem, and then government steps in to solve the problem. This is why, fundamentally, we have to take our government back. And that's also another point. Every problem we have in this country, 90% created by government. And then they step in and say, there's a problem. We've got to fix it. They are the people that break things. But the one thing we've never been able to crack, and I doubt that we ever will, is the faith in government that the people in general have. The government is where fairness is. The government is where you go to get grievances addressed. The government is where you go to get... the government is considered to be the end-all to everything, solution to every problem. Social Security, you name it, whatever problem we've got, it's a government creation. And it's brilliant. They create the problem, and then they run around and complain about it like somebody else created it, and they have to come in and fix it, and the problem gets worse and gets bigger. Crony capitalism, another way of explaining it. Big business decide that it's easier to sidle up to government and support, in this case, the president, in exchange for favorable treatment from government that competitors are not getting. And that removes the need to beat your competitors in the market because you have the government on your side and nobody's bigger than the government. So if you are the ABC widget company and you can make a deal with the government let's say it's Obamacare. ABC widget company is an early signatory to Obamacare, signs on, agrees with everything about it. They get some waivers as a favor returned. So the full cost they don't have to bear because they've sidled up to Obama, but their competitors don't get any such waivers at all. And so their competitors go out of business. It's much easier to make an arrangement with a crony president and crony Senate and crony House than it is to compete in the market with your competitors. Either definition works and suffices. And it used to not be nearly as prevalent as it is. Modern era can trace back Bill Clinton starting it. Obama has milked it. And yet everybody thinks big business is Republican and small business and little guys Democrats. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Democrat Party is the party of the rich today. Democrat Party is the party of major global conglomerates. The Democrat Party is the best friend Wall Street has ever had. And yet, people think that all these big Wall Street banks, trading houses, they're all a bunch of Republicans, screwing the little guy every chance they get. Little guy's getting screwed by virtue of crony capitalism. Anyway, Carl Bernstein was on Anderson Cooper 360 last night after the debate was over. Anderson Cooper said, Carl, we haven't heard from you yet on our roundtable. What did you think of all this tonight?
I agree with the head of the Republican National Committee. I thought it was a disgraceful performance by the sponsors of the debate by CNBC in the way they conducted it. And it was gotcha. And we need, in the mainstream media, as Ted Cruz said, to start paying attention to the right-wing media. I read it. I think we need to know what's going on out there. It's not for nothing that there's a Republican Congress and there may be a Republican president. And we're not paying enough attention. What we saw tonight was the real Republican Party. And it's very interesting, and it is a big threat to the Democrats. People need to pay attention.
Holy cow, folks, that's blasphemy. There's Carl Woodward saying, you people, you better start paying attention to the Republicans and the conservative media. He called it right-wing media. He could have been talking to Charlie Rose, who may not know there's a conservative media yet. Well, no, I'm sure he knows that. I take it back. He just doesn't think it's legit. But I'll tell you, why do you think he said it? What did Carl Bernstein said? He said this precisely because these people are cloistered. They hang around with each other. They don't know. Doing this program, I can tell you more about what liberals do, think, say, are going to do than maybe even they know themselves. They couldn't begin to give you the truth about me or any other conservative because they don't take the time to study, because in their minds we're not real, we're not legit. Their clingers were a tiny percentage. It's not even worth their time or trouble. We're insignificant. We, on the other hand, study them. And every time I present a talking about an issue to you on this program, I am able to tell you what the left's position on that issue is, top to bottom, 100% fully accurate. They can't do that about us. They don't take the time. Carl Bernstein's practically a communist. Nora Ephron did that. And so, yeah, it's true. It's one of those sad things. But he practically is. And yet he's warning these people. We saw the real, and he's talking about, when he said we saw the real Republican Party, he's talking about Ted Cruz. I'm telling you, they are fearful of Ted Cruz. They mask that fear by laughing at him and making fun of him and all that, but they are afraid of him. Here's Harwood on Squawk Box on CNBC today. Becky Quick speaking with Harwood. Hey, John, you have a reaction to last night's debate, John? You know that you and I moderated? You have a reaction? Like she hasn't spoken to him all day or night about it. Hey, John, you know, you and I, we hosted and moderated a debate last night. Do you have a reaction to any of it, John? Of what happened? It's fair in love and war, as they say.
I understand that. The mainstream media is not very popular in the Republican Party. The intensity that you saw on that stage last night, and we were part of it, is a reflection of the conflict within the Republican Party over how you govern and what approach you can take to the economy. And remember, before the debate, Becky, Governor Kasich gave a speech in Ohio in which he said, we've got people who are running in this race who are proposing things that are crazy. What's happening to our party? We teased out that last night, and that produced some of the emotion that you've seen from Republicans on stage about us, and as well as in the audience.
That's the excuse? Kasich made you do it, Mr. Harvey? Is that right? So now we know why you decided to go be so unfair, because Kasich said that there's a bunch of crazies in his party. That must mean you think Kasich is brilliant. So Kasich is the guy who led CNBC's coverage, eh? Because he said there's some crazies. What's happened to our party? By the way, you may have missed this, but Kasich was on CNN this morning, and he praised the moderators. He thought the moderators did a great job last night. No, I'm not kidding. Kasich thought he didn't think the problem last night was the moderators. The problem last night was Carson. He didn't mention names again, but Carson and Trump and the things they're proposing. It's crazy. It's stupid. You know, John Kasich, you people forget, Kasich was part of freshman class 94. He was part of that bunch came in with Newt, and he ran the budget committee, and he was there when they first balanced the budget. John Kasich used to be more conservative than I am. And he's not now. And it's actually been kind of fascinating to chart it, the change that's taken place. Frank Luntz, I referenced this earlier. This is Luntz on CBS this morning. Charlie Rose said, hey, Frank, you watched last night's debate with a focus group of Republican voters. Let me begin with Senator Cruz. How well did that do, Frank?
It did the best of anything that I have tested since I started doing debate testing in 1996. It got up to a 97 and 98 out of 100. To put it in perspective, we had 26 people in our Fox News group. 24 out of the 26 was giving him a perfect 100. Now, he goes and he lists all the different questions, and I want to point out, he never looks down at his notes. He never has to refer to any text. He remembers every single question that every reporter asked, and people were stunned by that capability. But they reacted even more favorably to the fact that he said, enough is enough.
Yeah, you know, Isn't it amazing? And I'm not trying to diminish what Cruz did. He's able to recite the questions that were asked. Note how unique that is in people's minds to have a memory like that. And he does have a great memory. He's got almost photographic. There's a term for the kind of memory he has to be able to remember things like that. But I'm stunned at all of the observations made. Yeah, man. And look, he was able to speak without notes, as though it's some big feat. I'm not. No, there's nothing about Cruz. Don't misunderstand. You know, Obama can't speak 2 syllables without a teleprompter, and he's brilliant, right? He's the smartest guy in America. He's big intellectual. Boomba, man. Barack Obama is the cream of the cream. He can't speak 2 syllables without a teleprompter. And some people who can speak without looking at notes are oddballs. I know people marvel at it, but no. But no. My point is, they're all trying to look at how stupid Cruz is. Look, racist, sexist, all this stuff that Cruz is. Yet they marvel at his brilliance. I'm just saying it's major.
The magic will continue on the EIB network.
Attention business owners. We know that owning a business means getting things done right now. So if your right now list includes a new building, call the Right Now Company, General Steel. We can design a building for your business quickly and save you thousands of dollars. That's right, thousands. You may think General Steel only builds large projects or that you can't afford General Steel quality. Well, check these prices. How about a 40 by 60 foot building for under $22,000? Or even a 50 by 100 for under $35,000? That's right, a 5,000 square foot building for under $35,000. And these buildings all have General Steel quality. Best of all, you can still order a building and have it delivered in time to build this year. How's that for right now? So don't delay. Call General Steel today at 800-98-STEEL. That's 800-98-STEEL. Need more planning? No problem. General Steel can help you with that right now. Call General Steel and be in your new building this year. 800-98-STEEL. That's 800-987-8335.
What is Hillary hiding? Ed Klein is out with his new book, Unlikable, and he reveals Hillary's 5 dirty little secrets. Every night this week, Ed reveals one of her secrets exclusively on Newsmax TV. These secrets could stop Hillary. So tune in at 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. Eastern to Newsmax TV. On DirecTV 349, Dish 223, Fios 115, or get the free Newsmax TV app from your smartphone store. And watch us now.
Public notice. Premium waterfront home sites located on the Texas coastline are now available for immediate sale. Own one of these highly desirable home sites with access to the bay from only $29.9. Or own direct dockable waterfront as little as $69.9. This area offers a relaxing coastal lifestyle in a renowned fishing area with easy access from Houston. First come, first served. Land bargains on the Texas coastline are in high demand. Call now. 844-LAND-600. That's 844-LAND-600.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The furnace shut down, oh that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late. PriorityOneHeating.com. They're fast and efficient and know how it's done. PriorityOneHeating.com. Get your furnace working and you'll save a ton. Their certified technicians can't be beat. But keep your home cool or fill it up with heat. PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One. I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The furnace shut down, oh that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Winter in the end of 2015 is just around the corner. Now's the time to call Priority One to get that new Carrier heat pump unit and save big. Get your rebates and tax credits before they ever gone.
Get manufacturer's rebates or receive up to $1,250 in state tax credits by calling Priority One now.
PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
Want to lose weight? Then turn your body into a furnace that literally melts the fat away. That's exactly what Thermometer does. Thermometer is uniquely formulated with patented ingredients like bitter orange, brown seaweed, and decaffeinated green tea. Their combined thermogenic properties boost up your metabolism and turn up the heat in your body so you melt the fat away without any jittery side effects. Thermometer is not available in stores. It's only available to listeners of this station. We're giving away 100 free bottles right now to anyone who enrolls in our special trial offer. Call now for your risk-free trial offer. 800-430-4467. 800-430-4467. 800-430-4467. One more time, 800-430-4467.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
There's no question Ted Cruz has won. Look, I've got some sound bites I'm not going to be able to squeeze in here about Cruz, but I just want to tell you who the people are who are saying after the debate last night to keep a sharp eye on Ted Cruz. David Axelrod on CNN, Gloria Borger on CNN, The Forehead on CNN said, Jeb Bush is now toast. Rubio is winning the wrong primary, meaning it's not his time. The guy to keep an eye on is Cruz. It's always been the guy to keep an eye on. That's the hidden second-tier truth here. Cruz has always been the guy to keep your eye on when you realize this isn't over. Yeah, folks, credit and debit card charges occur in the tens of millions in this country every day. And the number's growing, and we're coming up on the holiday season, and it means even more credit and debit card usage. And in all those transactions, there are a number of fraudulent charges. And sometimes the fraud is committed by the cardholder, and many times the fraud is committed against the cardholder, and the cardholder doesn't know it until it's too late. Whenever there's fraud involved in credit and debit card charges, there could well be identity theft as well. That you don't want any part. Credit card fraud's bad enough. You do not want real identity theft where somebody actually does steal your entire identity. Putting that back together is, you don't even want to think about it. What you want to do is prevent it from happening. You want to stop it in its tracks. How do you do that? LifeLock. LifeLock is how you protect yourself and your identity. Very simple, because they have proprietary software that does the best job of looking after your presence in all the transactions they monitor. When you give them your social security number, your credit card numbers, they monitor activity. Anything that appears odd red flags their system, and then they let you know that there's something suspicious. And you can either say, no, it's me, everything's fine. If it's not you, that's how it gets shut down. Now, no one company is able to see everything and spot every fraudulent transaction, but LifeLock's special tools are the best in the business. If your identity is stolen, they have people that immediately go to work to help you restore your identity and your good name. I use LifeLock, I have for years. And it's comforting, and it's confidence-inspiring. You don't worry about things as much. Call or visit LifeLock.com today. Use my name as the promo code when you sign up, and you'll get a 10% discount. LifeLock.com. Call them if you want, 800-440-4833. In either case, use my name, Rush, the offer code to get the 10% off. LifeLock, 800-440-4833.
The most powerful name in talk radio. Rush on the EIB network.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds, and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continued to take Andro 400, and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Andro 400, the natural way to increase testosterone, lose belly fat, gain energy, and feel great. Try Andro 400, the safe, effective, affordable way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
This is an exciting announcement from Eugene Airport. Today is the day your life gets easier. Getting from point A to point B has never been more efficient. You can now fly nonstop from Eugene Airport to San Jose. That's right. There's now a new nonstop way to San Jose on Alaska Airlines. We're connecting the Silicon Valley to the Silicon Shire. Book your next flight today at alaskaair.com. Fly easy. Fly EUG.
And Employee of the Year goes to Janet Juppé.
No, I don't deserve it.
Janet, come up here. You have single-handedly found the best local employees we've ever had.
Sir, EugeneHelpWanted.com did it.
No, you did it, Janet.
No, I would just log on, post jobs, and start getting resumes in minutes.
Janet, just take the Employee of the Year plaque.
No, I don't deserve it.
So I guess you don't want the raise.
Oh, no, I want the raise.
Atta girl.
Make Employee of the Year. EugeneHelpWanted.com. Long name, amazing results. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
What is troubling you, my child?
My boss thinks I'm brilliant.
Why is that a problem?